Understood.
Yes, I just sent a message.
Is she done?
Hey, Madeline. Hey, Madeline. Hello? Well, the roads are so you can go wherever you want out that way.
Thank you. Tell me I didn't.
If I couldn't, I wanted to see it every night. I could wait on the ring, but that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to try to get this meeting started behind. Thank you.
Can we get y'all to take a picture? We have a little small group here with the hospital in the background.
Whose phone am I using?
Where's your dad? Terry. Oh, hang on, we got one more. We got two more. I had to go get dad.
Get in a little closer.
This is the medical part. Okay.
Just get in.
You're medical. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have official credentials.
Yeah, we're Department of Defense, Public Affairs.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that. Thanks for helping us send him off.
Absolutely. We're happy
What
to
an honor.
be here. It is. It's very much.
Jump in. So you get one.
You are such a good doctor.
Sorry. No.
Boy Scouts become ER doctors.
Take a picture of the lights.
You're going to get so much I got to go pretty
You need to send some of those pictures to Jennifer Scott. She knows we're out here today. So.
Alright, she does? Good.
Yeah. Well, David was going to tell her. He asked me.
Yeah. I know that though. I thought so good.
I was giving him a hard time. He was here for a night to love. So how do you think he said,
I told her.
that's right. He told me all the stuff he eats and all that good stuff. And yeah.
It was an honor today, wasn't it?
Well, good answer. Good answer.
And that's, I really want to what I have for Christmas, but and all of that. And I'm like,
I did, and I said,
you know?
he's a member of the Most High Christian Church. Oh, yeah. Think about it.
What'd you say?
You know?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Cafeteria.
all number of people here.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for
Or like I'll have
waking up early, for letting them out of bed.
They didn't even notice. I think.
They didn't notice you were gone.
It was really good. So I've got a feeling we're going to be living over there.
right. Oh, that's right. Shelley was telling me that there was like a church.
That's
Once they had like a limited
Okay.
menu, yeah.
from Harry Potter.
But it was so good. I got a girl, she
See, I'm learning.
was like $6. It was really good. He's like, okay, she doesn't like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
You're not the only one, Ben.
There's that community shop.
You're like me. I just listen.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
I'm walking behind you.
Oh, crap.
Be safe. Heading back. Yes, you can. Thank you for coming over. Appreciate it very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
And I guess you'll be there tonight too.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All righty.
Rest my feet.
Yeah, get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Presidents you have that move to D.C. or they stay at around the White House, he decided to go back to Plains, Georgia, and continue to carry out the work that he started in the White House as a humanitarian, creating the Carter Center to, you know, be a bridge of peace, not just in the United States, but also across the world.
I see a sign there at the bottom right of your screen, says Maranatha Baptist Church, you know, arrow that way. There'll be a private service there. We talked about a man who loved to work with his hands. My understanding is he actually helped craft the wooden cross that is at the front of
and the offertory baskets
and
as well.
And the offering plates too. Yes. He did not charge for the plates, but he crafted them.
I think this is a lot easier on people now as they line the route here. And I know it's cold. I know it's in the 30s. But the reality is you really don't want to be doing this in the stifling heat of South Georgia with the plume of no-see-ums below the gnat line. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people that would come for the Sunday school teachings who were from the Northeast or from the West would be unfamiliar with just how much a part of the plumes of bugs are in that part of the world, and really it led to a great concern from Miss Lillian, his mother, about the Peace Corps. Saw that people were impacted by so many of these diseases that were insect-borne. I mean, it triggered so much good that has come from the Carter family.
Well, you think about those seeds that his mother Lillian planted in him, and then you think about the work that they did to eradicate guinea worm.
That's right.
It was really impactful through the Carter Center. Here comes the motorcade. We want to go back to Molly Oak on Highway 280 as the motorcade approaches. Molly, talk us through what you're seeing there.
Well, Cheryl, you came to us at the perfect time. We just watched the first car drive by us. The helicopter is above. That's kind of been our warning sign of knowing when things are starting to come through. We had one car just pass. Here comes more cars. One of our other signs that we noticed right by that half staff or flag at half staff, both of the troopers that have been standing here patrolling just got out of their car and are standing on the side of the road. A handful of other people have joined us on the side of the road as well to pay their respects to the former president as he comes from Americus, 7 miles away from where we are right now, and heads another 1.5 miles into downtown Plains, where he will be greeted by a warm welcome of loved ones, friends, and neighbors, and people who have traveled hours and hours to see him. And then he will head to his boyhood farm, where the bell will be rung 39 times, of course, in honor of our 39th president. So now we are just seeing, as those motorcycles pass by, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 motorcycles just drove past us, and now we are seeing that long line of the motorcade procession as it passes by us. Of course, we will see law enforcement vehicles, about 5 of those. You will then see these 2 large vans full of people who we can only assume are Carter's loved ones, and then more law enforcement coming behind it. And I want to point out that we talked about this a little earlier, but not only is Carter going to be welcomed by people who knew him as the president, he is going to be welcomed by people who are his friends, his neighbors, who grew up knowing him as Mr. Jimmy, as their Sunday school teacher. I remember when I was here a couple of years ago, somebody shared a sweet story with me, just that I think really speaks to who Mr. Carter was as a person. They said they were visiting Plains, they weren't sure where to go, and he must have overheard them saying, "I'm looking for so-and-so's house," while he was riding his bike. He stopped, shouted to them, and said, "Come along with me, I'll show you the way." He continued riding his bike, showing them exactly where that person lived on the corner, rode them right up to the front door and said, "Have a great day," and just kept on riding. So that is what Mr. Carter is riding into in Plains. It is his friends, it is his neighbors, it is his loved ones. It is where he grew up as that person that this country has now become so beloved with, as that motorcade continues through. It has about 1.5 miles or so till it gets to downtown Plains. That's where we have Zach Merchant and our crew standing by to show you the greeting there. Then it will head over to the Boyhood Farm, which is about 3 or 4 miles from where we are. Again, that bell will be rung 39 times. We are just seeing the final car of the motorcade as it passes us at the very brink of Plains, and it heads toward downtown Plains for Mr. Carter's hometown greeting.
All right, Molly, thanks so much. We want to take you now to downtown Plains, as Molly just mentioned, where any moment that motorcade will greet the lines of people waiting there to see the hearse pass by and to acknowledge everyone in that motorcade, family and friends especially. Zach Merchant is there. I expect you'll see the flashing lights any moment, Zach.
We're going to see them in just a few seconds here. The beginning of this motorcade is passing through in front of us. We're going to talk a little quietly now because you can feel the weight of the emotion here and the weight of the moment. This is a journey that President Carter has made hundreds, if not thousands of times in life, going from Plains as a state senator and then a governor and president of the United States, then a world-crossing humanitarian. There's his hearse there. We're going to give it a moment of silence here as this motorcade moves through. Let's take a moment. You see these larger vans now coming through. That is the Carter family. And just like President Carter in life, they too were along for this political journey that took this family from this small South Georgia community all the way to the state capitol in Atlanta, and then all the way to the White House and all around the world. So many people out here to pay their respects now. They'll be here throughout the day and all along the route to Atlanta, guys.
Moving through downtown pretty quickly there.
And this main street represents, as we mentioned, every single journey that the president took, from Americus to Plains to Atlanta. Main Street, where he once sold peanuts from his family's peanut farm, and now a presidential motorcade is moving through the main area. You have kids lined up, you have parents, you have every generation standing there on this historic day to take in what we're seeing.
What a moment with a little child there holding a flag pointing at the motorcade, and our photographers giving you a perspective of the people in the crowd and the signs that people have brought, many just saying thank you to the former president, and everyone wanting to document that moment. Of course, a picture or video that they can keep showing that they were part of a historic morning in South Georgia.
When you think about planes, I think there are a number of things that come to mind. Among them, Jimmy Carter's beloved brother Billy, who operated the gas station there, who was such a character. Those two mixed it up and loved each other, and you would see these great photos of them eating ribs together in the gas station. And Billy was something else. He was a man in full, as they say, with his friendships with Tom T. Hall, the country star, and that gas station now is part of the Billy Museum, and that's operated by his daughter. And there's all of these artifacts of the two brothers in the 1970s when they were spending time in this gas station, and it just illustrated how different times were in the United States, and that we went from Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson, who were about as regal as it gets in terms of the office, to two guys hanging out in the gas station, one of them an American president.
And right now you're taking a look at the motorcade. It is headed to Jimmy Carter's boyhood home. You just saw a shot of the National Park Rangers who maintain that property, and that is where we'll see those park rangers ring the bell at his boyhood farm 39 times to represent him as the 39th president.
They've now brought flags in onto the property, and you see the rangers there kind of in formation there behind the bell, anticipating the arrival of the hearse and that moment to reflect at the property where it all began. I heard President Carter sharing stories of sleepovers when he was very young with his best friend, who in the front room, it was just a little skinny mattress on the floor and there were some corn husks on the floor, just to illustrate those beginnings that we're talking about on this property that you're seeing now, where they'll ring the bell. And Jeff, there was a moment as the motorcade went through planes that Ariana and I looked at each other. It was very sweet. There was a little boy on the side just with a salute. With that salute. The stories you're telling about, even Billy Carter, like these are stories that will be now passed on through the generations.
That is certainly the hope there. If you're really interested in Jimmy Carter and his relationship with his boyhood home, in this month's edition of The New Yorker, there's an essay about an author who went to Plains, who met with Jimmy Carter. This was maybe a couple of years ago, and obviously more than a couple of years ago, but was telling the story about Jimmy Carter giving a tour of his boyhood home. It's worth the read if you have the opportunity to be near the internet at some point today.
And this moment also represents the foundation. We talk about his view on race. This is where he spent time on the farm with his black friends, as we mentioned. We had some people that he worked on the farm with. He didn't see them as, the race, growing up in that time, the racial tension, but he saw them as his friends. And every stop that we're going to see on this journey today really represents every point, every legacy, everything that built Jimmy Carter to who he was as a president, as a leader, as a governor.
Sumter County is African American majority, significantly, and it has always leaned that way politically as well, but it certainly is, among many of the 159 counties in Georgia, certainly a lesson in race and history for all of us to try to understand.
And to the point that you both make, his connection to civil rights and to human rights, and what took him to some of the poorest places around the world, because he lived in a very poor place to start his life. The motorcade now pulling up in front of the home, the very first of the cars. The hearse will pass by his childhood home here in just a moment. Again, it will stop and the bells will be rung. But just a moment here, as this is a significant stop along the way before President Carter makes that final trip to the city of Atlanta, as it's now approaching the boyhood home in Archery, Georgia.
Present arms.
The hearse now pulling away from the boyhood home of President Jimmy Carter in Archery, a very small agricultural community in southern Georgia, thinking about a man who, against all odds, had these humble, simple, poor beginnings in Georgia, a peanut farmer who then would ascend to the highest office in the country and the most powerful position in the world as the motorcade for day one of the state funeral begins leaving Archery now and headed towards Atlanta. I was thinking about a man who you could say in so many instances the phrase against all odds. So against all odds has beginnings in this part of the world that you're looking at now to ascend to the White House. An advisor once said, you have to understand, nobody knew who he was. You just pick a name out of the phone book. They would have had as much of an opportunity to win that presidential election, yet he made it there. And against all odds, lived to be 100 years old, despite a brain cancer diagnosis in 2015, some very serious falls in the years after. And here he made it a few months beyond a 100th birthday.
I think the one real consistency of his life also has been, he has always been an advocate for poor people across the racial spectrum. He, from the time that he began in politics, or even before politics, to his final breaths, always an advocate for those in need. And we are joined right now by a longtime friend, personal attorney of President Carter, sits on the advisory board of the Carter Center. Terry Adamson is with us this morning.
Yeah, Adamson, he also worked for the Department of Justice. He's a special assistant to the Attorney General and also chief spokesman.
The list of titles go on and on. We appreciate your time as you've been watching the images here with us together, that look at his boyhood home there. Maybe a glance that some people who are joining us today have never seen that before. What's going through your mind as someone who worked so closely next to him for so long, Mr. Adamson?
Well, just tons of memories, like so many others. I'm enjoying your coverage and enjoying the coverages of so many personal stories about people's interrelations with the Carters, Rosalynn and Jimmy.
You know, Terry, the first time you met Jimmy Carter, you were in high school. He was in the state legislature. Do you remember that moment?
I do. He didn't. I was in high school, and my debate team was taken to the General Assembly to be introduced right behind the Watermelon King and the Orange Queen. But and my debate coach was a state senator, and his desk was right next to Jimmy Carter's, and that's when I first met him. That was 62 years ago. I can't say that we were friends that long, but we were certainly acquaintances by that time, and we had many relationships and interrelations over the years.
And you became a newspaper writer where you were covering soon-to-be Governor Carter's campaign. What stands out all these years later about that campaign, of first really statewide success for him?
It was his first successful election statewide. He'd run in 1966 first, and he ran against former Governor Carl Sanders in 1970. And I was a green cub reporter on the Atlanta Constitution staff, and ultimately I was assigned to the political desk. I was the junior most person on the political desk under the legendary Bill Shipp.
Oh, yeah.
And as it was in those days, I often had to go out with Carter and cover his campaign on a daily basis for several months. And it was quite an experience for me to get to know Jimmy Carter. It was just usually him, Jody Powell would be driving, and me in the back seat. And it would be rural hamlets just like Archery all over Georgia, where he would just shaking hands with Georgians everywhere, and he, of course, won the election.
As we look at Plains Live here, you know, we hear so much about authenticity, humility, that connection you're talking about as he would shake hands with people. From your interactions with him in those years, Terry, talk about him, you know, also as tough and with an extraordinary work ethic. I understand it was a lot of hard for people to keep up with him sometimes. He was a tough boss.
Well, he was a very demanding person to those around him, but he set the example. He was hard on himself, and so it inspired everyone else to work hard. But a work ethic there's no doubt about Jimmy Carter's work ethic.
Yeah, you know, Terry, I always think when I hear people say, well, you know, he was one of us. He was such a common man. The truth is, he's the all-time Renaissance man. I mean, he is one of the most complex figures in American history. He wrote 33 books. He was a nuclear scientist. He was a soldier. There are so many components to Jimmy Carter's life. It's impossible to view him in any one context.
You're absolutely right. I mean, his mastery of so many things was amazing. When he told me that he was going to write. He was working on a novel not too many years ago. I was amazed, and I asked him about what. He said, well, it's really based on my research of the Carter family during the Revolutionary War. And the novel is about Georgia and the Revolutionary War, called The Hornet's Nest. And it's not bad.
Not bad. 33 books in, 32 bestsellers, not to mention.
Yeah, and Terry, you speak of traveling with him when he was running for governor, traveling to rural parts of Georgia like Archery. Speak about the interaction that he had with the people, how they received the former president. We have been speaking to people all week, and they've been quite emotional, just reflecting on the one-on-one personal experiences they had.
Well, there's so many, and he clearly related to the common person. I mean, he considered himself a common person. And despite all of his accomplishments and intelligence and the like, but he related to people. He loved common people. I have witnessed that time and time again, where he's talking to a fellow fisherman, or a fellow painter, or a fellow poet, or just the guy down the street, and he relates to them. He never aspired to be anything more than one of them.
Is there any understanding to his unending ambition? And by that, I mean not just running for political office or being an American president, but trying to learn, trying to be the best at everything that he did. And most of us get to a certain age, we either stop learning or stop wanting to learn. For Jimmy Carter, he never seemed to lose any of the fire in his stomach to succeed.
No, he did not. Everyone knew he was ambitious. We didn't know how ambitious he was. And I suspect he didn't know how ambitious he was at various stages of life either. But he clearly was always working, always wanting to contribute. And his values and his principles were rock fast and stood the test of time. That was 100 years. We were fortunate to be able to see that whole side of him for so long.
I think the concept that you're both talking about in terms of him being a Renaissance man, as you said, Jeff, or Terry, all of these different areas of expertise he kept adding kind of to his personal library, reflected in the work that he did and the diversity of the work he did over so many generations, kind of bringing personal experience to each thing he did. And so important for those of us who are kind of watching the events that will take place between now and the end of the week, because so many of the stops along the way represent these different layers to a very complex person and legacy.
And Terry, you've known him at many points in his life, from high school up into the White House. Do you recall the moment he said he wanted to run for the White House, run for the highest office in the land?
Well, I wasn't privy to that moment, so I can't tell you that I can recall it. I was surprised to learn about it. There were a few people that knew about it at the time, I learned it later when it was a much broader audience.
Terry, let's go.
But he pulled it off.
He did pull it off.
Let's close it out with one story from your life and your interactions with him that seems to stand out more than any other as you contemplate his passing.
That's a pretty tough task, but I guess as you've been rushed with reflections on Jimmy and Rosalind Carter over the last few days, one thing that stood out to me is how much I enjoyed knowing the people he knew and getting to know the people he knew. There's so many people that were important to him that didn't live 100 years and are no longer on the scene. People who were his friends, and through the luck of the draw became my friends. And I think about them a lot, and I wish they could. I know they're watching from wherever they are, and watching with great pride this great tribute to this remarkable man and woman, his wife, who have contributed so much to so many people all over the world. It's remarkable.
Terry Adamson, thank you so much. Appreciate your perspective on such a significant day. Thanks so much.
And as we continue to watch the coverage and watch this ceremony play out from Americus, now the motorcade is headed to Atlanta. We're stopped at the state capitol. And if you would like to participate, you can. You can also send your condolences to the Carter family. You text Jimmy Carter to the number you'll see shortly on your screen, and we'll send that link over to you so you can make a public tribute. And this special coverage will continue on the 11 Alive Plus app.
All right, we'll continue our coverage in just a moment. And if you'd like to know more about how you can be part of today's event, there will be a public viewing at the Carter Center this evening. We'll have much more of that coming up here on our broadcast coverage. Also, again, streaming on 11 Alive Plus.
What we've gone through. This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today.
Today is the beginning of the state funeral for the 39th president of the United States, the only president from the state of Georgia, of course, President Jimmy Carter. And just about 1 hour ago, we saw the motorcade lead Phoebe Memphis, Sumter Medical Center in Americus, Georgia, and so went through the childhood home in Archery, through Plains, and now on the way to Macon.
And throughout the time that this motorcade will travel to Atlanta, it'll make a stop at the state capitol. You're also going to have moments to pay tribute at different cities along the way. We know this motorcade is going to stop in Preston, Ellaville, Butler, Reynolds, and Fort Valley. And we talk about how cold it is outside. You know, who would want to stand outside? But this man had a remarkable legacy, such a great connection to Georgia. And you see the streets lined up as that motorcade passes by. People really want to pay their respects to such a great man.
Yeah, an event that he was integral in planning.
I was sort of thinking as you just, a flashback to a moment of their history in the very early 80s when the Carters had, Mrs. Anwar Sadat had come to Plains, and they were taking her to Macon, and they were sort of shuttling back and forth, and thinking about all of these world citizens, these leaders who had come through Macon, through Plains to see the Carters, and he would display their world. He was a great proponent of the South. He was very proud of where he was from, and those two places are always linked, Macon and Plains. You can't get to one, you can't get to Plains without Macon.
Can't get one without the other.
Very hard to do it.
He was proud of the South, as we see the motorcade traveling now past our cameras here. The hearse just passed by a little bit ago, and the vehicles you're seeing following, of course, closest family starting, friends, and many people who worked with him over the years.
And right there you see a live shot of the National Park Rangers who maintain the Boyhood Farm property. We saw them ring that farm bell right behind the park rangers. They rang that bell 39 times. We saw the motorcade cut off its engine, pause for that moment, and we saw two park rangers, two of the longest serving park rangers at the Boyhood home there in Archery, Georgia, pause for a moment of silence to remember the late president. As this motorcade leaves the Boyhood Farm, it'll travel here to Atlanta, where it will make a stop at the state capitol, marking another part of the late president's journey to the highest office in the land, the state capitol, where he once was governor.
And you're talking about the park ranger. We should mention Jill Stuckey, who has been running things for the National Park Service there for at least 30 years, a Pennsylvania native. She was not with Jimmy Carter when he died. She was visiting relatives during the Christmas season, and his death was, look, anytime you're in hospice for 2 years, death is certainly at the doorstep and is imminent, but the expectation of imminent death certainly was not there at that moment. But she has done a remarkable job with the family and has been able to help coordinate so many who have come through planes over the years to see the Carters. It is impossible to think of the Carters without Jill Stuckey and her extraordinary work there.
You know, Rebecca Lindstrom spoke with the hospice doctor who was with Mr. Carter in the room for that final breath, just talked about a moment of true peace and what an honor it was to be there in that moment. As you mentioned, 2 years of hospice after 10 years of medical challenges, I think just to many people just underscored the strength and tenacity of a man who had lived beyond his 100th birthday.
Look, almost 2 years ago, you and I were...
We were here.
We were here. We had been put here at 11 Alive on 12-hour shifts because we believed that Jimmy Carter would be dying in a matter of days, at the most a few weeks. But here we are 2 years later. No one could have possibly imagined at that time that hospice care in his home would be extended for 23 months.
All right, we're going to go now to the Carter Presidential Center, where we find our Jonathan Martin. That is the final stop in Georgia of that motorcade. Jonathan, you see people standing by that sign. People have been paying their respects there all week.
All right, Ariana was having trouble hearing the last thing you said, but yes, people have been showing up here to the Carter Center. The motorcade expected to arrive here in Atlanta around 3 o'clock this afternoon. As you mentioned, it will make a stop at the state capitol first for a moment of silence among the dignitaries we expect to be there, Governor Brian Kemp and Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. And then the motorcade, the president's remains, will arrive here at the Carter Center. They will have an arrival ceremony right around 3:45, and the first official service of the state funeral will happen at 4 o'clock right inside of the Carter Center. We know that the president's son, the late president's son, Chip Carter, will be among those speaking, along with his grandson, Jason Carter. And the Morehouse College Glee Club has also been invited to be a part of this special service that will happen at 4 o'clock, a private service. And one of the things to note here, the president really wanted this first service here to really be intimate, really to be family, and some of the people who had been with him and his wife Rosalind along the way doing some of that humanitarian and mission work. So some of the Carter Center employees, the museum employees, have been invited here today to be a part of this service before the public shows up at 7 o'clock. That's when the president, the late President Jimmy Carter, will lie in repose starting at 7 o'clock tonight. So you are invited to come out here, and if you are coming, there are some things you should know. So I want to bring in my colleague Liza Lucas right now. She has some details on what you'll know if you're coming here today. We know a lot of people will be coming here starting tonight through Tuesday morning.
That's right, and we've seen that stream of activity since we've been out here all week at the Carter Center. Some people taking their time early prior to the lying in repose beginning, others saying they indeed will come back and be standing in line. We spoke with one person from Texas, making the journey 13 hours from Austin, Texas, really talking about the bucket list that he never had. He'd always wanted to go to the Carter Sunday School and Plains and be part of that class. Well, unfortunately, that didn't come to to fruition. So he made sure that he was able to come here. But as Jonathan mentioned, there are logistics to keep in mind for the public as they make their way over to the Carter Center this afternoon. We know those buses are going to be running starting at 6 p.m. MARTA just put out another alert to us, so we want to make sure that people really hear this loud and clear. Those buses are going to start running from the King Memorial Station around 6 p.m. tonight, and then Lying in Repose will begin at 7 p.m. until Tuesday at 6 a.m. Now, if you want to get to the Carter Center, you're going to need to use those shuttles. MARTA just telling us you must use the shuttles unless you plan to walk or bike here over the Carter Center. There's no parking here on site. You also cannot bring any purses, bags, backpacks, items with you. Only diaper bags will be allowed, and the MARTA people really want to drive this home, because if something is taken from you, it will not be returned. So leave everything in your car throughout the course of this. Now, this week we've also been talking to those at the Carter Center about the legacy here. That includes Sarah Johnson, who is part of the Democracy program, which is a huge part of the work that President Carter really focused on in terms of ensuring fair elections, especially in emerging countries. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I think he really loved the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia and Georgians, and that outpouring of love for him is coming back now. I really hope that people will have an opportunity to come and pay their respects if they wish. I know he would have loved to have people come and honor him and to honor the work that he's done for Georgia and for the U.S. for a long time.
Again, the Carter Center team will be part of that special service with the family that will take place at 4 p.m. and then Lying in Repose begins at 7 p.m. and will be continuous 24/7. So there's ample opportunity for the public to make their way over to the Carter Center, use those MARTA shuttles, leave your personal items at home, because security is going to indeed be tight here. And there's a beautiful memorial behind, so there's another opportunity to still drop off those flowers as well, something we've been watching grow throughout the course of the week. We're going to be with you here along the way and keep you posted throughout the course of this process. Live at the Carter Center, Liza Lucas, sending it back to you guys.
Liza, thank you so much. Liza was so sweet to send a couple of pictures to us, because we've been like, what are those notes saying? Because you feel how personal. It's not just thanks for your service. So let me just take a moment to read one of the notes. President Carter, thank you for your presidency. Thank you for your life of public service. Thank you for your commitment to human rights, democracy, social justice. Thank you for your humility and the way you loved people. I will teach my children and grandchildren that lesson so that your heart carries on. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's an example of what people are leaving next to flowers and peanuts and all kinds of gifts there at the Carter Center. And that's before, he is there and people will come to honor him once that hearse makes that final stop here after the motorcade today. People just compelled, since the moment they heard about his passing, to go leave maybe a little note.
Well, we're seeing an increase certainly in traffic and the number of people that are going over to the Carter Center. And it is interesting, I guess, as I was sitting here and I was looking at the Carter Center, I was thinking about when it opened officially, and Ronald Reagan came here in 1985.
45.
And what a day it was. It was a very warm, very hot day, and not only that, but to think how Atlanta, how Midtown has really expanded and grown and flourished and prospered around the Carter Center. How different it was in the mid-1980s when the Carter Center just sort of sat there almost as amidst a lot of decay, a lot of barren land. But it has just become such an important, integral part of Atlanta.
And for people who have moved to this city since then or may not know the history, it's really a treasure that shouldn't have happened as we look at the sign here. Because when Mr. Carter ended that one-term presidency, he came back and found he was very much in debt. Whoever was running his farm had not run it very well, $1 million in debt, and he was not a man of great wealth. He was a farmer, And so he started writing books to help pay for the debt. And I bring that up because to have a presidential library built is extraordinarily expensive, so they had to raise the money for that. I think it was $26 million in the 80s, so imagine what that would be like today. But he felt very determined to have a library built to leave for the city of Atlanta.
But
and for the greater
nobody
community.
really, we were thinking in the terms of the Herbert Hoover Library or some of these other presidents.
This is unconventional.
Right, that had these non-working sort of centers. Jimmy Carter from the beginning said that this was going to be a center that, would evoke world peace and betterment of humanity, and everybody sort of winked and nodded about, yeah, sure, that's what it's going to evolve. It has evolved into this extraordinary impact on the world, and it's all been based here in Atlanta. Nobody could have foreseen, except for the Carters, what the Carter Center would evolve into.
So much so that people know the Carter Center for that work, maybe more than the Presidential Library.
Definitely.
And the replica
Right.
Oval Office, which is
That's
inside.
right.
What an irony.
And he was laying in bed with Rosalind, and he woke up in the middle of the night, and he was like, I want to build a mini Camp David. And now we have the Carter Center.
And we have it here in our city of Atlanta.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and now we're going to go out to our Zach Merchant, who's been in Plains all week for us. We've seen people just really reflect on President Carter in his hometown, in the birthplace, something that we have seen across generations over the last week.
Well, boy, you hear Cheryl read what some of these messages, these notes have been left for President Carter at the Carter Center, saying it hits your heart because it reflects the sentiment that we've been picking up and we've been feeling here in Plains all week long. And it reflects kind of a complicated man full of contrast, too, because President Carter lived a remarkable life and an ambitious one in some ways. He was a state legislator who rose to become governor of Georgia and then president of the United States. He became a globe-trotting humanitarian. You just heard Jeff and Cheryl share that story about his determination to make the Carter Center, the presidential library, happen, despite a lot of factors that pointed towards it being a long shot to get done. Normal people, a regular person, doesn't do all that. They can't. They cannot accomplish all of it. And yet, the people you talk to who knew President Carter, who got a chance to share a meal with him or see him on the streets here in Plains or at any other part of his walk through this life, they don't point to all of that. They point to a person who felt like they knew and who felt like knew them. We spoke with one woman here in Plains who was a close friend of the Carters, actually was the next door neighbor of President Carter and Miss Rosalind Carter. That was Andy Walker. She loved to cook for the Carters, and she tells this story about a time when her family was in town from Pennsylvania and they had a little dinner party with the Carters, and Andy Walker made a low country boil, and her granddad at one point whispers in her ear and said, hey, I don't know how I'm going to be able to eat this exactly at the table with the president and the first lady. And as Andy tells it, President Carter looked across the table and looked at the family from out of town and said, look, I don't know how you guys do it in the north, but down here we just pick it up and eat it with our hands. And everybody laughed and it broke the tension and they enjoyed this wonderful night. President Carter was both of those things. He could connect on a personal level. He could also be a leader of the world. And through his life, he showed that they're not opposites. The way he lived his life was one of respect for all, for the least of these, as his grandson Jason Carter talked about in reverence, and also for world leaders in his campaign to bring peace around the world. And you see such admiration here for that, and I think people see those two things. They know that he did all this stuff, but they remember that he did all of it and he could still be such a kind and gentle neighbor too. And that's the legacy we can feel here in Plains today.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot. You can't think about Plains and Mr. Carter without Mrs. Carter. I mean, that was the quintessential pairing, right? The greatest love story, many say, 77 years married, and what a beautiful connection that started in their hometown, Zach, there in Plains. You know, they really knew each other from the very beginning.
And we were speaking about that earlier, the fact that he saw his future wife when he was just 3 or 4 years old, looking over in her crib and seeing his future wife. You can't imagine that, and even knowing the fact that his mom helped Rosalind come into this world.
Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. It's also amazing. I was looking at some photos last night of the Carters in their home that they had moved into in Plains in the very early 1960s. And you think about U.S. presidents and all the splendor and the money that they have found post-presidency, and the way that they have lived like Louis XIV, like French royalty, for goodness sakes. And then you have the Carters,
Right.
and the Carters are living in this very modest home with wood paneling and a lot of framed old maps of Georgia,
Yeah.
and they're eating off paper plates and drinking, inexpensive wines,
Right.
and it's just extraordinary how you can have the success that they have had in this country, in this world, and not to be touched by it in the very least.
Right, to make a choice, because they were frugal. Jason Carter, his grandson, would say, the microwave still ticks, and there's still a cord on the phone, and when you'd ask them why, I'd say, well, they work perfectly fine. So I think that they made that commitment together is pretty amazing. In just a minute, I want to show you some video, but first, I want to share a love letter. I think that kind of sums it up. They would write each other letters in the early years of their marriage, and this excerpt is so touching. Mr. Carter writing to Rosalind, while I'm away, I try to convince myself that you really are not as sweet and beautiful as I remember. But when I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Goodbye, darling, until tomorrow. And you've heard so many people talk about the sentiment about them being together again, perhaps watching over others they love together again now. And they were always together. I went on a habitat build in 2013. They were there together. They did everything together. They served volunteers meals together. They would hammer together, working together on a railing. I mean, they were absolutely connected. And they would fit each other's sentences and have these funny exchanges that you can appreciate if maybe you know a long married couple or you are a long married couple. We found some of the raw footage. We want to just show you one of these moments here as we're sitting down for an interview.
I'd like to be in the front. Well, why don't you let me swap me?
So she says, I don't like to sit in the front. I look bigger. Jimmy, I look bigger that way. You got to switch me seats. Okay, dear. All right, let's switch out the mics and move seats wherever you feel the most comfortable. And then they were ready for their interview. The other thing that struck me is there's no, put on some powder and get freshened up. There's no fancy lighting. They went right off the build site. We were sweaty as can be. We took off the hard hats. They sat down and they were just so content, so happy, so unaffected, not caring about presentation, just caring about the work. And that was them in a nutshell that I saw on that trip.
Marriage is hard work.
Marriage is hard work.
And they made it look easy.
But they shared about the hard times too, I guess.
And speaking of the hard times, working with your spouse is not always the easiest thing to do. She was the first lady to have an office in the West Wing.
Right.
And it just speaks to the fact that she was always by his side pre-presidency, while he was in the White House, and even once he left the White House. You saw her at a lot of the Habitat for Humanity builds, and even at her funeral. He came in his suit and had a blanket of his wife laid across him.
You make a very important point, because he would talk often that she was his most trusted advisor. She was in on cabinet meetings. She was absolutely integral. Yes, first office, working mom. Amy Carter was a fourth grader when they went to the White House, and that she was very politically savvy, and the two of them worked in tandem on the hard politics too.
I was watching an interview that Leslie Stahl did with the Carters from 15 years ago with the Carter Center, and what you guys are saying is exactly spot on, because Leslie Stahl would ask very pointed, difficult questions about President Carter's term in the White House. Rosalind Carter was the first to defend him, first to stand up with succinct points about why the administration had succeeded. And you're right, she was always his chief defender and always had his ear.
And just like the former president, he was ahead of his times as far as establishing the Department of Energy, but she also had her initiative which focused on mental health. And at that time, mental health wasn't as big as of a topic to talk about, but she made that her initiative something that we focus on now in this generation, but she was already in that space.
And she had focused on it all of her life after leaving the White House as well. It was a very, very important issue with her that she never lost touch with.
Absolutely. And she talked about the reason being when they were on the campaign trail for the gubernatorial race in Georgia, she met a mom on the campaign trail who was really struggling with the mental health of her child. And Rosalynn said, we've got to do something about this. And Mr. Carter at the time said, we'll get to that later. She said, no, we're going to get to this now. And that was the starting point. And she did follow that through, as you mentioned, Jeff, all the way to the end of her life. And how fitting that this super couple, connected couple, buried side by side on their property in Plains under their favorite willow tree that you can see from the front porch.
And their deaths separated by 13 months, not a very long time at all.
Yeah. Many, I think, maybe thought that that gap would have been smaller for a couple that had been together side by side for so long.
But the one thing that we've learned about Jimmy Carter, certainly through the generations, has been whatever assumption you may make about him, throw it out the window.
No doubt.
Because he shatters all of whatever the stereotypes are, whatever the preconceived notions may be.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Today is day one of the state funeral events for the 39th President of the United States, the only president from the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter. It started in Americus, Georgia at 10:15 this morning. Molly Oak has been along the Motorcade route. What a moment when that hearse came behind you. We've been touched by many generations, little children and grandparents alike, bundling up in a cold morning here in Georgia to be a part of this moment. What strikes you most as you have been part of this morning, Molly?
Cheryl, I remember 2 years ago when we were talking and sharing stories that we had either heard or learned from the Carter family, and just seeing the heart that this family holds in this town. I've been fortunate enough this week to not only spend some time at the Carter Center earlier this week, but then also spend time in Plains yesterday and today. And yesterday really stuck out with me, a conversation I held with a man who has known Jimmy Carter and since he was 2 years old. He first knew him as Mr. Jimmy, the Sunday school teacher. When he grew up, he ended up coming back and being a page for him at the beginning of his political career. He volunteered with him when he was doing his governor campaign, and then he worked on his campaign team when he was running for president, and then later worked with him in the White House. So you talk about a man who has really known Mr. Carter through all stages of life. And I asked him if he remembered his final conversation with the Carters, and he said it was something that really encapsulated who the former president was to him. He said, I'm going to talk to him about my time volunteering at my First Baptist Church in Decatur. I feel like that's going to impress him. That's going to be a good way to send things off. And he told him that he had been volunteering and all the work he'd been doing. And he said, Mr. Carter sat there and laughed and said, oh, I feel bad for that church. And he said it was just a funny way to encapsulate that relationship with Mr. Carter. So many people see him as a president, someone who goes above and beyond. But for him, he was this hometown boy that he grew up with, that he learned from in Sunday school, that he worked for and volunteered for throughout his political career, and that he saw as a friend and neighbor. And I think that's what's so encapsulated in Plains, and that's what's been such a joy to learn about, and really an honor to learn about of the Carters over the past couple of years. It's just who they were. Of course, they were this larger than life presence and a love story for the ages, but you also see the people who are family members, friends, neighbors, and loved ones just in this town. And he made an important note that as we continue talking about Mr. Carter's legacy throughout the years, he actually interjected when I asked him, what do you think his legacy will be, or if we'll ever see another president like Mr. Carter? He said, you've got to remember, Rosalynn Carter was always there right by his side. And I've so enjoyed hearing your stories as well, you all, because of hearing how just close that Rosalynn was throughout the time. Because as I'm standing right now, across from me is Rosalynn Carter's Butterfly Trail. You'll see that throughout Plains. We know Mr. Carter just passed this area, seeing Rosalynn Carter by his side. That Butterfly Trail is in the heart of Plains as well. And that couple is really the heart of Plains and encapsulates the heartbeat of this small town in Georgia, guys.
All right, Molly, thanks so much. And with that, we are certainly thinking of this big, close family that is the Carters. Who knew this day may be close, but it doesn't make it any harder having to go through this. So certainly we're thinking of everyone and his family and all those who love him, and what a day like today means to you.
Yeah, you think about Amy Carter, who lives in Candler Park, who has been successfully avoiding attention really over the last 45 years. It's amazing, to live in the heart of Atlanta to have that legacy, and she has opted to live very quietly and, to lead her own life without that large shadow that looms in her parents.
Can you imagine being in elementary school and middle school, for heaven's sakes, middle school with parents?
The great photos of Amy are so extraordinary. She always seems sort of wise beyond her years as far as dealing with her father and her mother, whether it's her picture with John Travolta we've seen in the White House over the years, or asleep in her father's lap, or asleep with her father in an open air vehicle with her parents when they were campaigning. Or there also is a famous shot at Warm Springs on FDR's birthday where Jimmy Carter is speaking and she's mocking him in the background. So Amy Carter, the photos of Amy certainly are all memorable as being a little kid in the White House.
Yeah, those are terrific. And the older brothers who would come in, especially for the concerts, that is a big part of Jimmy Carter too, the rock and roll president.
That's right. Chip lives in Decatur, and not to be name dropping here, but I was in Plains a few years ago. He was telling stories about dating Linda Ronstadt and smoking pot with Willie Nelson on the roof of the White House, and all of these extraordinary stories that really seem like the modern era or the modern family when you look at the Nixon White House, the Johnson White House. And certainly Kennedy was not there very long, but the White House was very staid. American politics were very staid. The Carters were the beginning of something a little bit different in this country.
And bringing the South to the White House, the week after he negotiated that monumental peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, 1 week later he brings the favorite band of his from the South for a big barbecue on the South Lawn, and they're all in jeans and kids on his lap, and they're just having a kind of a Southern party, a Southern barbecue on the lawn.
His connection with Capricorn Records in Macon, is the stuff of legend. He was the first presidential candidate really to reach out to the Allman Brothers. You see these great concerts in the South, and these great artists are all going to bat for him. We've never seen that before in American politics, and it has been part of the nomenclature ever since.
And speaking of that transition that he ushered in of modern life, he was one of the first presidents to televise the White House concerts.
Right.
Now we see it so often. We saw the Juneteenth performance that President Biden, his administration put on. So he just represents just so many different moments in American history. And just to recap our special coverage right now, we are standing by the Motorcade. It's headed to Atlanta, where it'll make a stop at the state capitol. As it makes its way to Atlanta, it's going to make a few stops and slow down in Preston, Ellaville, Butler, Reynolds, and Fort Valley before it makes its way to Atlanta, Georgia. We're going to continue the special coverage of the state funeral of the late President Carter. Stick around.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran.
Welcome back to our special coverage here of day one of the state funeral honoring Jimmy Carter.
It has been quite a morning, a very frosty, chilly morning all across the state of Georgia, with a lot of warm memories of a man who meant so much to so many for so long. If you take a look at the definition of Georgia over the last century, Jimmy Carter is right at the top of the list. He defines what the Georgia experience has been about, really post reformation of the South after the Civil War to trying to come together racially.
Yeah.
It has been an extraordinary journey for Jimmy Carter.
So many people feel a deep connection to him. Rebecca Lindstrom is in Americus this morning, where this all started at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center about 10:15 this morning. That's when we saw, for the first time, we saw the flag draped casket and that really poignant moment, Rebecca, where people who had worked with him for so long carried the casket into the hearse.
It certainly was a moving moment, and even as I read through the plan in advance, I just knew that was going to be one of those moments that just got you, for me especially, as the 9 Secret Service agents that were chosen to come and serve as his pallbearers here as his casket was moved from the hospital to the hearse. Just knowing the 40 years of dedication that were represented in that group, and that they would be walking alongside that hearse for a few steps, representing their final moments in his protective detail. And I don't know if the cameras were able to capture it at the time, but standing here, I saw that as they broke away and the motorcade continued on, they just started to comfort each other, gentle taps on the back, just a hand on the shoulder of reassurance. And you just think of all the years, the very intimate personal moments that they must have witnessed, being that close to Mr. and Mrs. Carter. And so watching them walk away, I think that was the moment that really hit me the most, knowing that that detail service was over. The Carters had specifically requested that even their family come and be part of the start of this public ceremony honoring the life of the president, because they knew all of the sacrifices that even the families have had to make over the years for those men to serve as his protective detail. So just really a poignant moment. For me, another moment was just seeing the signs of the individuals that came to stand along the motorcade route. And there was one that just said, "You are one of us. Thank you, sir." And I think we've talked about that a lot this morning, just that commitment that he had, not only to the country, not only looking at issues far and wide across the globe, but his commitment to his hometown community. And as we've been here in Americus throughout the week, we have just had people tell us how he would be in a store and he would always take time to want to shake your hand, or he didn't want a special entrance into an event. He just wanted to come in so that he could see and be with the people, and that he never shied away from that opportunity to just be with folks here in his community. I did have a chance to talk with his personal physician during the last 5 years of his life, and he walked with him through that process of moving into hospice, would check in with him as needed, certainly at least every 2 weeks. And he says that he was there when Carter breathed his last breath, and just said that the president was at peace and he was surrounded by family. I did have to take the opportunity, though, to ask them, since Mr. Carter was 100 years old when he died, what did he think was really that secret to his long life? And here's what he said.
He was in very good health. Even after he started having some problems, he took care of himself. He walked and he exercised and he'd swim in his pool, and he ate a very healthy diet. He ate a lot of fruits and vegetables and berries and nuts, and he took care of himself. And his faith played a big role. He didn't worry about his health. He just put it in the hands of God, and he lived his life to the fullest.
Dr. Michael Raines made sure that he was also here this morning along with other staff from Phoebe Sumter, from the hospital, from hospice, all just wanting to give that send-off, that goodbye, needing that closure for themselves as well. And when I talked with Dr. Raines, I also asked him, as we've reflected with people here in the community, everybody has had something that they say has just stuck with them after spending time with President Carter. And so I asked him, for him, what is that? And he said that it was just proof that you can be anything you set your mind out to be, that with the tenacity and looking and creating the right opportunities, that you can achieve your goals and dreams. And I thought, even to have this medical professional, kind of reflecting on that and seeing that just embodied in President Carter was a wonderful testament to just the power and the impact that this man has had on so many lives. So again, just a very heartwarming scene out here as, now the folks have left, and it really was even a surprise as to how many people were out here today, honestly, because when I talked with the sheriff yesterday, I said, how many people do you think are going to line the motorcade route? And he thought that most folks were going to wait until President Carter came back for the, services and stuff that are happening next week before they came out to be a part of the motorcade. So we were a little surprised when we saw hundreds of people just lining the motorcade route. Again, just a really strong testament to his impact and the value that people have for his life here in this community. Live in Americus, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
Rebecca, I thought it was interesting, the interview with the doctor. It sort of reinforces this notion that Jimmy Carter, all of his life, defied the odds, whether it was socially, politically, or in terms of longevity. If you're born in 1924 in the rural South, the possibility or probability of you living 100 years seems about as remote as becoming president of the United States from Plains, Georgia. It's just another arrow in his quiver of this amazing life that seemingly was without end, but certainly it is now a part of myth, only that it really did happen.
You think about even his children that are participating in this motorcade today. I mean, several of them are in their 70s. And a lot of times when we think of funerals, we're thinking of people who are in their 70s or 80s. So to think that we're celebrating the life of a man who was 100 and therefore his children are in their 70s really speaks to your point. But I mean, my goodness, if someone's going to live a good long life, isn't it great that he was one of them, considering how much he wanted to stay engaged, stay involved, be active in his community. We heard stories talking about how a road needed to be paved leading to a cemetery, and all of a sudden there it is, ring ring, the phone call comes, and it's like, I think that would be a good idea to have that road paved. We should do that. We're going to make that happen. And just continuing to be involved in the littlest of things, and that I think really kind of speaks to why people here feel so connected to him, and really, like we said earlier, just say, you were one of us.
Well, what's also amazing is, Brother Billy and Sister Ruth died of pancreatic cancer at young ages, very early. He never thought that he would live beyond their expectation as well. Maybe that's part of the ambition to live as hard and as well as he did.
And when he was diagnosed with brain cancer in 2015, he said he felt very at peace that might be his time, but he didn't stop working then, because he just said, as long as I have breath, I want to serve and I want to connect. And I want to thank you, Rebecca, for sharing that sign. We were all squinting to try to get a little peek at what people had brought, those kind of special mementos, and that one sign you shared that simply said, said, "You are one of us," it really speaks volumes. Thanks, Rebecca, for that coverage.
And seeing the number of people that lined up for that motorcade, his family being able to see that moment, I know that's such a great feeling to know how wonderful, he was received by the public.
Mr. Carter was an accomplished author. He wrote 32 bestsellers, 33 in all before his passing, and many also wrote books about him. We want to bring in an author, Jonathan Alter, who wrote a Carter biography, to talk more about his life and what your thoughts are after you spent so much time researching, knowing, and really understanding their lives. What have your thoughts been as you watch this day one of the Carter State funeral? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here. Jimmy Carter's life was an American epic, not just because he lived so long, but when you see the Carter Boyhood home, which I was lucky enough for him to give me a tour of a few years ago, and you see how small Plains, Georgia is, and you think about growing up with no electricity, no running water, no mechanized farm equipment, barefoot for most of the year, the depths of Jim Crow segregation, and the journey from that to global humanitarian icon. This is a man who African villagers named their children after him. He, in his post-presidency, he took the incidence of guinea worm disease down from 3.5 million cases to 15 million. And as I think people know, in thinking about something like Habitat for Humanity, that's just the beginning of his many post-presidential accomplishments. But what I guess comes most to mind on this occasion, on this sad occasion, is how misunderstood he was. He was not a mediocre president. He does not belong on Mount Rushmore, and he certainly got dealt a bad hand in all sorts of ways we can talk about. But he was a political failure who turned out to be a substantive and often visionary success in a wide variety of areas, both at home and abroad.
As you can see underneath, is an author, but that does not really tell you who Jonathan is. One of the most influential journalists of his generation. With Newsweek, 35 years as a columnist, Jonathan, somewhere around there?
28.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm long in the tooth. Yeah.
Let me ask this question about Jimmy Carter. It's somewhat. If Jimmy Carter was successful in his ability to garner a second term, what would his post-presidency life look like? Would it have been the same? Would it have been less influential? Would he have been less active?
Because a lot of what he did was trying to complete the unfinished business of his presidency. So what happened was that both Carters sunk into a bit of a depression after leaving the White House for understandable reasons. They were in their 50s and they had a whole life ahead of them. And they stayed very active, and he wrote his memoirs, and he took the bus up all night from Plains, Georgia to New York City to build the first Habitat for Humanity project outside of Georgia. But he was kind of searching around for something to do, and he woke up in the middle of the night and realized that maybe he could continue the work of Camp David in Georgia. And so he came up with this idea for what became the Carter Center. And I think if he had had a second term, first of all, he told me that what he most wanted to do was to complete a regional comprehensive Mideast peace deal and complete the unfinished business of Camp David, which would have included a Palestinian state. But even if he hadn't accomplished that, I think I'm not sure his path would have gone in the same direction. He wouldn't have had as much of a motive had he been a two-term president to, revolutionize the post-presidency, which is what he's done. And he set a new standard for what a president should do after they leave office. They don't live up to it. Most of them, don't want to give up the big speaking fees, which Carter donated to the Carter Center, or the tea time. But Carter just, his life is kind of a masterclass in making every minute count. And so I guess even though his post-presidency would have been different, it still would have been very productive.
Interesting, because he once said that he kind of resented the idea that people kept saying he had a failed presidency, because he said, I did what I hoped. I told the truth. I obeyed the law. I promoted peace. I love your perspective on the thought that he was a failure really at playing the game of politics, that there were things he could have done perhaps to try to stay in office, but he was more focused on what he believed was maybe the long game and a greater good that would play out over time but cost him a second term.
Yeah, I mean, he did do a number of things that were political, but by and large, he made choices on the merits. He made decisions on the merits. And so as he told me, and as Rosalind told me, if he had bombed Iran, he would have been reelected. He would have seemed like the tough guy, but they would have executed the hostages, and, tens of thousands of Iranians, at least 10,000, he said, would have died. And so Carter was actually very at peace on the issue of the Iranian hostages because they all came home unharmed. Now, to stick it to Carter, the Ayatollah didn't release them until from Iranian airspace until just a few moments after Ronald Reagan took the oath. But it was Carter who had stayed up all night for 2 nights in the Oval Office negotiating their release. So that's one thing he could have put off that would have done that would have helped him. If he'd put off the Panama Canal treaties, which are back in the news now, by the way, many people advised him, don't touch this. 2/3 of the country is against it. Ronald Reagan is saying, we bought it, we own it, it's ours, and really making a lot of political hay with that argument. Of course, Reagan, when he became president, realized that Carter had been completely right, and he didn't do anything to abrogate the treaties, as Donald Trump is now threatening to do. But if he had put off the Panama Canal treaties, he would have been better off politically. 7 U.S. senators lost their seats because of their votes on that issue, largely on that issue.
Jonathan Alter, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Also, I wanted to mention, I really enjoyed your Jimmy Breslin, Pete Hamill work. And
thank you so much.
I love that. I really enjoyed reading you over the decades.
So long-winded, but this
you're terrific. Thanks.
Is a moral exemplar, and there's a lot to learn for our own lives from studying his.
Jonathan, thanks. Hope 2025 is good for you. We appreciate it.
Thank
All right,
you so
we are now checking in with James Laney. He was the U.S. ambassador to South Korea during President Carter's 1994 mission, longtime president of Emory University, and also served on the Carter Center's Board of Trustees for many years.
A legendary figure in Atlanta and around the South. President Laney, good to have you with us this morning.
I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you so much.
President, do you remember the first time that you met Jimmy Carter?
I met him at Ivan Allen's farm when he was running for president, but it was just in passing. I had heard him speak to a group of alumni of Yale in the region, and he came in when he was governor, and he just walked in a very informal way, and we were gathered, and he just spoke off the cuff, and I was wowed. I said, this guy's got it. I mean, he was so impassioned and yet so informal. It was really quite a performance. And he completely captivated this group of folks from around here who had gone to Yale.
Would you talk a little bit about the relationship between Jimmy Carter and Emory University?
Well, Jimmy Carter, when he got out of the White House, of course, wanted to find a place where he would settle and do his thing. At that point, he didn't know quite what it was. But he and I shared a view of life as service and moral authority and that sort of thing, because I was from a small town in Arkansas, and he was from a small town in Georgia. And so we had certain things there. I had been a missionary in Korea before I came to Emory, and I felt a kinship of purpose and vision for life, and I felt that would be appropriate for Emory, and I felt it would be helpful for him. We would be behind him, an understanding of what he wanted to do, because I felt that Carter's character really informed everything he did. He was not, when he said, I will speak the truth, it was character. When he said, I'm going to live modestly, it was character. It was when he said he wanted to give peace, when he wanted to pursue human rights, all those things, justice, and this was marked everything in his life. His sense of purpose and character, which I much admired and still, of course, still do with the sense of loss.
As you say that, I was seeing a billboard on the connector this morning, and it said character with C-A-R-T-E-R highlighted in the billboard as you're talking about his character, President. Jimmy Carter joined Emory's faculty in '82, a distinguished professor at Emory. What was the impact directly you saw him have or heard that he had on students here at Emory?
Of course, having a former president on campus was an exciting thing for students. When he would speak to classes, they would just be alert and they couldn't eat it up. And then when he gave his town hall meetings once a year, that was even more amazing, because the place was packed. And after a few comments, he would say, I'll take any question, and he would answer anything. So he was totally available. I want to mention, too, when he first got on campus, he had his office at the top of Woodruff Library, and one day he and I were walking across the quadrangle, and we ran into Carl Deutsch, who was at that time down at Emory teaching from Harvard, and he was maybe the foremost international relations expert in an English-speaking world. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to introduce Carter to Carl Deutsch, and I did, and Deutsch took Carter's hand with both of his hands, and he said most earnestly, Mr. President, 1,000 years from now, there will be very few names of American presidents who will still be remembered. Yours will be one of them, because you introduced human rights to foreign policy. And that is a enormously important a contribution to the whole understanding of how we relate to each other. And at that point, President Carter had tears in his eyes, and I did too. It was just so moving, and it was a wonderful affirmation after having felt, when I'm sure he felt, at the low point of his career after having left Washington.
Mm-hmm. And President,
but his presence on the campus was electrifying all the time.
Mm-hmm. And President Laney, you once said that, the former president was the only person that used the presidency as a stepping stone. Speak about how he really transformed what it's like, the life of a president once they leave the White House. Those videos that we've been showing as you speak, it's a lot about his time, his humanitarian efforts, things he did once he left the White House.
Well, I think once he left the White House, he had the same commitments, but he was free from the political constraints that he had in the White House. And that's why he was able to fashion his own purposes and goals, whether it was disease eradication or election monitoring or peace building, and as he did in North Korea and in Haiti and other places around the world. And everything that Carter did, he did after he left the White House with a sense of enormous focus and purpose and dedication, with a laser-like determination that I've never seen the like of. My admiration for his capacity for work and discipline is just unbridled. And he was always the smartest person in the room, and he knew it. And this, of course, upset some of the officials in Washington.
And then, Laney, I'm going to ask you one last question here, and then we'll let you go. I know 2 years after you became Emory's president, you were able to garner the largest gift ever to an American educational university or college, $105 million, from Robert W. Woodruff. Can you compare Robert W. Woodruff to Jimmy Carter, and are those two of the most influential Georgians that you ever met?
Well, certainly they're different in so many ways. Mr. Woodruff was born to wealth, and he was a marvelous person and salesman. He knew how to build the Coca-Cola empire, and he was a very, very shrewd and very wonderful person and businessman. Jimmy Carter, of course, had a vast array of purposes that he wanted to fulfill that all had to do with the larger good of the world and the people. And you think about all the things he did were all expressions of that. I keep thinking about the modesty with which they always lived. They even lived modestly in the White House, much to the chagrin of the people there. They lived certainly modestly down in Plains all the time. And he forwent. He did not take advantage of his being an ex-president to enrich himself. He gave himself unstintingly to the things that he believed in that would help people around the world. And that's why he came to North Korea and went to North Korea with that same purpose, that same determination, that same insistence on just staying until it was done. And he just, I think, in many ways, wore Kim Il-sung out, the North Korean dictator, and got the peace basis for peace for a while, for about 8 years, when they didn't make atomic bombs, and that was an accomplishment, and averted a nuclear war, or at least a war on soul that would have been tragic. So those are great things. And to think that had the privilege of, working with him in all those years was really a marvelous thing for me and my vote. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. We greatly appreciate it. Thanks for all of your great work in Atlanta over the years. And to be transparent
You're
here,
very kind.
we get our hair cut at the same place. And I listened to President Laney.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
remember that.
I listened to you one day talk about, to the smallest of detail, the difference in SEC marching bands.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is one of the most extraordinary things that I think I've heard in the last 10 years.
It all goes back to the barbershop. It does. It does. You're not allowed
All
to
right.
share.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, President. Appreciate it. All right.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
It's been amazing to hear people who knew the president, worked so closely with him, continue to paint a picture for him. For those who did not get a chance to meet him, younger generations, and we've seen that along the Motorcade line where we have Zach Merchant. He has been live in Plains, Georgia, in the hometown of the former president, and we saw people of all ages there. We saw young men saluting the Motorcade as it went by, and you've spoken to people over the last week who knew him personally.
We have. We've spoken to a lot of people who knew the president personally. It's not hard to find them. You come to a place like Plains, President Carter, his wife, First Lady, Miss Rosalind Carter, they were almost a law of gravity here in Plains. And I think that's in small part why there is still this sense of surprise as you get to this moment. President Carter was 100 years old. He had been in ill health. He had been in hospice care for almost 2 years, and still his passing comes as a surprise and a sense of something that had been so ubiquitous here in Plains for so long has now finally gone on. And you get a sense here too that people here who have for so many decades vigorously protected and advocated for the legacy of President Carter, they still feel the mission to carry on that work that they do. You look at Plains, we saw a photo on the wall of one of the National Park Service sites here a few days ago, and it shows essentially the same shot of the I want to call it skyline of downtown Plains here from about 1920, it looks identical to what it looks like here. In so many ways, this has been a community that has been connected to its roots, just like President Carter stayed continuously connected to his roots. We spoke with one woman, Jill Stuckey, who's played an integral role in protecting that legacy. She's the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park here in Plains, and we asked her what stands out to her. She's a close personal friend of the Carters, and she just said his authenticity. She said, we knew President Carter was getting older, but it almost felt like he would live forever. Obviously now his moment has come, but there are a lot of smiles too when they think about it, because everybody we talk to says, yes, President Carter is gone from this earth, but now he gets to reunite once again with Rosalind. Guys.
Zach, thank you so much. It was pretty incredible to see so many generations along that fence line behind Zach there, bundled up in the cold, waving flags, wanting to be part of that moment. Another moment that really stood out to us that we wanted to share with you, in case you're just joining us now or maybe you want to see it again, was that moment that the motorcade pulled up to Archery, to his boyhood home. There's a very quaint farm bell there, and members of the Park Service gathered there to ring the bell 39 times in honor of the 39th president whose life began there. Let's take a moment to experience that together. So 39 in all, and as you experience that, think about all the family members and close friends in the motorcade that had stopped to listen to that moment, sort of in this very stillness of Archery, of his boyhood home there, in the simplicity in this very remote, poor part of Georgia.
I know, watching these live pictures and talking to all of these people that we've had the opportunity to do so over the last couple of hours, look, Jimmy Carter died at the age of 100, but he has been such a ubiquitous part of life in Georgia, life in Atlanta, that it still is hard to wrap your head around the fact that he is no longer with us. You know, I've lived here going on 41 years, and I know friends outside of the state of Georgia have always asked me, particularly when I first got here, do you ever see the Carters? Do you ever see them around Atlanta? And my response was, we see them everywhere. We see them eating pizza. We see them at Manuel's eating hot dogs. We run into them at Braves games, Falcons games, Georgia Tech, Georgia. They live among us. They are a part of us. On the Kiss Cam. I mean, Jimmy Carter may be the biggest Braves fan I've ever met.
That's true.
I mean, his love of baseball and his understanding of it, you would expect nothing less from him. But his love of the Braves and seeing him at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, then Turner Field, and now Truist, it was just part of Atlanta life, part of Georgia life that is now gone.
And he was a leader that was accessible. As you mentioned, you see him all around town. He wasn't a president where he was just in the fishbowl of the White House and you couldn't reach him. You saw him all throughout the town. And that was the last time we had the chance to see the motorcade, when we saw it at the Boyhood home. And I just want to, give us a recap of where that motorcade is. It is headed to Atlanta, where we will see it stop at the state capitol, where we'll see the governor. We'll see the mayor of Atlanta have a moment to pay their respects, which marks another stop in the president's journey to the White House, where he once was governor.
And fitting that it started in his hometown. I was thinking about the simplicity and really how remote that part of his childhood was, and how he carried that experience into other parts of his life with the work at the Carter Center, and specifically with Habitat for Humanity, specifically thinking of how can I make a difference in some of the most remote and most poor places in the world. I mentioned earlier we had been with them in Haiti for a build after a devastating earthquake. In fact, it was the only time he went to the same place 2 consecutive years because they just couldn't do enough the first year. They built 100 homes the first year, went back to do 100 more in 2 weeks the following year. And I wanted to show you some unedited video that we came upon that really gives a little perspective of what really mattered on those builds to him. We asked him a final question about how could he inspire other people just to get involved in any way. So he answers that, and then there is a surprise.
You can volunteer for a few hours or a few days and do something really worthwhile, and it's exciting and challenging, as I've already said, and also very gratifying. You might want to walk down and take a quick look at the garden.
I'd love to.
Let's do it.
That'd be great. Oh, thank you. Let me...
I'm so surprised I dropped my book, and the book was family pictures. And when he found out I lived in Haiti as a kid, he said, "Oh, I want to see the photos." He ended up inviting my childhood teacher to have lunch at the site. But the reason they wanted to have this impromptu take off the mics and go and scrambling of the Secret Service is because what they really cared about was that they had built a garden and engineered an irrigation system, and he was integral in the design and the production of this, because the idea was sustainability, not just building a house, but how can we make sure everybody in the village is fed? How can we make sure the crops have the water they need? And then Rosalind was most excited about these compost toilets. So she was insistent that we go over with Secret Service and look into these compost toilets, because they're thinking about how can we make every part of someone's life in this remote and poor place better. And this was not ever something we shared on the air at the time, but really striking, because it's kind of the things that you don't see that really tell about someone's character, and they were so excited to show these parts of what was going to be a lasting legacy for generations they hope to come in this small part of Haiti.
I see, seeing him interact with you, with Mrs. Carter, with you guys together, it sort of illustrates also of why he was so successful in a political dynamic as well. His ability to bounce off people. Mm-hmm. It wasn't an act, it was a curiosity about your life, or a curiosity about people that he was surrounded by. His ability to bounce off people in campaigning is the stuff of legend. It is the stuff of myth, and just traveling around Atlanta in restaurants. You see these framed photos of the Carters in all these restaurants now, maybe old school restaurants, but nonetheless, it is just a part of who he was. This complexity of intellect and decency and the ability to reach everyone.
Can you imagine how many hands he shook over the years?
No. Or the pictures of him on Delta Airlines, where he would go on, he's writing a commercial and he's shaking everybody's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And one part of his legacy is at the Carter Center, where all throughout the week we've seen people show up just to pay their respects, just to have a point of history to reflect on such a remarkable legacy of the former president. And we're going to go out to Jonathan Martin. You see behind you, Jonathan, you see the flowers, you see the peanuts, you even see the special notes. People just wanted to stop a moment of silence for this remarkable man.
It's been really special, Ariana. I've been out here for several days, and not only just to see the number of people who've been showing up, but really the diversity of people who've been showing up from all across Atlanta, really a cross-section of our city. You mentioned there's so many things up there, but one of the things that really struck me the most was a card that I saw from someone who said, Jimmy Carter, thank you for inspiring us to be better people. And I think that's how a lot of people really feel. Again, the journey from Plains, Georgia up here to Atlanta is about 140 miles. So we expect that the motorcade will arrive here around 3 o'clock in the city of Atlanta, first making a stop at the state capitol, where there will be a moment of silence. As you mentioned, Governor Brian Kemp will take part in that, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens. And then the arrival ceremony will be here at the Carter Center right around 3:45. The military troops will line here, and then you will see the motorcade making its way here around 3:45 for that special service at 4 o'clock, where the president will then lie in repose later at 7. But let's go back to that special service at 4 o'clock. That will really be the first official service of this state funeral. We know that the president's son, Chip Carter, his grandson Jason Carter will be a part of that, the Morehouse Glee Club, and many people who have worked with the Carters in some of their mission work here at the Carter Center and the Carter Museum. They'll be taking part in that. But if you are heading here to the Carter Center, again, starting at 7 o'clock, that is your first opportunity to see the president as he will lie in repose. You will want to make sure that you take MARTA. That is going to be your best bet. They will be offering special shuttles from the King Memorial Center every 5 minutes or so. You can come here, pay your respects, and then they'll take you back to where you are going. But again, you cannot park here at the Carter Center. You also can't park at the King Memorial Center either at the station. But many chances for people to come by and pay their respects, and we know so many people want to do that. So you have an opportunity from tonight at 7 o'clock all the way up until 6 a.m. on Tuesday. It's been really special to see so many people coming by here, and really just wanting to honor the former president, as he truly was an icon here in Georgia in every sense of the word.
Jonathan, I know you're bundled up. I know it's cold out there, but I have to say I'm grateful for a clear blue sky and sunshine on a day that so many people will want to come to your location here in the next few hours.
Mm-hmm. And this is not the only place where people will be able to pay their respects. President Carter has another journey to make, Washington, D.C., and I just can't imagine the number of people who will show up at the United States Capitol to pay their respects, to honor this man. Even, you'll have the senators, you have, the House of Representatives, they'll have a special ceremony, and I hope they use that moment to just reflect on the type of man he was when he was in the White House. When he was the president, they were able to pass at least 70% of the legislation he proposed. And thinking back to how Congress is now, it's a challenge for any president to get any legislation through.
Well, I think there's been a reassessment, certainly, of the Carter White House, but I think there has been an appreciation of Jimmy Carter over the last 10, 20 years that maybe wasn't there in the aftermath of the White House. Look, there was a time when the Democrats at their conventions didn't want him to speak, that none of the front runners wanted to be photographed with him, or if he was going to have an opportunity to speak, they would give him a garbage time that nobody was watching. So there has been this sort of reassessment of Jimmy Carter in the United States, a deep appreciation, the symbolism of his life through word and action that certainly has made life better, not only for us in this country, but certainly around the world.
Yeah, he would often talk about wanting to live out the commandment of loving your neighbor as yourself, and he said he wanted to do that as a politician, as a humanitarian, and just as a family man.
Mm-hmm. And then once he does make it to Washington, he'll lie in the United States Capitol. He'll have a ceremony at the Washington Cathedral where President Biden will deliver the eulogy. All the living presidents, past presidents, are expected to be at that service.
All right, we leave you with a look at the Carter Presidential Center. It will be the next stop on the motorcade on this day one of President Carter's state funeral, the Presidential Library, the epicenter of work that continues and will continue in his legacy in Atlanta and around the world. Our special coverage of this monumental day will continue on 11 Alive and on 11 Alive Plus.
It's free.
Why are
global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
You know, I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born in Plains, Georgia in 1924. When he graduated from Plains High School, Carter went to a community college before joining the U.S. Naval Academy. And 2 years later, he received a wartime appointment serving on Navy submarines around the world. But Carter's heart was in his home state, and his love was in his hometown. In 1946, he married Rosalind Smith, a young woman who grew up just a few doors down from the Carter family.
The best thing that ever happened to me was marrying Rosalind.
After serving in the Navy, Carter went back to Georgia and entered the world of politics. First, a victory in the state Senate, then a U.S. congressional race. He lost his first campaign for governor, but not the second time.
I promise you my best. I ask of you your best.
In 1970, Carter was elected Georgia governor, and the next 4 years gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
NBC News projects James Earl Carter of the state of Georgia elected the next president of the United States.
A reputation that helped propel him into the Oval Office.
I told you I didn't intend to lose.
1976, President-elect Jimmy Carter.
We must act now, together, to devise and to implement a comprehensive national energy plan.
He began with an ambitious agenda. President Carter attacked the energy crisis, fuel shortages, and rising prices. He created the Department of Energy, and in 1979, engineered the Camp David Accords, bringing peace to the Middle East, one of the greatest diplomatic achievements in U.S. history.
During the past 30 years, Israel and Egypt have waged war. But for the past 16 months, these same two great nations have waged peace. The 1980s have been born in turmoil.
Later that year, though, the most profound crisis of Carter's presidency, when Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American hostages.
We've imposed economic sanctions, and we have broken diplomatic relations with Iran.
The ordeal lasted 444 days. It ended hours after newly elected President Ronald Reagan took the oath of office. After leaving office, Carter's dedication to public service and public good continued.
How many officials?
Since 1989, the Carter Center has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. He's helped to eradicate disease.
Well, it's a very gratifying and heartbreaking, but also heartwarming experience.
And well into his 90s, humbly helped build homes for those in need with Habitat for Humanity.
I think I have been as blessed as any human being in the world.
The office of President of the United States.
Become the President of the United States of America and Governor of Georgia and work at the Carter Center and a big and growing family and thousands of friends. So I've had everything's been a blessing for me.
President Jimmy Carter, a global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
Sumter Sheriff Eric D. Bryant says President Carter is finally resting.
The community sees him as a man that will not stop. He keeps going. So now the mood in the community, when you hear people talking, he is at rest now.
But Bryant considers it an honor that right now he is busier than ever.
I want to make sure every single thing is perfect. I want to make sure that, the patrol car is parked perfect. I want to make sure that the uniform fits me just the way I want it to fit.
And Bryant says it's not just his uniform. He has been traveling the Motorcade route, making sure the grass is watered and the streets are clean. Sheriff Bryant says this small community is used to a national spotlight and has been working with crowds of Carter fans long before his funeral.
Oh my gosh, Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains.
Bryant says Mr. Carter's Bible studies only grew as he got older.
Always, people, always, every Sunday, that was a detail.
It's a detail Bryant worked as a young deputy. Now sheriff, he will be part of the motorcade that escorts the president from Americus to Atlanta. In Americus, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
In the 1970s, then Governor Jimmy Carter took interest in the Chattahoochee preservation efforts.
It was a time when development was starting in this area, and this wonderful resource and a gem of the Atlanta region was threatened.
A visit to Atlanta's gem showed Carter what was at risk.
When he was in this park, when he was enjoying it, exploring it, he was easily picturing all of us around in the community, the future generations, having the same experience he had.
Several years later, President Carter signed legislation creating and protecting the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area.
It's one of the most beautiful places in our country. Extremely valuable to all those who know it, who live near it, and who appreciate the quiet and seclusion and the beauty.
The area includes 15 park units from Buford Dam to Peachtree Creek, with river entrances, hiking trails, and more.
There's all the benefits that we hear from going to nature, just from enjoyment to health to mental health, relaxation. Plus, we also preserve the ecosystem that's here.
Carter's dedication to public lands earned him the designation of Honorary Park Ranger in 2016 and ensured millions of people could enjoy the beauty of the Chattahoochee.
He found his sense of adventure, joy, that relaxation, that respite, and so he knew that designating this park would bring that to so many people in the community as well.
In Sandy Springs, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
President Carter gave his inaugural address. He surprised people.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
He made it a goal of his to move past the old history.
Andrew Young had become one of the Carter's high-profile backers. He organized a meeting with Carter and a reluctant black caucus.
They asked him how many black people he had on the staff, and he said, I don't know. Every other candidate we'd met with had one black staff member, and Carter didn't know how many black people he had. So I went to the door, and Senator Ben Brown was there, and I said, Ben, will you come in and help the governor? How many black staffers do you have in this campaign? He said, right now we just have 27. They couldn't figure it, that he didn't think race. He didn't act race.
As the 39th President of the United States, President Carter also had an integrated cabinet. Andrew Young became the first black ambassador to the United Nations.
He had more experience with black people at more levels than most black people.
That I will faithfully execute.
Ambassador Andrew Young says one of Jimmy Carter's lasting legacies was his impact on race relations.
One of the true civil rights presidents we've had. And I don't know that anybody was more knowledgeable about race, but who also realized that race, peace, economic justice were all intertwined.
Jimmy Carter is as much defined by his later years when he became a global icon.
I think he redefined a post-presidency in a fundamental way.
There's no question that his post-presidency has been enormously successful in a way that you could never say about the period that he was president.
Any discussion begins at the Carter Center, a base for humanitarian efforts worldwide. The Carter Center, since 1989, has worked with more than 36 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in more than 100 democratic elections.
He's flown around the world. He has been involved in ongoing dialogues with different countries.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good morning.
That has been a tremendous public service.
The former president paired human rights campaigns with programs for health. On the other side of the planet, guinea worm disease has affected millions. Carter championed its removal, and in 3 decades, the number of cases has dropped to less than 5.
We believe that we now have assurance of enough funds to completely eradicate the disease from the face of the earth.
The Carter Center has also made efforts against river blindness, trachoma, and a host of ailments affecting every continent. In 2002, that work was recognized with the Nobel Peace Prize.
We will not learn how to live together in peace by killing each other's children.
In 1976, a humble husband and wife in the humble city of Americus, Georgia, founded a humble nonprofit, Habitat for Humanity. The goal, to build houses for those in need. It remained humble until it courted a former president.
I'm not sure you or anyone else would have heard of Habitat if it had not been for the Carters getting involved in 1984.
His approach to Habitat reflects his outlook overall, affecting the world, but never forgetting its roots.
In 1973, then-Governor Jimmy Carter established Georgia's Film Office, which attracted more than 550 major film projects by 2007. The industry now adds $4 billion each year to the state's economy. Governor Carter also supported the construction of the Georgia World Congress Center. The ever-growing campus has hosted the Olympics, Super Bowl, trade shows, and more.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
As president, Carter worked to protect the beauty of his home state. He signed a bill establishing the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area.
A highlight of my life was going to the White House to see then President Carter sign the bill.
Then, President Carter signed legislation creating the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Site here in Atlanta. Now a national park, it allows generations of visitors to explore MLK's roots, visit his birth home, and the church where he changed the world. Across the street, Carter raised $3.5 million to build the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change, in addition to creating a center of his own to promote freedom, democracy, and health around the world.
God gives us a capacity for choice. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes. And we must.
In Atlanta, Grace King, 11 Alive News. In 1970, Jimmy Carter knew he needed help in a heated race for governor.
And he called my grandfather, who was a very influential Baptist minister at the time, to get his support.
Martin Luther King Sr., better known as Daddy King, rallied support.
When my grandfather spoke up and spoke out, people took note of that.
People took note of Carter's first speech as governor, too.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
That was a courageous stance that he took. It wasn't a political statement from him. It really came from his heart.
11 Alive spoke with Martin Luther King III and Dr. Bernice King as they remembered a president who put people over politics.
When you talk about morality, when you talk about spirituality, when you talk about character, if you would look up any of those words, you'd probably find a picture of Jimmy Carter.
They hope Carter is remembered for making the world a better place.
If anybody really completed and emptied themselves out fully, it was President Jimmy Carter lived a very full, rich life. We remember him and we honor him.
In Atlanta, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
One of the greatest living individuals I've ever known.
Photos of a long friendship forged in their mutual faith. Jimmy Carter and the man who is his personal pastor, Tony Loudon.
He's given all that he can give. And yes, are we going to miss him? Yes, do we love him? Yes, do we hurt? But JC would say this. He would say, continue to give the best, to be a servant leader with a servant heart.
Just around the corner from the Carter home,
our 50th anniversary.
One of their closest friends, Nell Ariel, shows me photos and scrapbooks, memories of their friendship going back decades. The Carters couldn't do enough for her and her late husband.
Kind, very kind.
Ms. Ariel is a retired teacher. Her husband was the pastor of the Carters' church.
In losing him, I'll be losing a friend.
She says when Carter won the Nobel Peace Prize, he called her and asked her and her husband if they would go to Oslo with him and Rosalind for the ceremonies. And when they all got there, she remembers Carter outside a reception with one of his grandsons. They were running around the room playing tag with each other. When her Yorkie was struck and killed by a car, Carter reached out to her and more.
We got flowers, we got food. That's how he is.
Countless memories of a dear friend.
This is one of our own. This is our Georgia's son, President Jimmy Carter, has shaped the world.
Although Plains, Georgia has made its mark as the birthplace and home of Jimmy Carter, the boy who grew up to become president actually spent his formative years in a place even smaller than Plains, 2 miles away in an unincorporated and predominantly black community called Archery.
During the dry season, when we were cultivating crops and planting and cultivating and harvesting, we were extremely busy in the field. And Daddy was a very good taskmaster. He taught me the benefits of hard work.
Daddy was Earl Carter, a larger-than-life farmer who successfully ran a country store in Archery and an agricultural warehouse in downtown Plains. Mama was Lillian Carter, a spirited woman who worked as a small-town nurse. When he graduated from Plains High School, Jimmy Carter went to a community college in nearby Americus, then Georgia Tech. But Earl Carter wanted his son to go to the Naval Academy, and 2 years later, Carter received a wartime appointment. It put Jimmy Carter in U.S. Navy submarines and sent him around the world. He would marry Rosalind Smith, a hometown girl who grew up just a few doors away from the Carter family. A few years later, Carter returned home and entered the world of politics. His first victory was a state Senate seat.
I was able to get a 4-year college approved in Americus, our county seat, and that got me reelected without any opposition. And then I decided to run for the U.S. Congress against a Republican incumbent, Bo Calloway, who was from West Point, and he was an antagonist of mine in many ways. He withdrew from the congressional race and left me with the congressional race won. I decided he wanted to run for governor. I decided to run for governor against Calloway, so I ran for governor in '66 and lost.
And against Lester Maddox.
And against Lester Maddox.
Lester Maddox was a fiery segregationist who didn't get enough votes to win the election, but became governor after the legislature stepped in. Carter went back to Plains and plotted to run for governor again. It was a race that shook the state in 1970. This time, he won.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
Carter's inauguration speech stunned his listeners, but that speech, as well as his 4 years as governor, gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
People were looking for someone that was not from Washington.
Jay Hakes, another early key Carter supporter, was impressed immediately with Carter's command of detail on major issues. Hakes believes it was Carter's status as a Washington outsider and his faith-based ethics that resonated with most voters as he was running for president.
We now have a projected winner in the presidential election. NBC News projects James Earl Carter of the state of Georgia elected the next president of the United States.
When Jimmy Carter brought his good intentions into the White House,
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear that
he began with an ambitious agenda. President Carter attacked the energy crisis, fuel shortages, and rising prices. He created the Department of Energy. He told us we all must do our part.
All of us must learn to waste less energy.
This was the president who, in March of 1979, engineered the Middle East Peace Treaty, just 6 months after the preliminary agreements were first reached at Camp David, one of the greatest diplomatic achievements in U.S. history.
Carter's involvement was very, very necessary, and this brought peace between Egypt and Israel that has lasted to this day.
Jimmy passed more legislation than any president except Lyndon Johnson since the World War II. Good legislation. We're making friends in the world.
Most presidents, after they're done with office, they're playing golf, they're on the lecture circuit sometimes, they serve on corporate boards. He made it a mission to continue what he thought was important to the world.
And what was important? First, fighting for justice.
The most enjoyable and exciting, challenging things are when we break down those barriers and reach out to others.
The Carter Center, since 1989, has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. On the other side of the planet, guinea worm disease has affected millions. Carter championed its removal, and in 3 decades, the number of cases dropped to dozens. The only other disease eradicated ever, smallpox. And with every cause, Carter aimed big. In 1976, a humble husband and wife in the humble city of Americus, Georgia, founded a humble nonprofit, Habitat for Humanity. The goal? To build houses for those in need. It remained humble until it courted a former president. His approach to Habitat reflected his outlook overall, affecting the world and never forgetting its roots. It is the strength of a global icon, the strength of a man from Plains, Georgia.
In 1962, a stylish and progressive Augusta Democrat named Carl Sanders was plotting a run for governor of Georgia. Meanwhile, in South Georgia, another Democrat was plotting his first run for political office. Jimmy Carter had his eye on the state Senate.
The reason he got into that race in '62 was, by that point, you knew Carl Sanders was going to be the next governor. It was a fresh face, kind of Kennedy-esque was the way Sanders often described. And Carter says he wanted to be part of that. He thought that would be exciting to go to the legislature at that time.
And when the 1962 election came around, there was a threat of closing the public school system if one classroom was integrated. In fact, our number one candidate for governor, Ernest Vandiver, who was a very fine man, would hold up one finger and said, "No, not one." So I thought, in my idealistic way, I would go to the Senate and protect the public school system from closing down and let them be racially integrated. And so that's why I ran for the Senate.
But Carter's first political race got caught in the crosshairs of a corrupt political kingpin from Quitman County named Joe Hearst. Hearst backed Homer Moore, Carter's opponent. And when the ballots came back from Quitman County, Carter appeared to lose the election.
This boss in Quitman County, and Georgia still had a number of counties where boss controlled them, had packed the ballot box.
They were brought in, tied up, and they were in alphabetical order. And some of the people that had voted were already dead. it was pretty flagrant that there had been phony ballots put in the box.
Carter and his backers complained to authorities in Quitman County who did nothing. So Carter talked to reporters in Atlanta who smelled a story and beat the drum about the crooked county that stole the election.
It was pretty flagrant that the person who had voted just before the polls closed said I was number 332 or something like this, and there were one or two people after me, and yet when they counted the ballots, there were over 420 of them. So, yeah.
Hearst eventually went to prison while Jimmy Carter went to Atlanta and took his seat in the state Senate. He became known as a detail-oriented freshman who backed education funding but otherwise kept his head down. 2 years later, he won re-election unopposed.
I was able to get a four-year college approved in Americus, our county seat, and that got me re-elected without any opposition. And then I decided to run for the U.S. Congress against a Republican incumbent, Bo Calloway, who was from West Point, and he was an antagonist of mine in many ways. He withdrew from the congressional race and left me with the congressional race won. I decided he wanted to run for governor. I decided to run for governor against Calloway, so I ran for governor in '66 and lost.
And against Lester Maddox.
And against Lester Maddox.
Lester Maddox was a fiery segregationist who didn't get enough votes to win the election, but became governor after the legislature stepped in. Carter went back to Plains and plotted to run for governor again. It was a race that shook the state in 1970.
It was a very ugly race.
Carter's opponent was former Governor Carl Sanders, who had established himself as an integrationist at a time when racial politics were still incendiary in Georgia and in much of the South.
Segregation now!
In the presidential election 2 years earlier, Alabama's segregationist governor, George Wallace, won Georgia's electoral votes.
And so in 1970, when Carter runs for governor, he runs as the Wallace candidate. And he runs saying, if I'm elected governor, I'll invite George Wallace to come over. I'll put him up in the governor's mansion.
Now, was Carter running as the Wallace candidate, or did he pay lip service to Wallace just enough to try to win some votes from those type of folks?
Yeah, I mean, there was a very strong anti-Washington, anti-desegregation, anti-civil rights element in the Georgia electorate at that point, and Carter was appealing to that, and Sanders was not, so you had a clear divide there.
That year, leaflets circulated linking Carl Sanders with African Americans, including Martin Luther King Jr. Carter's campaign denied producing them. In 2014, Judy Woodruff asked President Carter about the 1970 race.
You didn't run as a segregationist, certainly, but you sent some signals that you were welcoming to people who were in favor of segregation.
Well, the vast majority of Georgian voters were in favor of segregation, and I didn't want to say anybody who has been a segregationist don't vote for me. So I was searching for votes among all the people of Georgia, whether they were integrationists, which were very rare back in those days, or the vast majority who were basically segregationists, yes. But I never appealed in any way to racial animosity or racial segregation in my campaign.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
And I expressed my views quite clearly on Inauguration Day.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
Carter's inauguration speech stunned his listeners. But that speech, as well as his 4 years as governor, gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
President Carter told me one time the best job he ever had was governor of Georgia. He always revered the time he was governor. He made a lot of changes when he was governor. Reorganized the state, zero-based budgeting, all these things that are buzzwords today first came from Jimmy Carter when he was governor of the state. It was very progressive.
It was a reputation that took root nationally in the 1970s.
We lost a light when Jimmy Carter died. We lost a light.
A monumental loss left the presidential hometown of Plains in the dark.
but only for a while.
We'll never see another Jimmy Carter, that's for sure. I hope we do, but he was a true down-to-earth, educated, decent man.
Jean Kersey moved to Plains 30 years after she first visited, falling in love with the charm of the town and the history.
I'm pretty proud of what we have here.
Jill Stuckey's had a front row seat to history as superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park.
They would go all over the world doing just amazing things, but they'd always come home to Plains, and this was their favorite place.
She and other park staff wear black mourning badges to honor the president who put this town on the map.
We have to get used to a world without Jimmy and Rosalind Carter.
And continually poured into it.
We love attention on Plains. Obviously, tourism is a wonderful thing, but most importantly, we want to be a good reflection on the Carters and their lives.
As Plains prepares to host more tourists ahead of services for President Carter,
I say welcome. Come on to Plains.
The town may be a little dimmer without its light, but Jean Kersey reflects on the history preserved in a small town, a guiding light, so others can see how Jimmy and Rosalind grew up and made a life here.
And they're a small town American dream couple. I mean, a peanut farmer and a little girl that he knew from the day she was born. And they end up in the White House. It's like a book. You can't make this stuff up.
Tavern. We are right down the street from the Carter Center.
President Jimmy Carter's presence is still alive.
Carter announced his run for governor here in the 70s.
His bond with the owner Manuel grew over politics.
It was always kind of rumored that he built the Carter Center next to his good friend Manuel's place. And Manuel was in politics, so they sort of had like an even playing field. And this local watering hole where both of them could just sort of hear from the ground up what needed to be done.
But it was the president's humility that left a mark here.
It feels very humbling to know that my grandpa was such good friends with somebody who just cared so much.
Megan Ruth remembers meeting Carter during his New Year's Eve party at the tavern.
Mr. President, it's so nice to meet you. And instead of a shake, he goes in for a hug and he kissed me on the cheek. And because it was New Year's Eve, I call it my New Year's kiss. It was really cute.
That's just who he was. This humble peanut farmer turned president and world icon made everyone feel special.
He's just a nice reminder for kindness and humanity, putting other people before yourself in so many different facets. And I think it'll be a long time till we can see something like that.
I'm coming to the Carter Center to pay my respect to President Carter.
Just to lay a hard hat in honor of President Carter.
Just some flowers, some fresh flowers.
I saw somebody leave a bag of peanuts and I said, oh my God, that's so true. That's him.
I brought a big bag of peanuts and a bouquet of flowers because President Carter cut his teeth as a peanut farmer. And so by delivering that big bag of peanuts you see over there, I felt like I was honoring his legacy.
It's a good chance to celebrate a remarkable life, and I share his faith, and I like to believe he's now at home and reunited with his beloved Rosalind.
I've seen his family from time to time, and we've come to the library many times too, but my one experience that I had up close and personal was on a Delta flight, and he was true to himself. He came back and shook hands with everybody on that plane. And just, these people were thrilled. They all stood up in his presence. And I just couldn't get over that, that he was a world figure. Even though his heart would always be in Plains, he was a world figure.
He did so much in the country, the world. He touched so many lives.
What would be your message to President Carter if you could tell him something?
Oh, wow.
It would be thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for modeling what faith in action looks like.
wasn't words, it was deeds for him.
For being a role model, for being a hero, for being a friend, and thank you for showing the world what a life of service can look like.
He was somebody who wanted to do his best, and he wanted all of us to do our best. And so I would just say thank you.
For being the humanitarian that you were. Always kind.
You can tell you're getting choked up.
Yeah, because he was always nice. And you don't see that very much anymore.
We love you, President Carter. You inspire us to do more.
I love you, President Carter. I really do.
A global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
You know, I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born in Plains, Georgia in 1924. When he graduated from Plains High School, Carter went to a community college before joining the U.S. Naval Academy. And 2 years later, he received a wartime appointment serving on Navy submarines around the world. But Carter's heart was in his home state, and his love was in his hometown. In 1946, he married Rosalind Smith, a young woman who grew up just a few doors down from the Carter family.
The best thing that ever happened to me was marrying Rosalind.
After serving in the Navy, Carter went back to Georgia and entered the world of politics. First, a victory in the state Senate, then a U.S. congressional race. He lost his first campaign for governor, but not the second time.
I promise you my best. I ask of you your best.
In 1970, Carter was elected Georgia governor, and the next 4 years gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician, a reputation that helped propel him into the Oval Office.
I told you I didn't intend to lose.
1976, President-elect Jimmy Carter.
We must act now, together, to devise and to implement a comprehensive national energy plan.
He created the Department of Energy, and in 1979, engineered the Camp David Accords, bringing peace to the Middle East.
The 1980s have been born in turmoil.
Later that year, though, the most profound crisis of Carter's presidency, when Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American hostages. It ended hours after newly elected President Ronald Reagan took the oath of office. After leaving office, Carter's dedication to public service and public good continued.
How many officials? Staff.
The Carter Center has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. He's helped to eradicate disease.
Well, it's a very gratifying and heartbreaking, but also heartwarming experience.
And well into his 90s, humbly helped build homes for those in need with Habitat for Humanity.
I think I have been as blessed as any human being in the world.
The office of President of the United States.
Become the President of the United States of America and Governor of Georgia and work at the Carter Center and a big and growing family and thousands of friends. So I've had everything's been a blessing for me.
With a world of options at his fingertips, President Jimmy Carter chose over and over again to receive his medical care near his childhood home in the small town of Americus at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. CEO Carlisle Walton says even with Secret Service pressure and private backdoor entrances, the president was never one to demand a low profile.
He was never the traditional politician. He was just Jimmy Carter, the person. And he just wanted to say hi, and people would chat with him, and the doctors are saying, okay, we need to examine you, sir, and get you taken care of.
Phoebe Sumter is where the president first entered hospice care, and where Mrs. Carter's funeral procession began too.
One of the legendary stories is that Miss Roslyn always wanted to be with him when he was in the hospital, because they said whenever it was not required, we never slept apart. One of the singular honors of my life will be that, one day he asked me to pray with him when he was here in the hospital.
Mr. and Mrs. Carter were not only patients, but also longtime donors to and advocates of the hospital. When a tornado decimated the facility in 2007, the Carters helped rebuild it into the campus it is today, and their support never wavered.
When he was diagnosed with cancer, for example, the local folks started a fundraising campaign to support the treatment that he needed, and he directed some of those funds that were raised towards the Phoebe Cancer Center because he wanted local health care to be available for those who needed it.
Tell me about what it's like being the temporary resting place for President Carter now.
Can think of no greater honor.
What do you think President Carter's legacy is? How would you summarize it?
For me, a life well lived, an inspiration. And if I can just, in my life, capture a microcosm of the difference he has made around the world, then I can say that I had a life well lived too.
Into 37 acres of lush greenery in the heart of Atlanta sits an organization much like its founder, quiet, understated, and hyper-focused on human rights.
I think it's probably one of the best kept secrets in Atlanta. We know that the Carter Center is here in Atlanta, right off of John Lewis Freedom Parkway, but the extent of the work that's done at the Carter Center, I don't think a lot of people know about it.
The Carter Center served as a home away from home in Jimmy Carter's post-presidency years and provided him with a fiercely renewed purpose, tackling the world's worst suffering among the poorest people.
So peace and freedom, human rights, and the alleviation of suffering, the equality of opportunity on earth, the giving of every human being a modicum of self-respect and human dignity. Those are the things that I believe are completely possible based on the principles that we've established and have continued to pursue at the Carter Center.
That they have built the center into one of the world's really leading human rights organizations.
We want to take on things that other people do not, and in places they don't do it.
Terry Adamson worked in the Carter administration and has been on the board of trustees for the Carter Center since it was created in 1982.
It started modestly, but with great ambition. There were peace conferences that he and President Ford would hold on the Middle East, for example, in the mid-'80s. They started election monitoring. Almost all of those were done by Carter and a prominent Republican to emphasize the bipartisan nature of the Carter Center.
The center sits on the same land as the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum and includes multiple gardens, conference rooms, and even a replica of the Oval Office. It also has an apartment where the President and First Lady would stay when they came up from planes.
And they have been actively involved their entire life. They had been coming up here at least 1 week every month. They have an apartment in the building right next door to my office.
Although the work started years before, the building opened on October 1st, 1986, President Carter's 62nd birthday.
And we had the dedication. President Reagan came down and gave the dedicatory address.
The story of President Carter is a story of the South. For when Jimmy Carter was born on this date in 1924, many Southerners knew only poverty, and millions lived lives that were separate and unequal because of the color of their skin. One need only look at Atlanta, bustling, prosperous Atlanta, to see that the South has truly risen again, transformed, self-confident, moving vigorously on to still greater justice and opportunity.
And it was really one of the more gracious speeches about Jimmy Carter that one could write, and it was extraordinary. And Carter actually, after Reagan finished, Carter said, you know, now I think for the first time I understand why you won and I lost.
It marked a new age of post-presidency success.
I think he redefined the post-presidency in many respects, and something like he's doing is what presidents since him have, I think, largely tried to do.
At least among modern presidents, I haven't seen
Thank you all.
a former president and former first lady do as much as the Carters have. Whatever the glass ceiling for retirement is, they've crushed it.
Kathy Cade has worked side by side with Rosalind on her mental health program since it started in the 80s and was asked to join the board in 2010.
In my view, I think Mrs. Carter wanted to have her voice on the board. When the center first started, actually, President Carter thought it was going to be a place to promote peace. And he thought that it might be like a mini Camp David, and one could bring people together and use the center as a place to resolve conflict. In the early days, however, the center began to focus on how to promote democratic elections in emerging democracies. And the Carter Center was the first player in this arena.
Through the Carter Center, the former president and first lady observed more than 100 elections in 39 countries. Almost half of those missions led directly by Jimmy Carter himself. But the first election he monitored was his own. Back in 1962, when Carter ran for Georgia State Senate, ballot boxes had been stuffed in favor of his opponent. He challenged the results, and the election was overturned. But perhaps the center's greatest accomplishment is found at the nexus of peace and health, with its guinea worm eradication program.
I think one of the biggest achievements is the eradication of guinea worm. I mean, it's practically eradicated.
When we first came to Ghana, there was guinea worm all over your country, in all the provinces.
Guinea worm is a parasitic disease that can be very disabling and can even cause death. President Carter started the guinea worm program back in the 80s. So we have been working to eradicate this disease for over 30 years.
When it's eradicated, it will only be the second human disease ever eradicated in the world and done without a vaccine.
We have a staff of 3,100 people around the world. Most of those people, only 200 of them are in Atlanta. The rest of them are all in the countries in which we work.
So this is a magic net.
That is going to speak volumes because it also shows what you can do with behavior change. It is not a vaccine. There are no drugs involved. It's all about behavior change. And how we convince people in Ethiopia to collect water differently than they have for generations, we can't do that sitting back here in Atlanta. You know, it has to be done at the village and at the local level.
Those kinds of people living in a remote village, absolutely poverty-stricken and afflicted with preventable disease, are just as intelligent as I am, and just as hardworking as I am, and just as ambitious as I am. And their family values are just as good as mine. And they have proven it in thousands of cases by correcting their own problems if they're just given a little bit of information and a little bit of help and guidance.
As President Carter has said, there's no such thing as a neglected tropical disease, they're just neglected people.
Paige Alexander stepped to the helm of the Carter Center in February of 2020, just weeks before the COVID-19 pandemic. Now she will be the first to lead the organization without the formidable president by her side.
Over the past several years, they have started to step back, and because of that, they've left us in very good shape, with a very strong organization.
What do you hope its greatest achievement is in the next 20 years?
Continuing the legacy that they built.
The values of President and Mrs. Carter are in the DNA of the Carter Center. And there is no question in my mind that those values are going to be what guide us going forward for the foreseeable future.
It's actually written in the bylaws of the Carter Center that a Carter family descendant will always be on the board. I think it'll be around forever. I think it's an institution that will last and endure.
If I had to choose between 4 more years and the Carter Center, I think I would choose the Carter Center.
Thank you.
It could have been both.
Yearbook pages full of alumni who etched their way into the country's history.
Miller, McKinney, Flanagan.
And former President Jimmy Carter.
There were a number of people who were very close friends with Jimmy Carter. A lot of them worked on his administration, and so a very cohesive class.
Eileen Marusic serves as secretary for the class of 47, collecting and documenting the stories of the men she calls her 47 heart. She took over after her father, Larry Marusic, who also graduated then, passed away.
The best part about taking this was that I was able to channel my dad because they lived the same military experience he lived. And as I see them passing away, it's been joyful, but it's sad.
The ones left living, all at least in their late 90s. Some still remember the midshipman who would go on to be the 39th president of the United States, like class president Jack Stevens, who was in the same cutter crew as Jimmy Carter. A cutter's a type of boat.
And people ask, well, how was he? Well, he was absolutely non-demanding. Of course, he hadn't been president at that time either, but he was easy to get along with, a neat wife.
Joe Flanagan, who wrestled at the Academy and served in the Navy for years, remembers taking classes with Jimmy Carter.
He was always a straight shooter, and I enjoyed his company. A lot smarter than I was in math and the sciences, but I was way ahead of him in English and literature.
He also worked on Carter's presidential campaign, as did Bob McKinney, who didn't get to know the future president and his wife Rosalind until after graduation. Jimmy Carter asked him to serve as chairman of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board when he was elected president.
They're wonderful people.
McKinney and his wife even traveled with the Carters to China.
He wore the hell out of you. He was a very active guy. He swam every morning, so that's what kept him healthy. And he gave 3 talks a day while he was over there. And he wore me out just following him around.
From sea to presidency, Academy alums have long been Carter's crewmates.
I feel like it's been an honor to know these men.
An honor to share these pages with each other and Jimmy Carter.
The cliche is that in a small town, everybody knows everybody. But if you come to a place like Plains, it really can seem true, at least as far as connections to President Carter go. Jill Stuckey is a prime example. She's the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park, a role that she's served in for about 6 years, and a role that puts her at the center of a very busy week of preparations ahead of this complicated, multi-step state funeral. But she's also a close friend of the Carter family. She says she took the job because President Carter asked her to, and that they had known each other for 3 decades. To her, the 39th president's authenticity was what made him so unique.
You know, he talked the talk and he walked the walk. What you saw on TV was what you saw off camera. When he would come to my house on a Saturday night for dinner, that was the same person.
And that spirit and legacy is being honored in a multi-day, multi-state funeral. It started right here in Plains yesterday, and it includes stops in Atlanta and in Washington, D.C. before returning here to Plains on Thursday, when President Carter will be laid to rest. Faith? Small town Plains determined to sparkle as it prepares to wave goodbye one last time to President Carter.
It's very bittersweet.
It is the community where a century ago he was born, and on January 9th, where he will be laid to rest. Now, as preparations continue, people have come to pay their respects to the 39th president.
We knew this moment was coming. It comes for everyone, but he had been a sick man for a while, but it's still just the finality of it, and it's very sad, very bittersweet.
You don't have anything really bad to say, say about him or his wife or his family. Everybody is just wonderful.
He was a state legislator who became president and global humanitarian, but always kept his roots in the hometown that always embraced him.
It's a sad day for America, not just for Plains, Georgia, and they should be as proud, like they always have been, of him, but now more than ever for what he has left for his legacy.
He talked the talk and he walked the walk.
Jill
Jimmy got his
reflecting on a peanut farmer who became president, and then, along with his wife Rosalind, a global humanitarian working to eradicate disease and promote free elections.
So they have touched millions and millions of people all over the world.
They, Rosalind and Jimmy, treated life as a team sport. Stuckey saw it firsthand.
That was
She's
going
the
to be their
superintendent
line.
of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park in Plains and a close friend of the family.
It's hard to speak of President Carter without talking about Mrs. Carter because they were so one. They were married for 77 and a half years. They built their house here in Plains in 1961, and they didn't remodel. They didn't need the granite countertops. They didn't need to knock out a wall. It was good enough for them.
That humility grounded in the faith that he shared with so many on the campaign trail and so many here at Maranatha Baptist Church, where he spent decades teaching Sunday school.
I think first and foremost is his faith. That's what he lived by. He went by the red letters in the Bible, the words that Jesus spoke. That was what he tried to emulate his entire life.
A life that left so many wanting to share one last message to the man who shared so much with them.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me and the entire world, and I love you.
In Plains, Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News. The state funeral for President Carter will begin on January 4th as his hearse will move from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus to his childhood home here in Plains, where the National Park Service will salute the late president by ringing the farm bells 39 times. After the ceremony, his body will travel to Atlanta, pausing at the state capitol for a moment of silence before arriving at the Carter Center. After a brief service, he will lie in repose, where people can pay their respects until the morning of January 7th. Later that day, Carter will leave Georgia and head to Washington, D.C. to lie in state. Members of Congress will pay their respects in the late afternoon before the event is opened to the public. The late president will continue to lie in state until the morning of January 9th. That morning, he will travel to the Washington National Cathedral for a ceremony and funeral service. Carter then heads back home to Georgia for a private family service and burial in Plains.
With each effort and every kind gesture, optimism is growing in a place that has been so short on hope. 2 rows over, a former president follows the identical blueprint alongside the one he says has been boss.
Pretty professional carpenter by now.
You can direct the team.
Well, she does. Yeah.
We took off our hard hats for a bit to talk about the last 30 years of service.
We always get more out of it than we put into it helping others. It's an adventure, it's unpredictable, you never know what's going to happen next, and it's challenging, it's hard work.
That's us going to school. We went to a little Creole school.
The Carters even took time to look at my family pictures and asked me about my experiences living in Haiti.
And this is a water tank here.
Then took me on an unexpected tour.
Irrigation. See the irrigation pipes going down?
Gracious and genuine to everyone.
We'll finish about 350 houses.
They say it's part of demonstrating their faith.
So, how do you bridge the tremendous gap between rich people that have everything in the world and a family that has never had a decent home? But Habitat gives you that way to communicate with each other. So you learn to respect people that you in the past did not respect because you thought they were kind of inferior in some way. You learn that they're not inferior in any way.
1,200 miles separate Legon, Haiti from former President Carter's home in Plains, Georgia. But he says the hope for a better life, a safe place, dignity is the same for people everywhere.
A decent place to stay, and then just a little bit of self-respect, your pride in something that you've done yourself, a little bit of hope for the future.
It's a love story that spanned more than 7 decades. Former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter, who were the longest married first couple, surpassed 75 years of marriage.
75 years, I can't predict.
Both growing up in Plains, Georgia, the Carters went on their first date back in 1945. Though Rosalind initially rejected the first proposal, the couple tied the knot on July 7, 1946. Their love has seen them through raising 4 children, a presidential term, running the family farm supply business, humanitarian work around the world, and a cancer diagnosis. They've even gone from sharing a kiss on the presidential debate stage to a smooch on the kiss cam at a 2019 NBA game. The relationship hasn't been without tribulations, though. The couple reflecting on writing a book together on Today.
We really did have a terrible time writing the book.
We thought perhaps the last chapter would be about our divorce, and it the book.
Former Carter White House Communications Director Jerry Rafshoon says the couple has always worked together as a team.
They treat each other as equals, and they always have.
The 39th president also sharing this marriage advice with Judy Woodruff on PBS.
We make up and give each other a kiss before we go to sleep.
The Carters celebrated their milestone 75th anniversary together in their hometown of Plains, Georgia.
And to my wife, Rosalind, I want to express a particular gratitude for being the right woman that I chose for my wife.
It has been a really wonderful 75 years.
My very first cartoon I drew in high school got me sent to the principal's office.
It's a career Marshall Ramsey pictured since he was a kid.
We had Nixon, we had Ford, we had Jimmy Carter, who was our governor. We had, him running for president. That was so exciting for me as a little kid.
Which is when Marshall says President Jimmy Carter
He always had the big teeth.
Sparked his love for politics and his decision to become an editorial cartoonist.
Which was the weirdest thing an 8-year-old could possibly say to his dad.
Marshall was born and raised in Georgia and worked in Marietta.
And I tell you what, I'm home right now. This is kind of cool.
But it wasn't the job he had planned.
This was my sketch.
Or sketched out for himself.
Ended up as a high school janitor because I couldn't find a job.
The now editor-at-large and editorial cartoonist for Mississippi Today.
His big smile like that.
Still draws back to his Georgia roots.
This time last year, while I was here in Woodstock, of course, Rosalind passed away. And so I ended up doing the cartoon of her from here as well. And as like I did yesterday when I drew the cartoon here.
When he learned about the former president's death,
it was a love story for the ages.
He knew what he had to illustrate.
Every aspect of his life has been just for the record books. But his love for his wife, to me, and the fact that you knew how much he missed her, I wanted to make sure that I had them reuniting.
Marshall says his cartoons have drawn up overwhelming responses.
And it's just a reminder that no matter what we do, what you do, We're all artists. We all are given a blank canvas that every single morning that we have the ability to create a piece of art in our lives, whether it's if you sell cars or sell homes or if you work in a factory, you can create something that can make a difference in someone's life.
Just as President Carter created for him. Molly Oak, 11 Alive News.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
He went from being Jimmy Who to winning the White House itself, then struggled with crises overseas and a troubled economy at home. A one-term president whose time as ex-president was the longest and among the most active in American history. James Earl Carter Jr., he always went by Jimmy, was born in small-town Plains, Georgia, growing up on a farm without electricity or indoor plumbing. He attended the U.S. Naval Academy, married Rosalind Smith, a friend of his sister's, eventually becoming governor of Georgia.
The time for racial discrimination is over.
A year later, he ran for the White House.
I'd like to announce that I am a candidate for president.
And won. A born-again Christian who promised voters, "I will never lie to you."
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
At his best, he scored historic achievements, leading successful peace talks between Egypt and Israel. But closer to home, when the economy tanked, so did Carter's popularity. He seemed to blame Americans themselves.
The erosion of our confidence in the future.
And it got worse. In Iran, scores of Americans were taken hostage. And then came a grueling re-election battle.
I'll bring new hope to America.
Jimmy Carter lost in a landslide. Through it all, Carter was sustained by his faith.
You were faced with some huge crises as president. Did you drop down to your knees and pray?
Often, yes. Often. In fact, I prayed more per day, per hour, while I was president than any other 4 years in my life.
And his defeat marked the beginning of a remarkable post-presidency. He established the Carter Center, committed to advancing human rights and democracy. Carter built houses for the poor, and in 2002 was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. An extraordinary ex-president, proud of his years in the White House.
Kept the peace. We never went to war. We told the truth. Never lied to the American people. Never misled the American people. So in general terms, I feel perfectly at ease with my term.
He brought discipline and devotion to everything he did, including his battle with cancer.
Everything's been a blessing for me, so I'm thankful and hopeful.
Despite the diagnosis, he continued building houses alongside Rosalind and marked their 75th wedding anniversary in 2021.
75 years, I can't predict.
Rosalind died 2 years later, marking the longest presidential marriage in history. In 2024, Carter marked another milestone, his 100th birthday, with an outpouring of gratitude for his life of service. He brought that devotion to everything he did for family and for country until the end.
From the farm to greener pastures.
Me and my daughter live on Jimmy Carter Drive.
Rhonda Johnson came from Cuthbert to see the humble beginnings of a future president. With the goal of restoring integrity to the presidency, Jimmy Carter launched his own bid for the White House at this railroad depot in Plains.
The right to health, the right to social justice, the right to have a democracy and vote, and the right to be able to express the agency that you have in the world helpfully.
Michelle Riley on the motivation behind Carter's leadership. Riley worked at the Carter Center in the 90s, focused on international health programs. Avery Davis Roberts worked on democracy programs with the Carter Center for 20 years. She says Carter's role in politics lasted well beyond his time as state senator, governor, or president.
What is really critical about elections and electoral participation is it's really sort of the cornerstone of all other democratic and human rights and the enjoyment of those rights.
President Carter's political career certainly blossomed, and it all started right here in Plains.
We're proud. We're proud of him. We're proud of what he accomplished, and we're proud that, you know, he was part of our community. He made our community what it was. He put our community on the map.
But ask the folks in Plains, and they'll tell you Carter cared more about people than politics. And now it's time for this town to take care of their own in a final farewell.
What's most important is the people. And sometimes when we get in the big office, we forget about those people. And President Carter, he honored everybody, not just the big people.
Far from his most well-known title, it may be among his most personal. Not president, but teacher at Sunday school.
Ohio.
California.
Just in the middle.
D.C.
D.C. I used to live there.
Jimmy Carter, drawing the faithful on a kind of pilgrimage to Plains for ministry at Maranatha.
I'm just trusting in God to take care of me, and I've been really appreciative of all the good wishes I've had.
Because although the country at times lost faith in Carter, he held tight to his.
Are there days you question your faith?
Not anymore.
Carter believed in the separation of church and state, saying the government ought to stay out of the prayer business. But his beliefs built the foundation for who he was as a person and a president.
I think it came before a lot of decisions that he had to make, whether it be family or political or doing something. He depended on his faith for everything.
That included after his cancer diagnosis in 2015.
I do have deep religious faith, which I'm very grateful for. And I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't go into an attitude of despair or anger.
Carter himself would acknowledge he's no saint, once memorably telling Playboy he's committed adultery in his heart many times. But he spoke often and plainly about what he believed and what it meant to him.
We believe in, are supposed to believe in humility and service of others.
His own acts of service involving humanitarian work around the world.
What you saw was who he was.
Kim Carter Fuller remembering her Uncle Jimmy.
He's with people that he loved so much, and he's probably up there bossing them around, telling them how to teach Sunday school.
Keeping the faith and a legacy that lives on.
I don't have any doubt that God answers all the prayers. Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes the answer is no, and sometimes the answer is, you got to be kidding. Do we have any visitors this morning?
One of the most beloved traditions of our region and state has quietly come to an end. There is hope for a resumption, but the reality has sunk in Plains, Georgia. President Carter, the world's best-known Sunday school teacher, will no longer shepherd and host. The COVID-19 pandemic, combined with the challenges of advancing age for the nation's oldest living president, has become too much. The tiny Baptist church, a brick building amongst the pecan trees, has about 30 members, but as many as 450 attend when President Carter teaches.
The day Uncle Jimmy came home.
Kim Fuller is the oldest daughter of President Carter's late brother, Billy Carter.
You have to convince him that he cannot teach Sunday school. He was laying in the bed, and I said, Uncle Jimmy, I don't think you need to teach Sunday school. Okay.
Ms. Fuller has served as the regular replacement for her uncle, the 39th President of the United States. I asked Ms. Fuller if President Carter is okay with not teaching his class again.
Probably not, and I tell him all the time, when you're ready to come back, you just let me know, and he will. He will. When he feels comfortable, he'll let me know. So I'm sure that I don't think it's okay with him.
The experience on a Sunday morning with President Carter and Mrs. Carter in attendance is unforgettable. It becomes the hottest ticket in the state. Arrive early and the parking lot is full. I attended with our 11 Alive photojournalist Stephen Boise the week after the Emory University announcement that President Carter had brain cancer in 2015. 1,000 people showed. At 12:01 a.m. on a Sunday, you were admitted to the parking lot of the church and you could sleep in your car until sunrise. The lesson taught by Mr. Carter was moving. He spoke of moral improvement as only a committed Baptist can on Sunday morning, reading from the Gospel of Matthew.
You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you.
President Carter also spoke of sex, eliciting a laugh from the adoring congregation.
Another one is eros. Anybody know what eros is? Nobody in here knows. Yeah, okay. Well, it's okay to mention it in the church. I mean,
he never once has to look at the Sunday school book. We were talking one day, and I was cutting up. I said, "You never use the commentary." He said, "Because I don't need it." He said, "I don't need it."
2 years ago, President Carter was having difficulty standing for 45 minutes to teach his Sunday school class. He didn't want to sit. Jill Stuckey, the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Site, talked President Carter into an option. It was a new chair called the rocket chair. And it worked perfectly. President Carter hasn't taught his class since last year following his surgery, the result of the falls in 2019. Church members have prayed for his recovery, and his son Chip told me Wednesday his father is swimming in the backyard pool and making calls on behalf of the Carter Center to donors. Mr. Carter's 40 years of teaching is now part of Georgia lore. If you missed this experience, you missed one of the extraordinary experiences of your life. I will never forget sitting in those pews, tightly packed, listening, and then a diverse junior high jazz band playing a slightly off-key version of Georgia on my mind. Just saying these lines has put a lump in my throat thinking about that service 5 years ago in Plains.
I still bow down to the fact that he is a Sunday school teacher.
End up at the King Memorial Station. It's on the green and blue lines, quite close to the Inman Park, Edgewood, and Eastlake stations that all offer free parking. If you're coming from the north or south, you'll have to transfer at 5 points. From the King Memorial stop, MARTA will offer free bus shuttles to the Carter Center every 3 to 5 minutes. You can't bring anything on board aside from a diaper bag and expect it to be searched thoroughly. That means no backpacks, purses, clutches, camera bags, thermal containers, weapons, or any other potential safety hazards. The same rules apply about 10 minutes away at the Carter Center. MARTA will unload mourners on the library museum side of campus. The first few hundred people can line up indoors, but the Carter Center expects the line to extend a long way outside. They're setting up shelters to try and protect mourners from the weather.
My relationship is really about the relationship that my family, in particular, my grandfather and Martin Luther King Sr., who is affectionately was known as Daddy King, and my mother, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, had with him. I had obviously several different encounters and opportunities to be in the presence of President Carter. But, you know, the relationship really started when he ran for governor of Georgia, and he called my grandfather, who was a very influential Baptist minister at the time, to get his support. And President Carter kind of credits my father in the movement for the reason he later became president. But in many respects, it started with Daddy King and him when he ran for governor. And of course, my grandfather gave him the support. He stood behind him when some people made certain attacks against him in terms of dealing with race and racism, because, you know, at that time we were still coming out of the days of segregation and making a transition. But when my grandfather spoke up and spoke out, people took note of that, and obviously President Carter became governor of Georgia. And then later on, when he was running for president of the United States, he again solicited the support of the King family and got both my grandfather and my mother's support. They thought it would be important to support him going into the White House. And when he won that election, became president, before he became president, should I say, at the Democratic convention in '76, my grandfather was asked to deliver the benediction. It was such a resounding benediction. It went all over the world. And of course, he later got inaugurated as president, and we participated in that as well. I remember going to that inauguration, and I told myself at that time, that was 1977, so I would have been about 13, about to turn 14. A couple of months later, I said, I am never coming to another presidential inauguration because it was so cold and my feet were frozen. But of course, I later went to President Obama's first inauguration. But just fast forward, while he was serving as president, he did a lot of things, obviously, for the African-American community, for the civil rights community. And in particular, appointed a number of Black federal judges, as most of us know. And my mother was very instrumental with a group of other Black civil rights leaders in helping with some of the different nominations of people that they felt would serve in those positions, honorably. And then he appointed my mother as a delegate to the United Nations. She served there for a short period of time. And that really opened her up to understanding, a little bit more about how things, operate in the world. And she developed so many new relationships and ended up being invited. And this is what I remember. She was invited because of the relationship and because of the work that obviously my father and her did, and their standing on apartheid. She was invited to give a speech before the United Nations and couldn't do it, had gotten sick. And I actually delivered her speech. I think it was I want to say it was either 1979 or 1980. It was the first public speech that I had ever given in life. And then my world changed from there. But he was very instrumental in the helping to develop the Martin Luther King, which is now the historical National Historical Park. But at that time, he signed legislation for the Martin Luther King Jr. Historical Site, which was predominantly the birth home at the time. He helped to raise money to support the building of the King Center, $3.5 million to be exact. So, that's kind of how, that relationship began and evolved. And I remember specifically working on a site with him, Habitat for Humanity site. And it was remarkable because you don't expect a president, to literally roll up their sleeves and spend time, really digging in. And you could tell it was not a photo op. He was devoted to it. It wasn't, I'm in and out. He was really involved, and I was thoroughly impressed. And so several years later, I had an opportunity, and this is like fast forward to maybe about, I want to say it's been about 7 years or so. I had an opportunity to interview him for the National Park Service. They did a special exhibit on him, and I had an opportunity to sit down in the room with him and interview him about his work and his legacy. And just such an humble man and genuine. And we need more leaders like that. And I was thoroughly impressed with the fact that this was a president that never dropped a bomb, never launched a missile, never fired a bullet, and that in and of itself is super remarkable, and is to be applauded. So great humanitarian, peace builder, and all of the work he did around eradicating certain diseases, and he lived such a rich and full life. I like to say, when I think about my faith and how he led out his faith, in the Bible, there's a portion there near the end of Jesus's life on the cross where he says, "It is finished." And when I think about Jimmy Carter, I think about, Jesus dying empty. In other words, he had finished his assignment, everything that he needed to do on earth. And Jimmy, if anybody really completed and emptied themselves out fully, it was President Jimmy Carter. Lived a very full, rich life. And so, we remember him and we honor him. And I believe, in my personal opinion, he was the greatest president. I think for President Carter, a Southerner, to make such a statement about it now being the time to end racial segregation, when another Southern governor a few years prior said segregation yesterday, today, and forevermore, being George Wallace. That was a courageous stance that he took. And the interesting thing is it wasn't rhetorical. It wasn't a political statement from him. It really came from his heart. He was a leader who led from conscience and from his heart. And so I think it played a significant role in opening up doors, and then he followed it up. As I said earlier, about appointing several African-American federal judges, and just the work he did in opening up economic opportunities for the Black community. And so, yes, I mean, the irony, or I would say the what is the word I'm looking for? Just the comparison of one Southern governor to another, Alabama to Georgia. So he really, I think we could safely say that he helped to move Georgia to a different space and place in the landscape of the South. And I think that's why right now, we kind of have a mixture of both political parties representing us in different ways. 2 Democratic senators, a Republican governor, because he was able to transcend so many political boundaries. And so because he established that, Georgia has become better, but we obviously know that there's still a lot of work to do in a lot of parts of our state. But nonetheless, I think he helped to lay a strong foundation.
For a number of years, we have had an incredible relationship with President Carter and Mrs. Carter, and it goes back to my mother, as well as my grandfather, who had my grandfather had a very close relationship with President Carter, certainly when he was governor, but as he ran for president, my grandfather was very instrumental, as was other members of our family, in encouraging people to support the ticket of President Carter and Vice President Mondale. I would also say that, over the years, and what I think about is there are very few persons who set the kind of example for what a public servant should be. When you talk about morality, when you talk about spirituality, when you talk about character, if you would look up any of those words, you'd probably find a picture of Jimmy Carter, because that's who he was. But he was one of the greatest humanitarians that our nation and world have ever seen. When you think about the fact that even when he completed his 4-year term, although he ran a second term and was not successful, he began to go all over the nation building houses with Habitat for Humanity, he and Mrs. Carter. And then, of course, he traveled to places around the world where democracy was engaged, and he was led observers in monitoring elections around the world, promoting democracy. When we think about President Carter and what he represents to Georgia, the nation, and the world, it is really phenomenal. He is someone who set an example that, I mean, when you think about it, as any president, that's one of the hardest jobs on planet Earth, a president of the United States. So if a president chose to just coast and rest after he or she have served their time, that would be fine. But here is a man and his wife who never stopped. They every day were working to make the nation and world better. And in addition to that, we know he taught Sunday school on a consistent basis. He didn't just superficially wear his faith. He wore it each and every day, setting a standard and an example that all of us could follow. Well, I think when you talk about one who was courageous and essentially was always involved in the concept of truth to power. In other words, I'm going to tell what I believe is true, whether anyone else believes it or supports it or not. But as a leader, I have an obligation to lead. And that's what he did throughout his life in every decision, whether it was civil rights, whether it was healthcare, whether it was education. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to have known President Carter during his term in office. I had an opportunity to represent the United States in a delegation that went to the Congo, Brazzaville, the Belgian Congo, for a centennial celebration. And I was in a delegation of about 20 to 25 people. And President Carter asked me to go along with that delegation. And I was honored to be a part of that. But there were so many things, when I think of President Carter and what he did and the climate that he created, he and Mrs. Carter worked to create a better nation and world. And literally, they did that probably every day of their lives.
A global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born in Plains, Georgia in 1924. When he graduated from Plains High School, Carter went to a community college before joining the U.S. Naval Academy. And 2 years later, he received a wartime appointment serving on Navy submarines around the world. But Carter's heart was in his home state, and his love was in his hometown. In 1946, he married Rosalind Smith, a young woman who grew up just a few doors down from the Carter family.
The best thing that ever happened to me was marrying Rosalind.
After serving in the Navy, Carter went back to Georgia and entered the world of politics. First, a victory in the state Senate, then a U.S. congressional race. He lost his first campaign for governor, but not the second time.
I promise you my best. I ask of you your best.
In 1970, Carter was elected Georgia governor, and the next 4 years gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
NBC News projects James Earl Carter of the state of Georgia elected the next president of the United States.
A reputation that helped propel him into the Oval Office.
I told you I didn't intend to lose.
1976. President-elect Jimmy Carter.
We must act now, together, to devise and to implement a comprehensive national energy plan.
He began with an ambitious agenda. President Carter attacked the energy crisis, fuel shortages, and rising prices. He created the Department of Energy, and in 1979, engineered the Camp David Accords, bringing peace to the Middle East, one of the greatest diplomatic achievements in U.S. history.
During the past 30 years, Israel and Egypt have waged war. But for the past 16 months, these same two great nations have waged peace. The 1980s have been born in turmoil.
Later that year, though, the most profound crisis of Carter's presidency, when Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American hostages.
We've imposed economic sanctions, and we have broken diplomatic relations with Iran.
The ordeal lasted 444 days. It ended hours after newly elected President Ronald Reagan took the oath of office. After leaving office, Carter's dedication to public service and public good continued.
How many of his staff?
Since 1989, the Carter Center has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. He's helped to eradicate disease.
Well, it's a very gratifying and heartbreaking, but also heartwarming experience.
And well into his 90s, humbly helped build homes for those in need.
I think I've ever been as blessed as any human being in the world.
The office of President of the United States.
Become the President of the United States of America and Governor of Georgia, and I work at the Carter Center, and a big and growing family and thousands of friends. So I've had everything's been a blessing for me.
President Jimmy Carter, a global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
Sumter Sheriff Eric D. Bryant says President Carter is finally resting.
The community sees him as a man that will not stop. He keeps going. So now the mood in the community, when you hear people talking, he is at rest now.
But Bryant considers it an honor that right now he is busier than ever.
I want to make sure every single thing is perfect. I want to make sure that, the patrol car is parked perfect. I want to make sure that the uniform fits me just the way I want it to fit.
And Bryant says it's not just his uniform. He has been traveling the Motorcade route, making sure the grass is watered and the streets are clean. Sheriff Bryant says this small community is used to a national spotlight and has been working with crowds of Carter fans long before his funeral.
Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains.
Bryant says Mr. Carter's Bible studies only grew as he got older.
Always people. Always, every Sunday, that was a detail.
It's a detail Bryant worked as a young deputy. Now sheriff, he will be part of the motorcade that escorts the president from Americus to Atlanta. In Americus, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
Then Governor Jimmy Carter took interest in the Chattahoochee preservation efforts.
It was a time when development was starting in this area, and this wonderful resource and a gem of the Atlanta region was threatened.
A visit to Atlanta's gem showed Carter what was at risk.
When he was in this park, when he was enjoying it, exploring it, he was easily picturing all of us around in the community, the future generations, having the same experience he had.
Several years later, President Carter signed legislation creating and protecting the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area.
It's one of the most beautiful places in our country. Extremely valuable to all those who know it, who live near it, and who appreciate the quiet and seclusion and the beauty.
The area includes 15 park units from Buford Dam to Peachtree Creek, with river entrances, hiking trails, and more.
There's all the benefits that we hear from going to nature, just from enjoyment to health to mental health, relaxation. Plus, we also preserve the ecosystem that's here.
Carter's dedication to public lands earned him the designation of Honorary Park Ranger in 2016 and ensured millions of people could enjoy the beauty of the Chattahoochee.
He found his sense of adventure, joy, that relaxation, that respite, and so he knew that designating this park would bring that to so many people in the community as well.
In Sandy Springs, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
President Carter gave his inaugural address. He surprised people.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
He made it a goal of his to move past the old history.
Andrew Young had become one of the Carter's high-profile backers. He organized a meeting with Carter and a reluctant Black caucus.
They asked him how many black people he had on the staff, and he said, I don't know. Every other candidate we'd met with had one black staff member, and Carter didn't know how many black people he had. So I went to the door, and Senator Ben Brown was there, and I said, Ben, will you come in and help the governor? How many black staffers do you have in this campaign? He said, right now we just have 27. They couldn't figure it, that he didn't think race. He didn't act race.
As the 39th President of the United States, President Carter also had an integrated cabinet. Andrew Young became the first Black ambassador to the United Nations.
He had more experience with black people at more levels than most black people.
That I will faithfully execute.
Ambassador Andrew Young says one of Jimmy Carter's lasting legacies was his impact on race relations.
One of the true civil rights presidents we've had. And I don't know that anybody was more knowledgeable about race, but who also realized that race, peace, economic justice were all intertwined.
Jimmy Carter is as much defined by his later years when he became a global icon.
I think he redefined a post-presidency in a fundamental way.
There's no question that his post-presidency has been enormously successful in a way that you could never say about the period that he was president.
Any discussion begins at the Carter Center, a base for humanitarian efforts worldwide. The Carter Center, since 1989, has worked with more than 36 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in more than 100 democratic elections.
He's flown around the world. He has been involved in ongoing dialogues with different countries.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
That has been a tremendous public service.
The former president paired human rights campaigns with programs for health. On the other side of the planet, guinea worm disease has affected millions. Carter championed its removal, and in 3 decades, the number of cases has dropped to less than 5.
We believe that we now have assurance of enough funds to completely eradicate the disease from the face of the earth.
The Carter Center has also made efforts against river blindness, trachoma, and a host of ailments affecting every continent. In 2002, that work was recognized with the Nobel Peace Prize.
We will not learn how to live together in peace by killing each other's children.
In 1976, a humble husband and wife in the humble city of Americus, Georgia, founded a humble nonprofit, Habitat for Humanity. The goal, to build houses for those in need. It remained humble until it courted a former president.
I'm not sure you or anyone else would have heard of Habitat if it had not been for the Carters getting involved in 1984.
His approach to Habitat reflects his outlook overall, affecting the world, but never forgetting its roots.
In 1973, then Governor Jimmy Carter established Georgia's Film Office, which attracted more than 550 major film projects by 2007. The industry now adds $4 billion each year to the state's economy. Governor Carter also supported the construction of the Georgia World Congress Center. The ever-growing campus has hosted the Olympics, Super Bowl, trade shows, and more.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
As president, Carter worked to protect the beauty of his home state. He signed a bill establishing the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area.
A highlight of my life was going to the White House to see then President Carter sign the bill.
Then, President Carter signed legislation creating the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Site here in Atlanta. Now a national park, it allows generations of visitors to explore MLK's roots, visit his birth home, and the church where he changed the world. Across the street, Carter raised $3.5 million to build the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change, in addition to creating a center of his own to promote freedom, democracy, and health around the world.
God gives us a capacity for choice. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes. And we must.
In Atlanta, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
This is good barbecue.
In 1970, Jimmy Carter knew he needed help in a heated race for governor.
And he called my grandfather, who was a very influential Baptist minister at the time, to get his support.
Martin Luther King Sr., better known as Daddy King, rallied support.
When my grandfather spoke up and spoke out, people took note of that.
People took note of Carter's first speech as governor, too.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
That was a courageous stance that he took. It wasn't a political statement from him. It really came from his heart.
11 Alive spoke with Martin Luther King III and Dr. Bernice King as they remembered a president who put people over politics.
When you talk about morality, when you talk about spirituality, when you talk about character, if you would look up any of those words, you'd probably find a picture of Jimmy Carter.
They hope Carter is remembered for making the world a better place.
If anybody really completed and emptied themselves out fully, it was President Jimmy Carter. Lived a very full, rich life. We remember him and we honor him.
In Atlanta, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
One of the greatest living individuals I've ever known.
Photos of a long friendship forged in their mutual faith. Jimmy Carter and the man who is his personal pastor, Tony Loudon.
He's given all that he can give. And yes, are we going to miss him? Yes, do we love him? Yes, do we hurt? But JC would say this. He would say, continue to give the best, to be a servant leader with a servant heart.
Just around the corner from the Carter home,
our 50th anniversary.
One of their closest friends, Nell Ariel, shows me photos. Decades, the Carters couldn't do enough for her and her late husband.
Kind, very kind.
Ms. Ariel is a retired teacher. Her husband was the pastor of the Carters' church.
In losing him, I'll be losing a friend.
She says when Carter won the Nobel Peace Prize, he called her and asked her and her husband if they would go to Oslo with him and Rosalind for the ceremonies. And when they all got there, she remembers Carter outside a reception with one of his grandsons. They were running around the room playing tag with each other. When her Yorkie was struck and killed by a car, Carter reached out to her and more.
We got flowers, we got food. That's how he is.
Countless memories of a dear friend.
This is one of our own. This is our Georgia's son, President Jimmy Carter, has shaped the world.
One
Plains, Georgia has made its mark as the birthplace and home of Jimmy Carter. The boy who grew up to become president actually spent his formative years in a place even smaller than Plains, 2 miles away in an unincorporated and predominantly black community called Archery.
During the dry season, when we were cultivating crops and planting and cultivating and harvesting, we were extremely busy in the field. And Daddy was a very good taskmaster. He taught me the benefits of hard work.
Daddy was Earl Carter, a larger-than-life farmer who successfully ran a country store in Archery and an agricultural warehouse in downtown Plains. Mama was Lillian Carter, a spirited woman who worked as a small-town nurse. When he graduated from Plains High School, Jimmy Carter went to a community college in nearby Americus, then Georgia Tech. But Earl Carter wanted his son to go to the Naval Academy, and 2 years later, Carter received a wartime appointment. It put Jimmy Carter in U.S. Navy submarines and sent him around the world. He would marry Rosalind Smith, a hometown girl who grew up just a few doors away from the Carter family. A few years later, Carter returned home and entered the world of politics. His first victory was a state Senate seat.
I was able to get a 4-year college approved in Americus, our county seat, and that got me reelected without any opposition. And then I decided to run for the U.S. Congress against a Republican incumbent, Bo Calloway, who's from West Point, and he was an antagonist of mine in many ways. He withdrew from the congressional race and left me with the congressional race won. I decided he wanted to run for governor. I decided to run for governor against Calloway, so I ran for governor in '66 and lost.
And against Lester Maddox.
And against Lester Maddox.
Lester Maddox was a fiery segregationist who didn't get enough votes to win the election, but became governor after the legislature stepped in. Carter went back to Plains and plotted to run for governor again. It was a race that shook the state in 1970. This time, he won.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
Carter's inauguration speech stunned his listeners, but that speech, as well as his 4 years as governor, gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
People were looking for someone that was not from Washington.
Jay Hakes, another early key Carter supporter, was impressed immediately with Carter's command of detail on major issues. Hakes believes it was Carter's status as a Washington outsider and his faith-based ethics that resonated with most voters as he was running for president.
We now have a projected winner in the presidential election. NBC News projects James Earl Carter of the state of Georgia elected the next president of the United States.
When Jimmy Carter brought his good intentions into the White House,
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear that
he began with an ambitious agenda. President Carter attacked the energy crisis, fuel shortages, and rising prices. He created the Department of Energy. He told us we all must do our part.
All of us must learn to waste less energy.
This was the president who, in March of 1979, engineered the Middle East Peace Treaty, just 6 months after the preliminary agreements were first reached at Camp David, one of the greatest diplomatic achievements in U.S. history.
Carter's involvement was very, very necessary, and this brought peace between Egypt and Israel that has lasted to this day.
Jimmy passed more legislation than any president except Lyndon Johnson since the World War II. Good legislation. We're making friends in the world.
Most presidents, after they're done with office, they're playing golf, they're on the lecture circuit sometimes, they serve on corporate boards. He made it a mission to continue what he thought was important to the world.
And what was important? First, fighting for justice.
The most enjoyable and exciting, challenging things are when we break down those barriers and reach out to others.
The Carter Center, since 1989, has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. On the other side of the planet, guinea worm disease has affected millions. Carter championed its removal, and in 3 decades, the number of cases dropped to dozens. The only other disease eradicated ever, smallpox. And with every cause, Carter aimed big. In 1976, a humble husband and wife in the humble city of Americus, Georgia, founded a humble nonprofit, Habitat for Humanity. The goal? To build houses for those in need. It remained humble until it courted a former president. His approach to Habitat reflected his outlook overall, affecting the world and never forgetting its roots. It is the strength of a global icon, the strength of a man from Plains, Georgia.
In 1962, a stylish and progressive Augusta Democrat named Carl Sanders was plotting a run for governor of Georgia. Meanwhile, in South Georgia, another Democrat was plotting his first run for political office. Jimmy Carter had his eye on the state Senate.
The reason he got into that race in '62 was, by that point, you knew Carl Sanders was going to be the next governor. It was a fresh face, kind of Kennedy-esque was the way Sanders often described. And Carter says he wanted to be part of that. That would be exciting to go to the legislature at that time.
And when the 1962 election came around, there was a threat of closing the public school system if one classroom was integrated. In fact, our number one candidate for governor, Ernest Vandiver, who was a very fine man, would hold up one finger and said, "No, not one." So I thought, in my idealistic way, I would go to the Senate and protect the public school system from closing down and let them be racially integrated. And so that's why I ran for the Senate.
But Carter's first political race got caught in the crosshairs of a corrupt political kingpin from Quitman County named Joe Hearst. Hearst backed Homer Moore, Carter's opponent. And when the ballots came back from Quitman County, Carter appeared to lose the election.
This boss in Quitman County, and Georgia still had a number of counties where boss controlled them, had packed the ballot box.
They were brought in, tied up, and they were in alphabetical order, and some of the people that had voted were already dead. It was pretty flagrant that there had been phony ballots put in the box.
Carter and his backers complained to authorities in Quitman County who did nothing. So Carter talked to reporters in Atlanta, who smelled a story and beat the drum about the crooked county that stole the election.
It was pretty flagrant that the person who had voted just before the polls closed said I was number 332 or something like this, and there were one or two people after me, and yet when they counted the ballots, there were over 420 of them. So, yeah.
Hearst eventually went to prison, while Jimmy Carter went to Atlanta and took his seat in the state Senate. He became known as a detail-oriented freshman who backed education funding but otherwise kept his head down. 2 years later, he won re-election unopposed.
I was able to get a four-year college approved in Americus, our county seat, and that got me re-elected without any opposition. And then I decided to run for the U.S. Congress against a Republican incumbent, Bo Calloway, who was from West Point, and he was an antagonist of mine in many ways. He withdrew from the congressional race and left me with the congressional race won. I decided he wanted to run for governor. I decided to run for governor against Calloway, so I ran for governor in '66 and lost.
And against Lester Maddox.
And against Lester Maddox.
Lester Maddox was a fiery segregationist who didn't get enough votes to win the election, but became governor after the legislature stepped in. Carter went back to Plains and plotted to run for governor again. It was a race that shook the state in 1970.
It was a very ugly race.
Carter's opponent was former Governor Carl Sanders, who had established himself as an integrationist at a time when racial politics were still incendiary in Georgia and in much of the South.
Segregation now!
In the presidential election 2 years earlier, Alabama's segregationist governor, George Wallace, won Georgia's electoral votes.
And so in 1970, when Carter runs for governor, he runs as the Wallace candidate. He runs saying, if I'm elected governor, I'll invite George Wallace to come over. I'll put him up in the governor's mansion.
Now, was Carter running as the Wallace candidate, or did he pay lip service to Wallace just enough to try to win some votes from those type of folks?
Yeah, I mean, there was a very strong anti-Washington, anti-desegregation, anti-civil rights element in the Georgia electorate at that point, and Carter was appealing to that, and Sanders was not, so they had a clear divide there.
That year, leaflets circulated linking Carl Sanders with African Americans, including Martin Luther King Jr. Carter's campaign denied producing them. In 2014, Judy Woodruff asked President Carter about the 1970 race.
You didn't run as a segregationist, certainly, but you sent some signals that you were welcoming to people who were in favor of segregation.
Well, the vast majority of Georgian voters were in favor of segregation, and I didn't want to say anybody who has been a segregationist don't vote for me. So I was searching for votes among all the people of Georgia, whether they were integrationists, which were very rare back in those days, or the vast majority who were basically segregationists, yes. But I never appealed in any way to racial animosity or racial segregation in my campaign.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
And I expressed my views quite clearly on Inauguration Day.
I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over.
Carter's inauguration speech stunned his listeners. But that speech, as well as his 4 years as governor, gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician.
President Carter told me one time the best job he ever had was governor of Georgia. He always revered the time he was governor. He made a lot of changes when he was governor. Reorganized the state, zero-based budgeting, all these things that are buzzwords today first came from Jimmy Carter when he was governor of the state. It was very progressive.
It was a reputation that took root nationally in the 1970s.
We lost a light when Jimmy Carter died. We lost a light.
A monumental loss left the presidential hometown of Plains in the dark, but only for a while.
We'll never see another Jimmy Carter, that's for sure. I hope we do, but he was a true down-to-earth, educated, decent man.
Jean Kersey moved to Plains 30 years after she first visited, falling in love with the charm of the town and the history.
I'm pretty proud of what we have here.
Jill Stuckey's had a front row seat to history as superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park.
They would go all over the world doing just amazing things, but they'd always come home to Plains, and this was their favorite place.
She and other park staff wear black mourning badges to honor the president who put this town on the map.
We have to get used to a world without Jimmy and Rosalind Carter.
And continually poured into it.
We love attention on Plains. Obviously, tourism is a wonderful thing, but most importantly, we want to be a good reflection on the Carters and their lives.
As Plains prepares to host more tourists ahead of services for President Carter,
I say welcome. Come on to Plains.
The town may be a little dimmer without its light, but Jean Kersey reflects on the history preserved in a small town, a guiding light, so others can see how Jimmy and Rosalind grew up and made a life here.
And they're a small town American dream couple. I mean, a peanut farmer and a little girl that he knew from the day she was born. And they end up at the White House. It's like a book. You can't make this stuff up.
Inside Manuel's Tavern, we are
right down the street from the Carter Center.
President Jimmy Carter's presence is still alive.
Carter announced his run for governor here in the 70s.
His bond with the owner, Manuel, grew over politics.
It was always kind of rumored that he built the Carter Center next to his good friend Manuel's place. And you know, Manuel was in politics, so they sort of had like an even playing field. And this local watering hole where both of them could just sort of hear from the ground up what needed to be done.
But it was the president's humility that left a mark here.
It feels very humbling to know that my grandpa was such good friends with somebody who just cared so much.
Megan Ruth remembers meeting Carter during his New Year's Eve party at the tavern.
Mr. President, it's so nice to meet you. And instead of a shake, he goes in for a hug and he kissed me on the cheek. And because it was New Year's Eve, I call it my New Year's kiss. It was really cute.
That's just who he was. This humble peanut farmer turned president and world icon made everyone feel special.
He's just a nice reminder for kindness and humanity, putting other people before yourself in so many different facets. And I think it'll be a long time till we can see something like that.
I'm coming to the Carter Center to pay my respect to President Carter.
Just to lay a hard hat in honor of President Carter.
Just some flowers, some fresh flowers.
I saw somebody leave a bag of peanuts and I said, oh my God, that's so true. That's him.
I brought a big bag of peanuts and a bouquet of flowers because President Carter cut his teeth as a peanut farmer. And so by delivering that big bag of peanuts you see over there, I felt like I was honoring his legacy.
It's a good chance to celebrate a remarkable life, and I share his faith, and I like to believe he's now at home and reunited with his beloved Rosalind.
I've seen his family from time to time, and we've come to the library many times too, but my one experience that I had up close and personal was on a Delta flight, and he was true to himself. He came back and shook hands with everybody on that plane. And just, you know, these people were thrilled. They all stood up in his presence. And I just couldn't get over that, you know, that he was a world figure. Even though his heart would always be in planes, he was a world figure.
He did so much in the country, the world. He touched so many lives.
What would be your message to President Carter if you could tell him something?
Oh, wow.
It would be thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for modeling what faith in action looks like. It wasn't words, it was deeds for him.
For being a role model, for being a hero, for being a friend, and thank you for showing the world what a life of service can look like.
He was somebody who wanted to do his best, and he wanted all of us to do our best. And so I would just say thank you.
For being the humanitarian that you were. Always kind.
You can tell you're getting choked up.
Yeah, because he was always nice. And you don't see that very much anymore.
We love you, President Carter. You inspire us to do more. I love you, President Carter. I really do.
A global icon, a champion for justice, a dedicated public servant who never forgot his roots.
You know, I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born in Plains, Georgia in 1924. When he graduated from Plains High School, Carter went to a community college before joining the U.S. Naval Academy. And 2 years later, he received a wartime appointment serving on Navy submarines around the world. But Carter's heart was in his home state, and his love was in his hometown. In 1946, he married Rosalind Smith, a young woman who grew up just a few doors down from the Carter family.
The best thing that ever happened to me was marrying Rosalind.
After serving in the Navy, Carter went back to Georgia and entered the world of politics. First, a victory in the state Senate, then a U.S. congressional race. He lost his first campaign for governor, but not the second time.
I promise you my best. I ask of you your best.
In 1970, Carter was elected Georgia governor, and the next 4 years gave him a reputation as a new kind of Southern politician, a reputation that helped propel him into the Oval Office.
I told you I didn't intend to lose.
1976, President-elect Jimmy Carter.
We must act now, together, to devise and to implement a comprehensive national energy plan.
He created the Department of Energy, and in 1979, engineered the Camp David Accords, bringing peace to the Middle East.
The 1980s have been born in turmoil.
Later that year, though, the most profound crisis of Carter's presidency, when Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American hostages. It ended hours after newly elected President Ronald Reagan took the oath of office. After leaving office, Carter's dedication to public service and public good continued.
How many of your staff?
The Carter Center has worked with 38 countries to monitor and ensure fairness in nearly 100 democratic elections. He's helped to eradicate disease.
Well, it's a very gratifying and heartbreaking, but also heartwarming experience.
And well into his 90s, humbly helped build homes for those in need with Habitat for Humanity.
I think I have been as blessed as any human being in the world.
The office of President of the United States.
Become the President of the United States of America and Governor of Georgia and work at the Carter Center and a big and growing family and thousands of friends. So I've had, everything's been a blessing for me.
With a world of options at his fingertips, President Jimmy Carter chose over and over again to receive his medical care near his childhood home in the small town of Americus at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. CEO Carlisle Walton says even with Secret Service pressure and private backdoor entrances, the president was never one to demand a low profile.
He was never the traditional politician. He was just Jimmy Carter, the person. And he just wanted to say hi, and people would chat with him, and the doctors are saying, okay, we need to examine you, sir, and get you taken care of.
Phoebe Sumter is where the president first entered hospice care, and where Mrs. Carter's funeral procession began too.
One of the legendary stories is that Miss Rosalynn always wanted to be with him when he was in the hospital, because they said whenever it was not required, we never slept apart. One of the singular honors of my life will be that, one day he asked me to pray with him when he was here in the hospital.
Mr. and Mrs. Carter were not only patients, but also longtime donors to and advocates of the hospital. When a tornado decimated the facility in 2007, the Carters helped rebuild it into the campus it is today, and their support never wavered.
When he was diagnosed with cancer, for example, the local folks started a fundraising campaign to support the treatment that he needed, and he directed some of those funds that were raised towards the Phoebe Cancer Center because he wanted local health care to be available for those who needed it.
Tell me about what it's like being the temporary resting place for President Carter now.
Can think of no greater honor.
What do you think President Carter's legacy is? How would you summarize it?
For me, a life well lived, an inspiration. And if I can just, in my life, capture a microcosm of the difference he has made around the world, then I can say that I had a life well lived too.
Into 37 acres of lush greenery in the heart of Atlanta sits an organization much like its founder, quiet, understated, and hyper-focused on human rights.
think it's probably one of the best kept secrets in Atlanta. We know that the Carter Center is here in Atlanta, right off of John Lewis Freedom Parkway. But the extent of the work that's done at the Carter Center, I don't think a lot of people know about it.
The Carter Center served as a home away from home in Jimmy Carter's post-presidency years and provided him with a fiercely renewed purpose, tackling the world's worst suffering among the poorest people.
So peace and freedom, human rights, and the alleviation of suffering, the equality of opportunity on earth, the giving of every human being a modicum of self-respect and human dignity. Those are the things that I believe are completely possible based on the principles that we've established and have continued to pursue at the Carter Center.
That they have built the center into one of the world's really leading human rights organizations.
We want to take on things that other people do not, and in places they don't do it.
Terry Adamson worked in the Carter administration and has been on the board of trustees for the Carter Center since it was created in 1982.
It started modestly, but with great ambition. There were peace conferences that he and President Ford would hold on the Middle East, for example, in the mid-'80s. They started election monitoring. Almost all of those were done by Carter and a prominent Republican to emphasize the bipartisan nature of the Carter Center.
The center sits on the same land as the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum and includes multiple gardens, conference rooms, and even a replica of the Oval Office. It also has an apartment where the President and First Lady would stay when they came up from planes.
And they have been actively involved their entire life. They had been coming up here at least 1 week every month. They have an apartment in the building right next door to my office.
Although the work started years before, the building opened on October 1st, 1986, President Carter's 62nd birthday.
And we had the dedication. President Reagan came down and gave the dedicatory address.
The story of President Carter is a story of the South. For when Jimmy Carter was born on this date in 1924, many Southerners knew only poverty, and millions lived lives that were separate and unequal because of the color of their skin. One need only look at Atlanta, bustling, prosperous Atlanta, to see that the South has truly risen again, transformed, self-confident, moving vigorously on to still greater justice and opportunity.
And it was really one of the more gracious speeches about Jimmy Carter that one could write, and it was extraordinary. And Carter actually, after Reagan finished, Carter said, you know, now I think for the first time I understand why you won and I lost.
It marked a new age of post-presidency success.
I think he redefined the post-presidency in many respects, and something like he's doing is what presidents since him have, I think, largely tried to do.
At least among modern presidents, I haven't seen
Thank you all.
A former president and former first lady do as much as the Carters have. Whatever the glass ceiling for retirement is, they've crushed it.
Kathy Cade has worked side by side with Rosalind on her mental health program since it started in the 80s and was asked to join the board in 2010.
In my view, I think Mrs. Carter wanted to have her voice on the board. When the center first started, actually, President Carter thought it was going to be a place to promote peace. And he thought that it might be like a mini Camp David, and one could bring people together and use the center as a place to resolve conflict. In the early days, however, the center began to focus on how to promote democratic elections in emerging democracies. And the Carter Center was the first player in this arena.
Through the Carter Center, the former president and first lady observed more than 100 elections in 39 countries. Almost half of those missions led directly by Jimmy Carter himself. But the first election he monitored was his own. Back in 1962, when Carter ran for Georgia State Senate, ballot boxes had been stuffed in favor of his opponent, He challenged the results, and the election was overturned. But perhaps the center's greatest accomplishment is found at the nexus of peace and health with its guinea worm eradication program.
I think one of the biggest achievements is the eradication of guinea worm. I mean, it's practically eradicated.
When we first came to Ghana, there was guinea worm all over your country, in all the provinces.
Guinea worm is a parasitic disease that can be very disabling and can even cause death. President Carter started the guinea worm program back in the 80s. So we have been working to eradicate this disease for over 30 years.
When it's eradicated, it will only be the second human disease ever eradicated in the world and done without a vaccine.
We have a staff of 3,100 people around the world. Most of those people, only 200 of them, are in Atlanta. The rest of them are all in the countries in which we work.
So this is a magic net.
That is going to speak volumes because it also shows what you can do with behavior change. It is not a vaccine. There are no drugs involved. It's all about behavior change. And how we convince people in Ethiopia to collect water differently than they have for generations, we can't do that sitting back here in Atlanta. You know, it has to be done at the village and at the local level.
Those kinds of people living in a remote village, absolutely poverty-stricken and afflicted with preventable disease, are just as intelligent as I am, and just as hardworking as I am, and just as ambitious as I am. And their family values are just as good as mine. And they have proven it in thousands of cases by correcting their own problems if they're just given a little bit of information and a little bit of help and guidance.
As President Carter has said, there's no such thing as a neglected tropical disease, they're just neglected people.
Paige Alexander stepped to the helm of the Carter Center in February of 2020, just weeks before the COVID-19 pandemic. Now she will be the first to lead the organization without the formidable president by her side.
Over the past several years, they have started to step back, and because of that, they've left us in very good shape, with a very strong organization.
What do you hope its greatest achievement is in the next 20 years?
Continuing the legacy that they built.
The values of President and Mrs. Carter are in the DNA of the Carter Center. And there is no question in my mind that those values are going to be what guide us going forward for the foreseeable future.
It's actually written in the bylaws of the Carter Center that a Carter family descendant will always be on the board. I think it'll be around forever. I think it's an institution that will last and endure.
If I had to choose between 4 more years and the Carter Center, I think I would choose the Carter Center.
Thank you.
It could have been both.
Yearbook pages full of alumni who etched their way into the country's history.
Miller, McKinney, Flanagan.
And former President Jimmy Carter.
There were a number of people who were very close friends with Jimmy Carter. A lot of them worked on his administration, and so a very cohesive class.
Eileen Marusic serves as secretary for the class of 47, collecting and documenting the stories of the men she calls her 47 heart. She took over after her father, Larry Marusic, who also graduated then, passed away.
The best part about taking this was that I was able to channel my dad because they lived the same military experience he lived. And as I see them passing away, it's been joyful, but it's sad.
The ones left living, all at least in their late 90s. Some still remember the midshipman who would go on to be the 39th president of the United States, like class president Jack Stevens, who was in the same cutter crew as Jimmy Carter. A cutter's a type of boat.
And people ask, well, how was he? Well, he was absolutely non-demanding. Of course, he hadn't been president at that time either, but he was easy to get along with, a neat wife.
Joe Flanagan, who wrestled at the Academy and served in the Navy for years, remembers taking classes with Jimmy Carter.
He was always a straight shooter, and I enjoyed his company. A lot smarter than I was in math and the sciences, but I was way ahead of him in English and literature.
He also worked on Carter's presidential campaign, as did Bob McKinney, who didn't get to know the future president and his wife Rosalind until after graduation. Jimmy Carter asked him to serve as chairman of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board when he was elected president.
They're wonderful people.
McKinney and his wife even traveled with the Carters to China.
He wore the hell out of you. He was a very active guy. He swam every morning, so that's what kept him healthy. And he gave 3 talks a day while he was over there. And he wore me out just following him around.
From sea to presidency, Academy alums have long been Carter's crewmates.
I feel like it's been an honor to know these men.
An honor to share these pages with each other and Jimmy Carter.
The cliche is that in a small town, everybody knows everybody. But if you come to a place like Plains, it really can seem true, at least as far as connections to President Carter go. Jill Stuckey is a prime example. She's the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park, a role that she's served in for about 6 years, and a role that puts her at the center of a very busy week of preparations ahead of this complicated, multi-step state funeral. But she's also a close friend of the Carter family. She says she took the job because President Carter asked her to, and that they had known each other for 3 decades. To her, the 39th president's authenticity was what made him so unique.
You know, he talked the talk and he walked the walk. What you saw on TV was what you saw off camera. When he would come to my house on a Saturday night for dinner, that was the same person.
And that spirit and legacy is being honored in a multi-day, multi-state funeral. It started right here in Plains yesterday, and it includes stops in Atlanta and in Washington, D.C. before returning here to Plains on Thursday, when President Carter will be laid to rest. Faith? Small-town Plains determined to sparkle as it prepares to wave goodbye one last time to President Carter.
It's very bittersweet.
It is the community where a century ago he was born, and on January 9th, where he will be laid to rest. Now, as preparations continue, people have come to pay their respects to the 39th president.
We knew this moment was coming. It comes for everyone, but he had been a sick man for a while, but it's still just the finality of it. And it's very sad, very bittersweet.
You don't have anything really bad to say, say about him or his wife or his family. Everybody is just wonderful.
He was a state legislator who became president and global humanitarian, but always kept his roots in the hometown that always embraced him.
It's a sad day for America, not just for Plains, Georgia, and they should be as proud, like they always have been, of him, but now more than ever for what he has left for his legacy.
He talked the talk and he walked the walk.
Jill Stuckey reflecting on a peanut farmer who became president and then, along with his wife Rosalind, a global humanitarian working to eradicate disease and promote free elections.
So they have touched millions and millions of people all over the world.
They, Rosalind and Jimmy, treated life as a team sport. Stuckey saw it firsthand. She's the superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park in Plains and a close friend of the family.
It's hard to speak of President Carter without talking about Mrs. Carter because they were so one. They were married for 77 and a half years. They built their house here in Plains in 1961, and they didn't remodel. They didn't need the granite countertops. They didn't need to knock out a wall. It was good enough for them.
That humility grounded in the faith that he shared with so many on the campaign trail and so many here at Maranatha Baptist Church, where he spent decades teaching Sunday school.
You know, I think first and foremost is his faith. That's what he lived by. You know, he went by the red letters in the Bible, the words that Jesus spoke. That was what he tried to emulate his entire life.
A life that left so many wanting to share one last message to the man who shared so much with them.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me and the entire world, and I love you.
In Plains, Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News. The state funeral for President Carter will begin on January 4th as his hearse will move from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus to his childhood home here in Plains, where the National Park Service will salute the late president by ringing the farm bells 39 times. After the ceremony, his body will travel to Atlanta, pausing at the state capitol for a moment of silence before arriving at the Carter Center. After a brief service, he will lie in repose, where people can pay their respects until the morning of January 7th. Later that day, Carter will leave Georgia and head to Washington, D.C. to lie in state. Members of Congress will pay their respects in the late afternoon before the event is opened to the public. The late president will continue to lie in state until the morning of January 9th. That morning, he will travel to the Washington National Cathedral for a ceremony and funeral service. Carter then heads back home to Georgia for a private family service and burial in Plains.
Good Saturday afternoon, everybody, and welcome to special coverage remembering President Jimmy Carter. I'm Aisha Howard, joined by former longtime 11 Alive news anchor Jeff Hullinger. We are so glad to have you here with us today, Jeff. There's no one else I'd rather share the anchor desk with on such an occasion. You are so knowledgeable just about not only this city, but local politics, and so it's truly an honor to have you here as we honor former President Jimmy Carter.
It's always great to be with you, Aisha. It's a pleasure to be among all my friends here at 11 Alive, and it is a day that is bittersweet for so many throughout the state of Georgia. As we follow the life and times of President Carter, we think about his century of life in our state, in our country, and for the most part in Atlanta as well. And with that comes a complex feeling of sorrow about the loss, but at the same time looking back on this life that has impacted each and every one of us in some way.
Absolutely remarkable. We are looking live right now via chopper at the Motorcade, headed toward the state capitol where the former president will lie in state, and people will be able to come there and to pay their respects. And matter of fact, people have already started to arrive there. Our crews who are following the Motorcade tell us they're a little bit behind, but that still hasn't stopped people from gathering, as we see here outside of the state capitol, to receive the Motorcade and just really to show the Carter family what this moment means. Can you imagine when they pull up and just see all these people who have gotten there, ahead of them to mark this occasion?
There's no greater symbolism of a journey for Jimmy Carter than from Plains to Atlanta, ultimately Atlanta to Washington, D.C. But he made this trip thousands of times in his lifetime, and with it really comes a period of reflection for all of us. If you have made the journey to Plains, it is really staggering to think where he came from and how he did this through ambition, through intellect, through courage, through his ability to bridge so many different divides of culture and race in the South, in the middle of Reconstruction afterwards. The 20th century has been a very difficult place in the American South, and he was able to navigate it in ways that few men and women ever have been able to.
A lot of people talk about just the shock factor of Jimmy Carter, and it just speaks to his spirit and sort of how he started this journey into politics. The fact that he returned to Plains. Most presidents don't return to, a small town where they were born and raised and just really kind of lay down roots in that way. We want to send it live now to 11 Alive's Teresa Bowles joining us outside the state capitol as that crowd gathers there to receive the body of former President Jimmy Carter. Teresa, tell us where you're seeing right now.
I'm on Washington Street outside of the state capitol where people are already gathering. In fact, former President Jimmy Carter's motorcade is expected to arrive in the next 15 to 20 minutes. But right now, if you'll look outside of the capitol, groups are gathering in front of the stairs. I've seen some state patrol officers out there. They're expecting about 90 lawmakers and about 6 patrol officers that were a part of former President Carter's detail. They're expecting an honor guard, and inside there's a bunch of memorabilia to honor him. They have wreaths outside of the capitol right now, and people are standing, and there's really just a solemn mood outside right now, but also a positive spirit, because obviously they're remembering the positive things about him. And outside of the capitol on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, there are folks waiting to see that motorcade come in. Like I said, it's expected in the next 15-20 minutes. It's going to ride by here in front of the capitol, and former President Carter's son is expected to speak to all the dignitaries here. We're expected to see former Governor Sonny Perdue, as well as Supreme Court justices and other senators from Plains here to honor and remember him today. So it's going to be a beautiful service. People are really taking their time to pay their respects for former President Carter today, and we're hoping to see that motorcade very soon so that all of the people standing on the street can pay their respects, and then we'll get a chance to see the family here very soon. Live in front of the state capitol in Atlanta, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
All right, and as Teresa mentioned, that motorcade is actually going to come down Washington Street, which is why those people have gathered there, just to get a glimpse of this motorcade coming through before it passes on and goes to the Carter Center.
It's always interesting when you go to the state capitol where the body will be brought in. Nearby there is a statue of Jimmy Carter, and it is always a reminder of how far the state has come and his extraordinary life that began in Plains and found so much importance and so much relevance in the mid-1960s into 1970 into Atlanta and state government, and all of the issues that he had to deal with as the civil rights movement was catching its wind, and as governor after the assassination of Dr. King, the complexities of life in the state and city are something that I think we all should contemplate today about what he was looking at, what he faced, and what he dealt with successfully.
And how he navigated it different than any other former president. That's what a lot of people have been talking about, just the way he sort of really faced it head on. This is is happening, this is an issue, this is the climate, a lot of people shied away from it because you didn't know what to expect. There was hesitation, sort of throwing yourself into it, and he sort of went all in.
There's a famous story that Ambassador Andrew Young tells about the first time he met Jimmy Carter was at Pascal's over on the west side.
Oh, wow.
And Martin Luther King Sr., MLK's father, wanted him to meet Jimmy Carter, this guy who was a state senator who was running for the governorship. And Ambassador Young said he didn't want to do it because he just didn't, why should I take this guy seriously? So when he first meets Carter, he says to him, hey, how about that sheriff there in Sumter County, which Sumter County is where Plains and Americus is. He had given Dr. King and the civil rights movement a horrible time. He was just a nasty guy, a racist. And Jimmy Carter responded, he's a good friend of mine. And Ambassador Young says, he just kind of laughed about it and thought, this is another guy passing through. But he first got the attention of Ambassador Young a couple of minutes ago when Carter went into the kitchen and introduced himself to all the busboys, all of the cooks, all of those involved with the food preparation. He said that he had never seen a politician ever do such a thing before. And that really got his attention that this guy was something different.
You talk about the statue and we talk about the Carter Center, and so many people say, oh, well, he was president, but his time in Georgia is marked and etched in our history. We want to send you out now to the Carter Center. That's where we find 11 Alive news anchor Jonathan Martin, just really kind of setting the stage for us there. This has really been the meeting point for people to pay their respects. That memorial there is huge, and especially on a day like today, before the motorcade makes its way there. Jonathan, tell us the feel that we are experiencing at the Carter Center.
Aisha, within the last 30 minutes or so, we have seen this crowd gather right outside of the Carter Center. Many people waiting for the president's motorcade to arrive. The arrival ceremony expected to happen here right around 3:45, as you both mentioned, running a little bit behind right now. So we expect between 3:45 and 4 o'clock, the motorcade will be here. The troops will line up and the people will be able to welcome the motorcade before a private service happening inside the Carter Center at 4 o'clock right in the lobby. And this really will be the first official service of this state funeral. And President Carter, we understand, wanted it that way. He wanted this first service to be with his family. We know his son Chip will be speaking along with his grandson Jason, and his private pastor, his personal pastor, will be there, along with some of the people who have helped the Carters along the way with the Carter Center, specifically some of their mission work and humanitarian work. And another Atlanta connection, the Morehouse College Glee Club. They've been invited to be a part of this 4 o'clock service inside the Carter Center. If you remember, way back in 1977, some people were around then, the Morehouse Glee Club performed at Mr. Carter's presidential inauguration. So kind of full circle here that the Glee Club has been invited back to be a part of this service today. And again, the big part, as you mentioned, Aisha, at 7 o'clock, the public will be invited inside the Carter Center to pay their respects, starting at 7 o'clock all the way up until Tuesday at 6 a.m. He will be lying in repose inside the Carter Center. I want to toss it over right now to my colleague Caitlin Ross, who is not far from me, also here at the Carter Center. She's been speaking with some of the mourners showing up today to pay their respects. Caitlin?
Jonathan, before people can get to the Carter Center, they have to come here to King Memorial Station. That's where they'll be running shuttles continuously for 48 hours. They want to make sure that anyone who wants to get over there to pay their respects is able to. So the way people can do that is by taking MARTA here to King Memorial Center. Then they'll jump on that shuttle bus. It's going to run nonstop, so people will be able to get very easily from here over to the Carter Center and back. And people are already lined up here. We spoke with two women who got here just after noon because they said it was so important that they pay their respects to former President Jimmy Carter. This entire MARTA station is dedicated to him today. You can see they have banners flying here with quotes from Jimmy Carter. The bond of our common humanity is stronger than the divisiveness of our fears and prejudices. They have a number of them that are all along the walls here, honoring the former president and what he did, not only for this state, this country, but the world, honoring a legacy of service and leadership. They have pictures from when he was in the military to when he was president to him out at a Braves game, really just highlighting what an incredible pillar of the community he was. And that's why people say they came out to honor him today.
He just has excellence. He has values. He has faith. He does a life of service. Those are all things that, especially now. We have to admire this, and we have to do it. We just have to keep on doing good things.
Keep on doing good things. Jonathan, those shuttles will start arriving here at 6 o'clock tonight.
All right, Caitlin Ross, and a reminder, if you are coming out here to pay your respects over the next few days, remember you cannot bring a bag or any purses. But again, security very tight out here. The only thing they're saying you'll be allowed to bring if you have to is a diaper bag. So be aware that you will be subject to be searched. But again, a lot of people having a lot of opportunities to pay their respects to the former president starting tonight at 7 all the way up until Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. We'll toss it back to you, Jeff and Aisha.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And that's just really a time for Georgians to just really mark how they feel about this moment and just all of the history that goes into this. A lot of people have been talking about what they hope this current generation remembers about President Carter. Jeff, what would you say one of those things would be, or a couple of things would be for you?
Well, I think his long life, as much as anything. He has been a ubiquitous figure here in Atlanta for as long as anybody can remember. It is hard, you're hard pressed to come up with another politician or another public figure, even a great musician who has been around since the mid-1960s, ever relevant, ever significant to the community in which he lives. And Jimmy Carter has been that way. It is virtually impossible to think of lives when the Carters were not immersed in Atlanta life, whether it's at restaurants or ball games or involved in charity events. They have been such a major part of life here. The thought of both of them now gone within a span of 13 months certainly is a reinforcement that mortality beckons all of us.
For sure. And then I always have, like, ever since we started covering this story, even with Rosalind, you know, when you think about a century of life and just all you were able to accomplish. And then, of course, what we're seeing here, you know, with the motorcade, with the lying in state, all former presidents, when they pass on, they have the same exact service right. It is the same program that we would follow and that we would see play out. However, for Carter, being the longest living president and to have such a reputation that says, you know, there was like a 13-year-old girl that was out at the Carter Center, you know, just saying how much she learned about him in school, and that made her want to come and pay her respects. I think that is such a legacy to leave behind.
Well, I think even listening to, I don't know, I heard someone very young on cable television in the last few days describe him repeatedly as a peanut farmer. Well, yeah, sorta, kinda. But there's so many elements to his life. He's also a nuclear scientist. He's a humanitarian. He's a politician. He's a woodworker. He's a champion fly fisherman. There's so many elements to his life.
Yeah.
It's impossible to frame him as any one thing.
We are looking live here as the motorcade makes its way in front of the Georgia State Capitol, just really marking the moment in time of President Carter's service here to the state of Georgia as governor from 1971 to 1975 and state senator from 1963 until 1967, then going on to serve as the 39th president of the United States. Let's watch here as President Carter's son here comes out of the car to greet the crowd that has gathered there in front of the state capitol to welcome the Carter family here. There's going to be a moment of silence honoring his service as governor and state senator here. Dignitaries there, of course, will be Governor Brian Kemp. We will have Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as they come here to greet the motorcade. Let's take this moment in here.
To your left is Chip Carter, who is a resident of Decatur, and his brother is, the grandson of President Carter, Jason Carter, former gubernatorial candidate and attorney who attended Duke, is greeting the dignitaries. Burt Jones, the Lieutenant Governor.
And speaking of the generations here, Mayor Andre Dickens is actually joined by his daughter, taking in this moment, who has, expressed interest in politics as well, as we've started to hear more from her now that she is in her college year. So this moment in time, just really, I think, making a mark on our future generations as well. And as they head back to the car, now they will begin the journey from Washington Street as they head on over to the Carter Presidential Center. It looks like they're going to break away and say hello to maybe a few more people. They're lining the steps at the state capitol.
Jimmy Carter's life is one about defying odds, and even into death he defied odds. That a man born in 1924 could live 100 years, who came from the rural South. Carter was born 1 year after Charles Lindbergh made one of his first flights ever, and it happened to be an Americus. And the thought of that, all the things that transpired in the last 100 years, is impossible to fathom, whether it's the moon landing, World War II, Babe Ruth playing for the Yankees, Hank Aaron, Jackie Robinson for the Dodgers, Hank Aaron, of course, here in Atlanta. You can go on and on about the American century, and Jimmy Carter was immersed in that. He was a big part of it.
As we are taking a live look here at the hearse, as it is parked in front of the Capitol before making its way to the Carter Presidential Center, where you see people here lining the streets, and we just had a little hand to go in the camera there that was able to take photos. So people lining the streets will be able to, of course, have their devices, but we do just want to let people know, if you plan on visiting inside of the Carter Presidential Center, there will be no sort of devices allowed there inside, of course, and you will be subject to a security search. So we just want to make sure everybody goes there with the right information in mind so that you can have a smooth experience.
Seeing Jimmy Carter now and outside of the state capitol grounds, it's impossible not to reflect to 1971 and his acceptance speech, his state of the state, so to speak, about what he hoped to accomplish as governor on the day that he was inaugurated. And he said something that at that time was shocking, that the days of racial discrimination were over. And that was such a stunning comment from a Southern governor at the time that he was on the cover of Newsweek as a result of it. And that one line, that one declaration that life here is going to change racially is something that was shocking and revolutionary at its time, and really a precursor of what his life would prove to be.
And that the fact that he had hope for that, the fact that he
demanded change,
and that he demanded
and
change,
had the power to do so.
Exactly, to put yourself in a position of power in that way and say, as radical as this may be, I'm going to say the thing. I'm going to be the person to put this declaration out there. That's a lot of guts and courage, Jeff.
It was a rarity during that time as well. You're talking about 3 years after the assassination of Dr. King, and a very, very polarized America.
Yeah. And of course, we have our service members here and members of the state legislature, even former members, just there at the state capitol paying their respects as the motorcade has left off Washington Street and is making its way now to the Carter Presidential Center, where we already saw from Jonathan and Caitlin, the crowd there is all ready to go for 7 o'clock for their opportunity. But first, we do understand that we're going to have the service to take place inside of the Carter Center. And I guess, in 100 years of life, Jeff, you are able to really lay the groundwork for how you want to be remembered. And I remember even here at 11 Alive, when Mr. Carter entered hospice care, everyone sort of braced, for this moment to happen.
Well, we assumed he was going to die within weeks.
We thought it was going to be weeks.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden his grandson is doing interviews saying, oh, we're watching baseball. We know he was a huge baseball fan.
The moral of the story is whatever you came to expect from Jimmy Carter, forget about it. Just throw it out. You didn't get it.
You didn't get it at all. And I think this just really speaks to it, and we were anticipating that just because we know what hospice means for a lot of people. We knew he had, for most people, he had several falls, losing the love of your life. We know what that means for people in their latter years as well. But nope, here we are 2 years later.
And here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are indeed, waiting for the arrival of the hearse on its way over to the Carter Center. We want to bring in Professor Dr. Kenneth Stein, known for studying the Arab-Israeli conflict in historical and socioeconomic context. He spent so many years working with the Carter Center from the 1980s. His years at Emory University, he is one of the great academians in the United States, and to think of Jimmy Carter after his presidency, I think, is to think of Dr. Stein. Dr. Stein, thanks for finding time for us this afternoon. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
What's going through your mind right now as you're watching the motorcade proceed over to the Carter Center, a place that you and the former president spent so much time together?
Well, I think, first of all, Jimmy would probably be angry that he's arriving late. He would want to be on time. He left me standing in front of an elevator in Tel Aviv because I was 45 seconds late getting to it. I managed to get to the dinner where he was speaking. First, it's important for me to express my condolences to the family. I met him 43 years ago as an assistant professor at Emory. Worked in helping construct the first programming of the center. And I remember when the Carter Center was a kudzu patch. I remember the controversy over the roadway between the Frederick Olmsted area and the Carters and the Presidential Library committees. It wasn't always pleasant. Sometimes there was some tough moments, but he managed to persevere. But I think that word perseverance is probably indicative of his individuality, his tenacity, and his industriousness.
Dr. Stein, don't you
learn that? It was quite extraordinary how industrious and persevering he was.
Don't you think, as people began to learn about the Carter Center in the early 1980s here in Atlanta, there was a sort of a wink and a nod of, well, this is going to be just another library like maybe Eisenhower's library in Abilene, or in Amana, Iowa, there's Herbert Hoover's, a sort of celebration of the past through the footsteps of an American president. Nobody could have possibly imagined, maybe only you, maybe President Carter, maybe a few other people, about the importance, the significance, and the impact the Carter Center would have not only on this country, but around the world as well.
The Carter Center was constructed as an opportunity to give him a platform to speak out on issues that he felt he had not completed as president. The Carters were crushed when they left Washington, having lost to Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan. And we forget that 81 and 82, he was in the process of trying to figure out what he was going to do with the rest of his life. And with a handshake with Jim Laney at Emory, he decided he wanted to become a university professor. And then they put together a committee of professors to figure out what the center would be. And to answer your question precisely, Jeff, he told us he didn't want this center to be a traditional think tank. He didn't want us to publish scholarly papers. He wanted us to be, and the Carter Center to be active and action-oriented. And that's what it evolved to. I don't think it was essentially established to do the things that it ended up doing. I think it evolved, and I think it went through a couple of major changes, not the least of which is in the 80s, we had major meetings at the Carter Center. By the time we got to the 90s and beyond, I think the Carters were roaming the world, doing all their good works.
What was it like to travel in the Middle East with President Carter? And I've heard you relay some stories of, you two were in cabs and just sort of making your way through these countries. What was that like?
Well, I look at a motorcade, and I'm smiling to myself because when you drive through Cairo, there's lots of traffic. But to drive through Cairo and not have to stop at a traffic light, that was quite extraordinary for me. He wanted to learn as much as he could about the region. He wanted itineraries planned where he could meet individuals of political importance. He wanted to talk to professors. I remember he insisting on our first trip in '83 that he needed to go to the village where Sadat grew up. And when we went to Syria in '87, he wanted to see the village where Hafiz al-Assad grew up. And on all those occasions, he reminded everyone that he was, in fact, a peanut farmer, that he was, in fact, from rural Georgia. And he felt an affinity for that identity of being people who work with their hands and work hard and put in a day's work.
Do you feel that his first trip to Israel, which would have been in the mid-'60s, I've heard the story of Golda Meir loaned out, I don't think it was the mid-'60s, it would have been the early '70s.
That's correct.
That Golda Meir loaned him with a driver, a sort of rusting Mercedes, as the story goes, and that he was so moved by the experience, that coupled with his deep Christian faith, sort of morphed into this personal take on trying to find peace in the Middle East.
I think he had in his innate nature a desire to bring people together who otherwise wouldn't talk to one another. I think he found his talent as being a mediator. And I think if you reflect on all the things he did, or he tried to do as president, and also in the post-presidency, mediation and bringing people together is what he preferred. He preferred not the use of force. He preferred to have people negotiate logically and make concessions to one another.
If somebody would have told you...
Sometimes in the Middle East, Jeff, you can't do that.
Yeah. If somebody would have told you in the 1970s that the Camp David Accord would still be in effect in 2025, would you have been surprised?
Not in the 70s. Maybe by 78 or 79, because Sadat was so different. Sadat wanted to toss aside ideology for national interest, and so did Begin. I think they were both unique at the moment. I think Carter, while he stewarded the Camp David Accords, I think he was fortunate to have both Begin and Sadat, who were heroes and had the will to change their country's direction by 90 degrees. That doesn't happen frequently in international politics. And Carter was able to use their willingness to make compromises with one another to achieve the Camp David Accords and the Egyptian-Israeli Treaty.
But Jimmy Carter's view of the Middle East morphed, and you certainly had a split with him over it. He became a very harsh critic of Israel.
He did, because he felt the Israelis were not doing their part to accommodate to the Palestinians. And underneath that is another part of Jimmy Carter's personality. Carter felt that it was his duty and responsibility to speak for those who were underrepresented or who didn't have a voice, the disenfranchised. And he equated the Palestinian national movement, or the Palestinians, as being a civil rights movement, which a lot of people took offense to because they didn't really believe that a Palestinian national movement would engage in terrorism. So Carter was willing to reach out, be a mediator, but at the same time he discounted the ideology of people he was trying to bring together, and in this case, Palestinians who sometimes would rather throw bombs than sit at a table and negotiate.
I wanted to get your view on this. Let's play a game of what if we can, for a moment. Let's say the Ayatollah didn't rise until the 80s. Let's say that Ted Kennedy elected not to run against him for the Democratic primary nomination, and that Ted Kennedy wasn't as hostile toward him in Congress, and Jimmy Carter wins a second term. How different do you think his post-White House life would have looked, and would it have included a Carter Center as we see it now?
I don't think any president who was elected in '76 would have been reelected in 1980. I think the economics of 1980 were so different than '76. Hamilton Jordan said it numerous times. He said it wasn't the hostage crisis that kept us from being reelected. It was the economics of home, and it was a divided Democratic Party. Carter was a moderate who wanted to bring the Democratic Party away from its liberalism, and he just couldn't do it. And the American people didn't appreciate him because they didn't feel that he was politically savvy enough to make the kinds of judgments necessary that you needed in international politics.
Do you think that's an unfair take on Jimmy Carter?
I think there's some truth to it. I would rather have you ask the question, if Begin and Sadat would have made peace with Ronald Reagan as president, and the answer to that question would be absolutely no, because Carter had within him this desire to make the world a better place. I'm not saying that Ronald Reagan didn't, but it motivated Carter. It was burning in him, and that's why it burned within him after he was president. That's why he wanted to see negotiations occur. I can't tell you how many times he said to me in a car or in a meeting, if they'd only give me a chance, if they'd only give me an opportunity to do this, I could finish what I started in '79. He was convinced into the 80s and into the 90s that if any successor president would ask him, he would dive right into the negotiating process. He felt that way even after he won the Nobel Prize and earned the Nobel Prize in 2002. He was just committed to finding a resolution to this conflict come hell or high water.
Is that part of his ambition or part of his idealism that seems to have never left him?
Both. No question, it was both.
Ever meet anyone quite like Jimmy Carter in your lifetime?
As smart, maybe my first father-in-law. But Carter had an engineering mind. I don't know if that's an appropriate definition. Carter saw a beginning, a middle, and an end to all problems. And he felt that if you couldn't reach the end, it's because you didn't try hard enough.
What do you think the Carter Center looks like without President Carter
well, I mean, he put
going
a stamp all
ahead?
over it.
But what does it look like?
In the early 90s already, with Jim Laney and then a couple of other presidents, and what the Carter Center would look like after Jimmy Carter was no longer around.
Yeah.
And the answer was, well, it'll probably be doing the same things, but probably more broadly. I don't think anyone in 1982 or 83 believed that the Carter Center would end up having individuals, having a staff of 3,500, or people going abroad monitoring elections, or trying to put their arms around terrible diseases. And that certainly wasn't in the mind of the faculty who put the first draft together. It wasn't in the mind of Jim Laney, who was president at the time. I don't think it was in the mind of Emory faculty in 1983 and 84, who actually opposed having the Carter Presidential Library near Emory. They didn't want to be associated with a failed president. A lot changed from 40 years ago to where we are today. And I think because Carter stayed as the main oxygen of the center with his philosophy, I think that's why it became what it was. You know, there's a famous quotation by an author whose name I can't remember. An institution is the lengthened shadow of one man. Well, that's exactly what the Carter Center was and is.
What I guess there there are so many things about Jimmy Carter that are just are hard to understand and hard to explain. Do you remember when you first met him? Do you remember the first time you were introduced to him?
Yes. Yes, it was in 1981 or 82 at the Woodruff Medical Center. We were standing in line as faculty who were about to shake hands with him, and Jim Laney was standing behind him, the president, and we marched in line one right after another, and he stuck out his hand, and I said, "Hi, I'm Ken Stein," and Jim Laney said he's a professor of Middle Eastern history, and Carter surprised me when he said, "I know you." And I looked at him, I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "I know you. I know you wrote those articles in the Journal-Constitution before and after the Camp David Accords. How did you know 60 or 70% of it before we actually signed the agreement?" I said, "Because it was all public, and it was all made public by people in the diplomatic corps of the U.S. State Department, and all you had to do was sort of put the steps together." And then he looked at me, he said, Do you think I had anything to do with it?" I said, "Absolutely, sir." And then it morphed into a really wonderful meeting in Sapelo Island with all of his foreign policy advisors on, what the center should look like. And Brzezinski took control of the entire meeting, and he's the one that essentially said the first major meeting of the Carter Center will be a Middle East meeting in November of 1983. And he looked at me, and I said, November 83, and he said, "Yes, Brzezinski." I said, "Well, that's 5 years after Camp David." Wow. And he looked at me, he said, "That's what we'll call it."
Wow.
And that's how that evolved.
We have to wrap things up here, Professor Stein. Give me, what are your final thoughts here as we say goodbye to you and we watch these live images from the Carter Center right now as the casket makes its way onto the grounds?
I think Jimmy Carter, and forgive me for saying this, I think he was unprepared to be president because I don't think he had enough knowledge of international affairs. I think he was entirely prepared to be a post-president because he brought his values from rural Georgia with him, where people mattered. I think he was uncomfortable as president because he didn't like the establishment in Washington. Hamilton Jordan said it many times. He said, "Our biggest problem was that we came to Washington thinking we were still governing in Georgia, and it's a completely different political system. We weren't prepared for the obstacles or the elites or the establishment or the lobbying groups. And we could have done better." And he said, "Sometimes we just thought a little bit too much of ourselves." Hamilton gives some really interesting interviews at the Miller Center after he left being in Washington. Very candid, very honest, very forthright. Carter would say that we lost because of the divided Democratic Party. We lost because of the oil prices. But I don't think Carter would admit or acknowledge that he was not really that well prepared to be president coming from rural Georgia. And the biggest lesson for this, Aisha and Jeff, is our people who become presidents or candidates for president aren't really schooled in the political cultures of the world, because that's not the background from which they evolve. Particularly governors, Reagan, Clinton, Carter, Bush too, they didn't have it the first couple of years. Those who go through Washington ultimately have a better understanding and more savvy. You take someone like Biden, who had 38 years. I'm not sure Trump has it. He may have had it from his first term. But folks who don't understand either how Washington works or international politics have a real tough time in managing foreign policy when they come to office. And I don't know how you remedy that. I don't know how you give someone an injection or a pill on how to become politically aware of foreign cultures.
Professor Kinstein.
Can you imagine anyone having to deal with Arafat, Assad, Begin, the Saudi family, and King Hussein, who had understanding of international affairs? Those are the gentlemen that Carter had to deal with. It's like having 7 LeBron Jameses and you got to dribble against them all. I mean, think about it.
LeBron James when he was with Cleveland, not with the Lakers. Professor Stein, it is always a great pleasure and an honor to be with you, and we always learn from listening to you, and we greatly appreciate your time today.
Good, and thank you for the opportunity.
You bet.
So interesting.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So interesting to hear Professor Stein say how much he was prepared to be a post-president. And I think that's truly what we're celebrating, because that's what we see. The stories that we've done on the work of the Carter Center between he and Rosalind, no one has a presidential library that has done so much, not only for the state where it's housed, but just the world in general. And I think that's why the next part of the service that we're moving on to here with this ceremony here at the Carter Center, it just really speaks to just the volume of the impact here of a place like the Carter Center. And a lot of people, Jeff, may have the same question as you know, what becomes of the Carter Center without he or Rosalind? But I have to believe that the people that they've had in place, some of them have been there for so long that they had just carried the type of spirit and passion that just sort of translated to those people where they know the marching orders now that they are both gone. And I think we're just going to see even more things to be etched into history books from the Carter Center. So that's exciting to see, and just to kind of anticipate what could become of it now that they're both gone, because we know Rosalind didn't play about what the Carter Center did, especially as it relates to mental health.
Well, they've done so many remarkable things. If they were just to have done one thing, and that is to eradicate guinea worm, which has been a plague on man since the days of the Bible, from antiquity. To eradicate it in one lifetime is astonishing, and that in itself is the measure of this man and the measure of the work of the Carter Center against all odds, able to accomplish something that simply had been,
and I think it was
destructive of men and women for centuries.
Yeah, when you think of a place like a presidential library, right, you think it's going to be something just like really political and very broad, or just, like, oh yeah, that's sort of what we expect for you to do. You're going to go on, you're going to write books. They took on some big things. Just think of the mission to wage peace, fight disease, and build hope. All those things are so different. So you had to have your hands and your passion and a lot of things to, we're talking about disease and peace. Election fraud is just like, wait, what do you guys really do here? You do a lot here. It wasn't just this one thing. And I think that's why so many people felt the impact of the Carter Center, just because they decided to take it all on. Wherever we saw the need, we're going to address it. And I think that just really speaks to being prepared to be, for post-presidency and keeping those old Southern small town values. It's about the people. And you hear a lot of people say that, right? But what does that really translate to in your actions and your deeds when you say, I'm for the people, I'm a man of the people, I care about the everyday American? You got to show that in action. And I think we really saw that with President Carter. Other diseases,
in sub-Saharan Africa, the disease that is propagated by flies, where they land on the eyeball of many of these people, and it results in blindness. And the Carter Center was able to give clean water. They were able to take care of this, and so many people were saved from blindness. Brenda Wood, who's going to be with you a little bit later, made that trip with President Carter and his wife. I want to say that was maybe 10 years ago, and I'm sure she will relay those stories. For lack of a better word, a miracle in terms of changing lives in places where lives are very, very hard to begin with.
And I think a lot of forgotten places. They touched a lot of forgotten places. And I think that means a lot to people too, for places that, a lot of people wouldn't dare visit or care about the issues.
But the Carters did.
Yep. And I think that really means a lot to, even if you were on the receiving end of that, to know someone's doing that is really, really special. As we anticipate the motorcade is getting rather close here to the Carter Center, we see the honor guard getting in place as they make their way around the circle. We have multiple crews stationed there on the ground, just really looking at all of the visitors, anticipating the opportunity to come and pay their respects this evening after the service held with the family at a place that means so much to them. Can you just imagine, this is probably a place that all the kids and grandkids spent a lot of time too.
Well, we've seen a few presidential funerals over the last few years. Ronald Reagan died in June of '04, and that was sort of in keeping with his sort of grand Hollywood and a sort of regal demeanor of that funeral. You think about Gerald Ford's funeral from a few years ago, where Jimmy Carter gave the eulogy for the man that he defeated, which is another extraordinary part of Jimmy Carter's life when you think about that. And George Bush Sr., who died in December of a few years ago. So this is the first presidential funeral we have seen in the month of January since Lyndon Johnson in 1973, who died in January of that year. So it is a cold Washington that President Carter will see as the family makes its way there for the services. I believe D.C. is expecting some snow this week.
Yeah, D.C. definitely anticipating some snow. Temperatures in the teens there. But the show will go on because the honor is due. And I think that, a lot of people also don't know, Jeff. I was reading, Carter was the first president born in an actual hospital in Plains. Yeah. There's a lot of facts out there for a person that lived 100 years.
He saw a lot and did a lot. Needless to say.
Exactly, yeah.
But again, I just think that oftentimes when you speak of people who die at 100 or deep into their 90s, their sense of relevancy has long since passed. But, aside from President Carter being quiet the last 2 years in home hospice, I mean, all of his life, he took on either a new project, or he had something to say about American politics, or he disagreed with commanders in chief. He was never silent about anything, whether it was locally or you think about when his son Jason, his grandson Jason, ran against Nathan Deal, Governor Deal, a few years ago. He was very active in that campaign. He was, he was challenging Nathan Deal at stops, and he was writing letters on his grandson's behalf to people of influence, and I mean, he was very, very involved, and you would expect nothing less from him.
And I think I heard earlier they had an interview with the doctor, with President Carter's doctor, and they were saying, like, well, what do you think? You have to, I think Rebecca Lindstrom was saying, well, I have to ask you of all people, what would be the secret to living 100 years? And people often talk about, your diet and how active you are and what you do. And I just thought, there has to be something there. Serving people, being a good person. Another person earlier in the week said that he was the epitome. He said he wanted to live his life like the red words in the Bible. And the red words in the Bible are the words of Jesus, directly speaking. And he said, well, that's the model. Like, that's what I'm modeling, the red words in the Bible. And regardless
I attended Jesuit high school and Catholic school all my life, and I could not come up with where you were going.
Yeah. So the red words are the words when Jesus is actually speaking. And Carter said, this is what I want to be remembered as, these words.
Well,
this is the model.
He flew in the face of conventional wisdom, even in diet. Now, you're talking about the interview with the doctor, who was speaking about President Carter lived this long life in part because he ate vegetables, he ate nuts, he ate fruit, everything in moderation. Look, when you're born in 1924 in the South, in a place like Plains, you're eating a lot of lard-based meat products.
For sure.
You're not eating a lot of salads. You're eating a lot of salt, a lot of sugar, and a lot of fat. And the issues of hypertension and cancer, and I mean, they run roughshod through all of American generations. But most notably, when you're born of that time in the midst of poverty, of the Depression, and all of that, which is oncoming. But Jimmy Carter was able to even understand that, to navigate his diet away from the traditional bounds of where he came from and the time in which he lived.
And even beating cancer.
And beating cancer.
And beating melanoma that spread to his brain.
I think everyone believed. Yeah. I know when we were covering the story here at 11 Alive after the Emory news conference, which was dire. I mean, it was sort of like...
Yeah, because this was an experimental or a new treatment, correct?
This is the end for him, and we began to mobilize in preparation for his death. I went down to Plains, covered one of his first Sunday school teaching sessions, and it was amazing how...
Back from that procedure?
It was like 3 days after the announcement, and he was joking. He was lecturing on sex. He was lecturing on death. He was talking in a jovial way about mortality, and it was extraordinary. The courage in the face of perhaps being given a death sentence, and he did it with good humor, with a sense of purpose, and as always, faith.
We had a piece of that interview that you're speaking of, where he was saying, after that procedure, he's like, Rosalind probably doesn't like that I'm kind of joking like this, or that I have this outlook. He said, but I just have so much peace about it. I'm just so ready for whatever happens. And to see someone, usually you just automatically experience someone to be very tense about that, or to go into a shell, or to be so afraid, because like you said, even news organizations mobilize thinking like, this is the end, we have to,
Yeah, and this was 10 years ago. This was 2015, when all of this happened. He outlived all of the expectations, and certainly we talked about this prior, we talked about it this morning as well, but when we heard hospice or home hospice, I think all of us have had family members who have entered hospice, or friends, and generally that's less than a month, has been at least my experience with it. So when we heard that President Carter was in the midst of home hospice, the assumption was that he would not be around very long. I mean, here we are. He made it 23 months.
23 months.
It's staggering, really. I mean, it's another part of the legend of Jimmy Carter, of defeating expectations of whatever he is told will occur. He somehow or other finds a way to get around it.
And now we see here the motorcade and the hearse entering the front of the Carter Center there, as the honor guard is standing in place, ready to receive the family here for what is the first official service, set to start at 4 p.m. here, with the Carter Center the Carter family, getting ready to exit. Let's listen in.
Ready, cut.
Good afternoon. We'll have many chances this week to pay tribute to my grandfather, but it was important for all of us that we stop here. These buildings, as you all know, are filled with his life, not just because this is a museum to his life, and not just because there's a collection here of his beloved paintings, but his spirit fills this place. And the real reason that this spirit fills this place is because of the people who are standing here. The people in this room, from the library and the museum and the Carter Center itself, you all are the real keepers of my grandparents' legacy. Jimmy Carter Library and Museum holds the historical legacy, tells my grandparents' story, which is really this unbelievable American story. And you hold it and you present it for my kids and for their kids and for all of those other generations to come. And to the people at the Carter Center, you continue the vibrant living legacy of what is my grandfather's life's work, really. You know this. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was President of the United States. And when he won that prize, it was in no small part, as you know, because of the work that this organization has done and continues to do. We will spend this week celebrating this incredible life, and a life that I think we can all agree is as full and powerful as any life can be. As someone said, it's amazing what you can cram into 100 years. But as we celebrate that legacy, I want you to know that in many ways we're talking about the work that you do every day. Many of you have devoted decades to his legacy. You've been his partners. You've worked alongside world leaders and the village heroes far beyond the end of the road that are the other people who carry out that legacy, who are not in the room today, but who all of us in this room know so well and respect so much. Your expertise, your track record will continue to drive a world where people can participate in free and fair and credible elections, a world where the rule of law and human rights are respected and enjoyed not just by some people, but by everyone. A world where kids don't go blind from preventable diseases like trachoma, where there's no such thing as guinea worm disease or river blindness, and where we've strengthened health systems far beyond the end of the road across some of the most marginalized places in the world. That is the work that gets done in this place, in these buildings. And one of the amazing parts of my grandparents' legacy is the strength of this organization and its ability to continue their work without their physical presence. All of us have been thinking about this day and planning for it for a long time, but it is obviously still hard for all of us. For us and my family, and I'm sure I can see on your faces for many of you, I appreciate that. But just know that while we mourn my grandfather's passing, I know in my heart, and you all do, that his legacy will live on, not only because of the millions of people that he touched across the globe, but very specifically because of your spirit and your knowledge and the work and the track record that you do every day. So for us, on behalf of my family, to the people in this room, and to your colleagues and our colleagues across the world that work with the Carter Center, thank you for what you have done for him, for what you've done for my grandmother, and for what you continue to do for the world. Thank you so much.
Today's Saturday, and usually every Saturday I'm making the pilgrimage down to Plains, Georgia, and sitting beside President Carter in the compound. And you walk in the room, he's wrapped in a blanket that has Psalms 23 on it, one of his favorite Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd. There's nothing I lack. He lets me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He renews my life. He leads me along the right path for his name's sake. Even when I go through the darkest valleys, I fear no danger. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and faithful love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord as long as I live. If you can just use your spiritual imagination, for almost 2 years, our friend, number 39, President Carter, Pop, Dad, wrapped in a blanket that says Psalms 23.
Man, in that motorcade, there was a lot of love on the side of the road. Every overpass had people on it. It was amazing and gave you goosebumps just to sit in the van and see the reaction of the people of Georgia. It's so good to be here in the Carter Center, the circle of the life of our family for the last years. I'm so proud of Jason for accepting to be our family member on the board. And we're trusting him with my father's legacy now, so there's no pressure. But Dad's aspirations and Mom's dreams have been fulfilled in large part by the people here, by what he did as president and governor. I want to tell you a little bit about him as a human being. When my brothers and I were 10 years old, we were hired by Carter's Warehouse to put seals, tags, on the top of seed peanut bags. They did 100-pound bags of burlap, and the federal government would get a ticket that said what the germination was and the farm material, and then you climb on top of the bags and you put those tickets on 100 bags. We got paid $10 a 100. But if the little husk on the peanut, the pink thing on the little outside of it is cracked, the peanut will not come up. So it's a perfect job for 10-year-olds. And we began to learn there the value of hard work, the value of trusting your neighbors. Most of the people that worked at the warehouse were African American. Our neighbors, the closest one to us, were African American, and they're the ones I spent my Saturdays with. They were my age. We had a wonderful snow sled we brought with us from Connecticut when we came back, and we carved a trail down the side of the canyon across the street from our house. And then we cut a vine off, so if you could go down this thing, and when you got to the bottom, if you actually grabbed the vine, you could swing out over the briars and come back without getting hurt. And then you could use the rope to crawl to the top and then pull the sled behind you.
This was on mud.
On mud, yes. When I was in the 8th grade, I failed. I brought home at Christmas an F in Latin. I didn't see any reason to learn Latin. Nobody I knew spoke it very much. My father was not pleased. And so the next morning, he came into my room and said, we were on Christmas vacation. He said, you have your Latin book? I said, yes. He said, let me have it. He went to work at Carter's Warehouse. When he came home that night, we spent an hour and a half, him teaching me Latin that he had learned from my book that day. He did that every day of Christmas vacation. And the first day of the school year after Christmas, I went to my teacher and asked her if she'd let me take the final over again that she had given us, the midterm test. And she said yes. So after school that day, I took that test, and I made 100. I owed it to my father, who spent that kind of time with me. He was the Boy Scout leader in our town. One day we were trying to get our merit badges in hiking, and so we took a 6-mile hike to our pond on one of the farms, about 20 of us in the Boy Scouts. We had a great time. We had hot dogs and marshmallows and whatever, and had the big fire going. And at the end of all that, Dad started telling ghost stories. And one particularly bad one at the end was very gross. He claimed it happened on our farm. And so he told us to all go to bed. Well, we were just sitting there not knowing what to do. And after a little while, we decided that we would use the buddy system to go into the woods to use the bathroom after dark, so that we could all get some relief before we went to sleep, because we were sure that we were going to be attacked when we got there. I want to thank all of you here, as Jason said, because Dad's legacy from Georgia and his governor's office and from the presidency was a little bit rough at the end of it because of our opposition and the way they framed us. which was probably somewhat true and somewhat not. But all this stuff after that is in the hands of the people that worked here and that still work here now. I see many people here that I don't recognize. And I welcome you to come. I welcome you to spend your time doing the kind of things that my parents love to do and love for us to do. And I need to thank some other people too. The hospice folks that looked after my father for 22 months were amazing. Every week we got a report from them on how he was doing, what we could do to make him more comfortable. And it gave us a lot of confidence, and it gave us the ability to think about him in a different kind of way. And then we had caregivers. One of them is here in the audience. Cynthia was with my father for 6 years. They became my father's friends. They are the people that help keep him alive and comfortable and fed and cleaned and doing all that kind of stuff that we didn't want to do. It was amazing what they did for us. And another thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank my family. You know, when you're President of the United States, you're thinking about your family, but you're not interacting with them very much. His job was so much more than doing family stuff, so we didn't lose touch, but you had to get an appointment in advance. And that giving up of that time and sharing that was something that affected our family because we didn't have our parents as much as we could have. And I want to thank them for the sacrifice that they made and all that they gave. I was lucky 7 years ago. For the 5 years, I went to see my parents 3 nights, 2 days, a little plus, every week for 5 years. I took over the farm from him. He liked that because he was able to boss me around every day. But I actually was able during that time to become friends with my parents, something I never expected. To be able to sit down and talk to them like human beings instead of the boss. It was an amazing thing for me, something I'll always cherish. Then hospice came, and my brother Jeff and my sister Amy and my bride Becky and I split it up so I didn't have to go every week. I only went every 4th week, which was kind of amazing. But 2 weeks every month, Becky and I were apart, and that was difficult for all of us. But he was an amazing man, and he was held up and propped up and soothed by an amazing woman. And the two of them together changed the world. And it was an amazing thing to watch from so close and to be able to be involved in. And I thank you for your service.
Amen.
Let us pray. What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. 1 Peter 5:7 reminds us that we can cast all of our cares upon thee, for he cares for us. Oh, holy and gracious Father, we come today, Lord God, thanking you for your amazing grace. We thank you, dear God, for all that you've done and all that you will continue to do through the lives of your people, Lord God. So today, our Father God in heaven, we come thanking you for the man of God that you placed here on earth, Lord God, who is an example to us, Lord God, as to what you have said in your word, Lord God, how we are to live, Lord God. You allowed him, oh God, to be the little Christ here on earth, Lord God, to give us the example, oh God, as to how we should live and what we should do. I am reminded in Matthew 25, verses 35 through 36. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was a stranger, you took me in. We thank you, Father God, for the man of God, Jimmy Carter, Lord God. We thank you, oh God, for him living a life, oh God, that you placed in him, oh God, to be the example for us, oh God, in this nation. We thank you, oh God, for what you allowed him to do through this building, the Carter Center, oh God. Building hope, fighting diseases, and waging peace, oh God. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the humanitarian that he was in this life, oh God. So our Father God in heaven, we thank you right now, oh Heavenly Father, for continuing to do what you have done, oh God. Help us to be the example, Lord God, yet here on earth to live a life as Jimmy Carter lived a life, Lord God. Holy Spirit, we ask that you rest upon this family during these days of sadness, oh God. Father God, our hearts are heavy, but yet, Lord God, we rejoice in what we have seen through his life, oh God. We celebrate his life today, oh God, remembering, oh God, how he helped so many, oh God. He saw no skin color, but yet extended a hand to help someone who was down and out. So, Father God, we thank you right now, and we bless your holy and righteous name. We come boldly before the throne of grace today, Lord God, continuing to ask, oh God, that you comfort and strengthen, oh God, as only you can. You said in your word, Father God, that you would leave us, but you would not leave us without a comforter, that you would send the Holy Spirit to comfort. So, Father God, we ask right now in the name of Jesus that you continue to comfort this family. Be with them throughout the days ahead, oh God, as they are yet traveling, oh God. Comfort and strengthen them, oh God. Continue to allow them to bond together in unity and in love, oh God. We ask in the name of Jesus, oh God, that yet we be reminded of Joshua 1:6, to be encouraged and be strong. During these times, oh God, things can happen, families can become apart. But Father God, we ask that you continue to bind them together in unity and in love, oh God. And Father God, I ask, oh God, that the life that he lived, I challenge each of us to live the life as he lived. Let us be the example, Lord God, here on earth, that others can see the love of Christ in us. And as I end this prayer, Father God, I leave this prayer as a sentence from his book, written Faith. Our Creator God, you are with us at any time and at any moment. You're here for each of us to give us guidance, to give us solace, and to give us forgiveness, and or to meet other personal needs. We ask in the name of Jesus that you will receive this prayer, that you will continue to comfort this family. Be with them, oh God, continuously. Bind them together stronger in your word, oh God. Strengthen them, oh God, to know that we have lost a great man, a blessed man, but we will continue to live the legacy that he left behind. The world will remember him, oh God, for the mighty and the many things that he has done in this world. So, Father God, we thank you, we bless you, and we give your name the praise, the glory, and the honor. And we say amen.
Seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage when the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. They have drilled in vain and alternately easing blues and dances. I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring glances. His truth is marching on. Is marching. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
And that concludes the first official service for former President Jimmy Carter inside the Carter Center, bearing his name, honoring his time as President of the United States of America. The wreaths there beautifully designed with 39 white roses signaling his time as president. It was our first time hearing from family members. His second son, Chip, got really choked up just talking about the emotional moments that he had with his father later in life after his presidency, being able to spend time with him. I'm Aisha Howard here with longtime 11 Alive News anchor Jeff Hullinger. Ron Jones welcoming us now from our 11 p.m. newscast. Ron, you were here the night that all of this happened on last Sunday, and now we've arrived here at the first official service. Wow, what a moment.
It really is a moment. So, and I remember that it was just after 4 o'clock. We're getting ready for the 6 p.m. newscast, and all of a sudden, one of our producers said that the 39th president has passed away. So immediately we're scrambling, trying to get ready and prepare, the viewing audience with what we're going to have for breaking news. But what I found fascinating is once we got on the air, just the outpouring of love, from not just here in Metro Atlanta and across the state, but from around the globe. So it turned not just mourning the 39th president, but I felt like it was a celebration of life, just like we witnessed today.
Yeah, and what we are seeing here play out today has been in the works and well thought out, well planned. There's so many special moments that we saw there, and maybe some that we even missed because there were so many moments that were personal to him. Jeff, you shared about one of the songs that were played as the honor guard was lined up outside that had special meaning in multiple ways to President Carter as well.
Well, first of all, the Morehouse Glee Club never disappoints.
Oh, fantastic.
They are extraordinary. They make the hair on your neck stand up as always. The Battle Hymn of the Republic with an arrangement that is at least a century old. I mean, it was just a beautiful service, hearing from Chip Carter, sort of emotion, talking about the price the presidency played on the Carter family. Amy was just a little kid at that time, and trying to find time with your parents, you had to schedule it. I mean, that's a very sobering thought. But Aisha, you mentioned at the beginning of this service, as they brought in the casket, they played Hail to the Chief, and there was a certain irony in that when Jimmy Carter first came into office in 1977, he wanted to get rid of some of the trappings that Richard Nixon and previous presidents had employed so much. Hail to the Chief is played every time a chief executive walks into a room. Jimmy Carter wasn't into that. He stopped it. But there was such an outcry around the United States of loving this tune, this bum, 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 that he reinstituted it. And he told 60 Minutes in an interview that I saw over the weekend, last weekend, that was about 15 years old, that it was a mistake. He said he should not have gotten rid of many of the trappings, most notably Hail to the Chief is something that he erred on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the military honors that, and a lot of civilians across the United States, they see that as a symbol of honor for the commander-in-chief as well.
We're just looking live here. The family had a personal moment right at the end of the service, and now, Jeff, what I would assume would be maybe Carter Center employees there, or close family members able to pay their respects. We know the public isn't allowed to come in and pay their respects there in the Carter Center until 7 p.m. That's 7 p.m. and our producer confirms that these are the staff members. I think they said over 300 staff members there at the Carter Center. And Jason, Chip said, they just kind of thanked Jason for being the one family member to sort of take this on and to sit on the board there. He serves as the chair of the Carter Center Board of Trustees. But just think about all these people who are now left with this legacy and what to do with it and how to fulfill all of these dreams and all of these stats that we're able to ramble off about what the Carter Center has achieved nationally and even more internationally.
Yeah, and President Carter, as you know, he laid the foundation for the Carter Center to continue with what they're doing, not just here within the United States, but around the globe as well. And 100 years, that's a long time. And many times those of us in my generation, we're thinking about the golden following years and retiring and moving on. But Jimmy Carter was just not that person. He was going to do it to the very end.
Absolutely right. And look, I think this is such a beautiful venue for this as well. You see how light and the glass has framed the casket, and it gave absolute, even a sort of visual meaning to what this experience was all about. It's a very famous parcel of land in Atlanta. This is where some of the Union soldiers were watching Atlanta being burned in 1864. And this parcel of land sits high, and it has a great view to the skyline, great view to the city. I guess as I was watching this, I was thinking about sitting in a television studio watching Ronald Reagan here in 1985 as they opened the Carter Center, and it was a parcel of land that at that time was sort of surrounded by a lot of duress, a lot of neighborhoods that were in bad shape. Nobody was quite sure of the future of that area of Atlanta, not that far from Ponce and all, but we have seen this sort of redemption and resurrection and renaissance of Atlanta that really is a symbol of Jimmy Carter in many ways. I think there is a visual metaphor to be found, and certainly Jimmy Carter's life served such a grand purpose, not only in Plains, not only in South Georgia, but in Atlanta, where he made his mark, and then on to Washington, D.C. and back. And this was a place where so many consequential decisions were made during his lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aisha, you had talked about this earlier in the broadcast, that a lot of times presidents, they go on the speaking tour, they may launch a book or two, but that is it. But Jimmy Carter always kept his hands dirty, whether it was dealing with Habitat for Humanity, traveling all across the globe, trying to eradicate disease, trying to build hope with others as well. He just refused to give up, even after his presidency. And even though he had some trouble during that presidency and a lot of controversy, he did not let that slow him down.
I remember in elementary school, kind of aging myself here, but we had
not like Ron and I.
Yeah, we had president's class, and so of course, we learned about each president. We spent a week on each one, and it was phenomenal. And at the end, you had to be able to say all the presidents. And dear God, I know I can't do it now, but it wasn't until I relocated here to Atlanta in 2019 that I came to sort of revisit the life of President Carter. Right, so beloved here and was still doing so much work. And I remember when we, sort of got to the point of these back-to-back falls that he had, and still showed up to Habitat for Humanity builds, just sort of banged up and bruised up, and was still there with hammer in hand, wearing a hard hat with Rosalind right by his side. And so, Ron, when you say just kept getting his hands dirty, that is quite literal here, and just sort of refused to give up. One of the most touching portions of this service for me was from Pastor Tony Loudon, his personal pastor, saying what he will be doing on a Saturday. He'll be making the journey to Plains to have service with President Carter. And over the last 22 to 23 months, while he was at home in hospice care, he was propped up with a blanket with Psalms 23 on it, and that was the scripture that Pastor Loudon read from. And it's just interesting to think, we only knew that he was in hospice, but to hear a few personal stories of even how the family sacrificed. Chip's wife was a part of the circulation of family members who had to go. You don't want, even though they thank the hospice workers, you still want to have that family presence there, someone to be there with him during that time. And just the schedule they'd all set up to go and sit, which meant Chip was away from his wife for 2 weeks at a time because she was there for her father-in-law. So I just thought that was so special to hear the level of sacrifice that the entire family put in, not only during the presidency as children, but also in their adult years, what this meant to show up for a man who served our nation.
You're absolutely right on that. Jill Stuckey has been with him for more than 30 years. You will see her in the video in the days ahead. She'll be in her parks uniform, her national parks uniform, and she has led the federal government's charge of taking care of President Carter and looking out for him, and has been such a great family friend and has meant so much to the Carters, and she's an example of that. That there have been so many people that have given their lives to the Carters, and she's one of them. And there's so many that we don't know by name, but we know their sacrifice, we know their service to the Carters, and ultimately to our country.
And we see them here getting that personal moment. These are the staffers of the Carter Center who are just able to have this time before this venue is open to the public here, beginning at 7 p.m. And we know there's going to be a large crowd. There's going to be a lot of traffic impacted. And, we just sort of have to just see our way through it and be patient, knowing that, from here, he will travel on to Washington, D.C. before returning home to Plains. So this is just really a moment etched in our history for sure.
What's so amazing about Jimmy Carter, and I keep thinking about it certainly as we get ready to have the public view the casket tonight, is how men and women who have great accomplishment, who are able to make it in this life, generally sort of disassociate themselves from the rest of us. They lead these lives behind gates and large homes, and run in a very, very high class of successful people. The Carters were not like that. They never ever lost that. They were always among us for as long as we can remember. If you're eating pizza in Midtown, you've seen President and Mrs. Carter somewhere over the last 40 years, or at Manuel's, or pick a restaurant, you'll probably see a framed picture of the Carters somewhere in that restaurant in 2025.
And I think it was probably driving the Secret Service crazy.
It had to,
because think about this, and we've talked about this about a week ago, and that is he was teaching Bible study, or Sunday school, right? So as he was doing Sunday school down in Plains, he had a crowd of people around him. He had a lot of folks around him at church. Think about the Secret Service who had to try to navigate through all of that. But President Carter did not care. That did not matter to him. He was still going to be touchable and relatable to the public.
Let me tell you, Ron, wherever there was a big Atlanta event, at one point you could see Jimmy Carter. I was getting ready in the radio booth to do the broadcast of the Falcons and Broncos in the Super Bowl in Miami. So we're minutes away from kickoff. Hey, look who's coming through. It's President Carter. and it was just the way he lived. He was always among us. No matter the event, whether a Super Bowl or a hot dog at Manuel's, he was there, and he was never one to sort of disassociate himself from the masses.
No, and I think we witnessed that today. His son and his grandson talked about the line of people who were along the streets as the motorcade came by. They were there to salute, put their hands over their heart, just paying homage and saluting the 39th president in their own way, just showing how much they really love him and honor him, and based upon what he has done in his life.
I'll tell you, there's so many of us too that have always talked about this. When you would see him at a Falcons game or a Braves game or any of these places, people always said, what will it be like in Atlanta? What on earth will it be like when he is not here? What will that feel like? What will that look like? Of course, at that time, nobody assumed that he would make it to 100, where he would not be able to be the sort of Energizer bunny that he historically had been.
Exactly. What a story of a fighter. I mean, how many times did the family prepare? There were injuries, there were illnesses, there was skin cancer that spread to his brain, and it's like, no, not yet, no, not yet. And so, you didn't anticipate that you wouldn't be able to see that reality play out until 2024. But, here we are in 2024, and I really think that moment that the family experienced in the motorcade, I think that sort of warmed their hearts so much, because it gave them something back for so much that they'd sacrificed in their lifetime to say, wow, these people are caring about, it's not just our father, but caring about our family, because showing up is much for them as well. To say, thank you for what you gave too. You talked about just how young the baby daughter was while all of this was taking place. So I think it's so important for the public to continue to show up in this way, and even for all those staffers. And God, the longest president to have Secret Service.
Yes, since 1975.
Yeah.
You know, I think we took for granted here in Atlanta, one of the great pleasures and privileges of living in Atlanta for decades is the fact that we were among all these lions, whether it was Congressman John Lewis, it was Reverend Lowry, it was Jimmy Carter, you know, Ambassador Young, Ralph David Abernathy, Coretta Scott King. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. These people that changed America, that were giants of the 20th century, that we always assumed that they would be here. Somehow or other, we viewed them as non-mortals because they had accomplished things that mortals could not. But they're now gone mostly, and it is a very different Atlanta. Bernie Marcus part of that as well. These people that have defined living here, that have made all of our lives better in ways that we can't begin to describe, now are no longer with us. Who will fill their shoes? No one has the answer to that, but I think it has been a privilege to be in this city and to be not only among these individuals, but to actually touch the flesh and know them.
And there is a great deal of responsibility left on our city tonight, and we'll see how it plays out in the years to come. Who will take the charge?
Absolutely. Stay with us, folks. We're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back.
Facilities to protect kids.
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting will increase.
Welcome back to our special coverage remembering President Jimmy Carter. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Ron Jones, and we're joined by former 11 Alive anchor Jeff Hollinger. We really appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
And you know, the service has just ended at the Carter Center. However, before that, the motorcade made its way by the, as you can see, the state capitol there. Preceded by GSP as well. And it was a moment of silence and honor by the Georgia governor, Brian Kemp, his wife Marty, and other dignitaries. And I believe we also saw Mayor Andre Dickens as well.
Yeah, this was the first moment here that the public was able to see them. We see a lot of state legislators and former legislators there marking President Carter's time here in Georgia as governor and state senator. So a really special moment there at the Capitol. And as the motorcade made its way over to the Carter Center, people lined the streets and lined the overpasses. And that was a moment that the family says just really warmed their hearts as they were a part of that motorcade, just seeing people from the state of Georgia to come out and give honor and respect to the 39th president.
I always wondered what Jimmy Carter must have thought if he could see this site in the mid-1960s, and as the hearse was driving by there, you could see where all the dignitaries were at the state capitol. Just to the left is the Carter statue. If he could have imagined in the mid-1960s, when he was buried, there would be a statue of him, he would have been a president.
Right, right. This moment here outside the Carter Center, a beautiful moment there with the honor guard and them carrying the casket into the Carter Center, bearing his name, and really just the cusp of his legacy, all of the things that he accomplished post-presidency, marked here at the Carter Center, where the work continues here with a large staff carrying on the legacy along with the Carter family that he and his wife Rosalind leave behind.
Yeah, 11 Alive News anchor Jonathan Martin is there at the Carter Center. So Jonathan, what is the sense like there? I'm sure a lot of folks are showing up, a lot of residents as well, to pay homage.
That's right. The public will be invited out here, Ron, to pay their respects as the president lies in repose starting at 7. But yes, already we have seen people coming back. In fact, I've been out here for several days and people have been showing up. Just hours after we learned of the president's passing, people started showing up to this makeshift memorial, bringing all types of items. And today, along with all of you, we've been watching that service. That service has started just after 4 o'clock. And the thing that stuck out to me today was just the humility in that service inside the Carter Center. You know, President Carter really had a hand in every aspect of what we saw today, and he could have used this moment to have a bunch of dignitaries talking, but instead he wanted this to be about the people, a lot of the people who were closest to him. We heard from a personal friend, we heard from his personal pastor, his grandson, his son, and it really was a theme of thank you to the people here at the Carter Center who have carried on his legacy and will continue to do so. Thank you to the hospice care workers. That's what we heard today, including from the president's grandson, Jason.
To the people at the Carter Center, you continue the vibrant living legacy of what is my grandfather's life's work, really. You know this. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was President of the United States. And when he won that prize, it was in no small part, as you know, because of the work that this organization has done and continues to do. We will spend this week celebrating this incredible life, and a life that I think we can all agree is as full and powerful as any life can be. As someone said, it's amazing what you can cram into 100 years.
And, you know, it's really special because, as I mentioned, the plans for the state funeral have been in the works for years and years. And President Carter, we understand, was very adamant that this very first service not be about dignitaries, but be about the people here at the Carter Center. And you saw earlier they were able to go by and have a personal moment to pay their respects. I also want to share a quick story. We just heard from one of our crew members who was over at Manuel's Tavern just a moment ago. He told us that the NFL game was on, but when the service for President Carter was on one of the televisions, everyone turned to focus on the service and people were in tears, just showing the type of impact that he had and how his life really resonated with people who just stopped from the NFL game to focus on his service. I want to turn things right now over to my colleague, Caitlin Ross, who is also out here outside the Carter Center with what you need to know if you are heading here to pay your respects later tonight. Caitlin?
Jonathan, so many people want to come pay their respects because of that impact you talked about, that life of service. Everyone we've spoken with so far has a personal story about how President Carter impacted them and why it's so important for them to come out today. We're here at the King Memorial Station, where people have to come if they want to catch the shuttle over to the Carter Center. So you can't park at the Carter Center. You actually have to take MARTA to this station, where you'll then hop on a shuttle. That shuttle is going to run for 60 hours continuously. So they're making sure that everyone who wants to go to that service has the chance to. And we talked to people who drove more than 6 hours to come here to this MARTA station to catch a shuttle to go to the Carter Center because it's so important to them. One woman who's a volunteer for Habitat for Humanity shared her own story about how President Carter has impacted her life.
We were doing the build in LaGrange, and we knew what house he was working on. So two of my co-builders, we weren't on break, which was not good, and we snuck out of the house we were working on and went down to the house he was working on. And he was working on the front entryway. So we stood at the edge of the road and where the yard would be, And we were just going, oh, there's the president, there he is. And he turned around and he looked at us and he goes, don't you all have a home you should be working on instead of watching me? And we were all like, oh my gosh, he dissed us. We had just been dissed by the president.
Instead of watching me, I thought that story just epitomized Jimmy Carter. He preferred to just put his head down and do the work. Jonathan?
We love those kinds of stories, and we've been hearing that over and over. Our Caitlin Ross. So a reminder, if you are coming to the Carter Center tonight or the next few days, that you will want to know that there will be a lot of security. We noticed that as we were coming in here, even into the media area, you won't be able to have a bag or a purse, so keep those in your car or at home if you're coming out here. But what's really stood out to me being out here the last few days is not just the number of people out here, but really the diversity. Every type of person you could think of in Atlanta coming here to pay their respects to President Carter. So from 7 p.m. tonight all the way up until 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning. So 24 hours you can come out here and pay your respects.
All right, Jonathan, thanks a lot for the update there from the Carter Center. And let's bring in Jeff Hollinger, too, to talk about the many years that you have covered President Carter. What stands out the most to you?
I think I think the trip that I made to Plains after the Emory diagnoses from, I believe, 9 years ago, where we went down there and it really had the feel of, well, this is it. This is probably the last time he'll ever teach Sunday school, the last time we'll see him public. Yeah. And he was of incredible spirit. He spoke about sex in his homily. He spoke about mortality. He spoke about death. It was an extraordinary speech, of which you would expect nothing less from Jimmy Carter. Right. But it was quite an experience to see a wooden cross behind him that he had carved, or offertory baskets that were making their way through the pews that had been made with his hands and his woodworking equipment. And to see all of these people who had traveled there from all over the United States trying to get a seat in that small church. I think that experience is one that is unforgettable. There was a grade school jazz band that performed Georgia off key, and it is something that still sort of chokes me up. It was quite an experience. I think that would be the one experience over the last few years where covering President Carter where it intersects with mortality.
Yeah, and I can imagine the feeling of, the gaping hole that has been left at Maranatha Baptist Church, the small town church, but here it's home of the 39th president. And there would be times where you would have sort of, these groups that would just come, and you knew it was just to hear President Carter on the mornings that he was teaching Sunday
what was
school.
Interesting about it is people would line up trying to get in there at about 4 a.m.
Wow.
And many of these people are from the Northeast. They've never been below the gnat line. There were plumes of what's called no-see-ums, if you have not lived in the South very long and you're watching. Below the gnat line around Macon through there at the bottom of the Piedmont Plateau, these bugs that are omnipresent, that swarm you with. That was part of the experience.
It was the sacrifice that
as well, and I just think those experiences of Jimmy Carter and Rosalind are unforgettable, and they will certainly live in perpetuity.
Yeah. And a lot of people talk about, the love story between he and Rosalind. And I think, it was interesting to hear when his grandson, Jason, and then when Chip got up, just how much they, made the correlation between them just as a pair. So in most instances, you talk about those two together. And I know a lot of people the first week after we started, hearing of his passing on Sunday, just saying that, about them being reunited after being married for 70 plus years. Yeah. And I think that's just so special to have that as a part of your legacy. And Chip was saying it was just such an honor to witness that. And that's sort of where he ended his speech. And at the service there, it seemed like Chip ended sort of randomly. Yeah. But he really just got choked up in the moment thinking about the legacy of his parents together, and he just kind of had to let his tears out and just walk off. And I think that just speaks to the volume and just the weight of that relationship, the impact that it had, not only on the nation, but just for their kids to grow up seeing that.
And when you're a little kid, you're not really thinking about all that they're doing. Even if your mom or dad is the president of the United States or doing whatever they're doing around the world, you're more focused on yourself and your family and maybe your siblings, but you don't really appreciate it until maybe later in life when you become an adult and you see the impact that your mom and your dad has made on the world. And he talked about that, during his speech today, that he really didn't realize it then. Maybe he felt that his parents weren't there for him or for the family, but he understands why they did what they did and why people are still feeling the impact today.
I really want to encourage those of you that are watching right now that are greatly interested in President Carter's life and Mrs. Carter's life, and make the trip to Plains. It's about 3 hours from downtown Atlanta, and you go 75, probably the easiest way to do it. There's really no easy way, but you go to Macon and then you cut down across Americus down to Plains. But do it once you get off the interstate, turn off the radio and just to give yourself reflection about, look at this. Look where this guy came from. Look what he accomplished in his life. I think it is really a soliloquy, if you will, on the American experience, about being an American, about being a Georgian, and about what he accomplished in his life and how he did it and where he came from is still almost impossible to comprehend 100 years after his birth.
Looks like what we're seeing here is the honor guard sort of switching out shifts, which will definitely be a theme that takes place and a vision that we'll see over the next couple of days, 60 plus hours, as President Carter lies in repose here at the Carter Center from 7 p.m. tonight until 6 a.m. on Tuesday, which will be that public visitation. Just kind of want to call attention to, we saw this, this sort of changing of the guard happening here. So they're switching out shifts, and I would think, you, former military Ron, how big of an honor is it to have this type of assignment?
I mean, being part of the honor guard is like the greatest assignment ever. I never had an opportunity to do that. I would have loved to be able to be an honor guard, because you're representing not just your branch of service, like I was in the Army, but you're representing the Marine Corps, you're representing the Navy, you're representing the Coast Guard, you're representing all the branches of service. But you know what makes this unique? All those branches are standing around the former president right now, and they're all working together in unison as they continue to honor the president, but they're doing it with distinction. They're doing it with military pride, and they're representing our country in a remarkable way with the way that they're presenting themselves, the way that they're standing there at attention, the way that they shift the guards in and out. All of that is done very well.
And to know that, this will be 24/7.
Yes.
Just letting other people know too, if you plan on going by here for this public visitation, that they do anticipate long lines. And they also say that all individuals are subject to a security search. So just allow extra time for yourself to have this experience. Because this is a former president, all protocols are surely going to be in place here. Safety protocols, military protocols, and just how everything is laid out as we see. This is a very meticulous execution.
It's funny, you were listening to Ron talking about the military and about being part of that guard. There was a man who died maybe 4 or 5 years ago who is buried in Cobb County named Hubie Clark, who was one of the pallbearers at Kennedy's funeral in 1963. He was a 19-year-old. Wow. He's the African American that you see in the Navy uniform, and he spoke eloquently, as did a few of his relatives a number of years ago, just about what that experience meant in his life, and to reinforce what Ron was talking about, its deep meaning of symbolism, not only in the U.S. military, but in the United States, and certainly as an individual.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have some video that we had earlier today of the motorcade making its way, and this is they're actually leaving Americus at this time, and they're heading up towards Metro Atlanta. And just look at all the folks standing there. Some of them with flags, they're waving flags. Some of them, you may see some veterans there saluting. Some of them just showing their love for the former president, because they don't see him as just president down in Plains, Georgia. They see him as a regular citizen, because he has made himself so available, so relatable, so personable to folks down there. And you can see that this is a time of mourning, but it is also a celebration of life.
Rosalind Carter went to college in Americus as well at Southwestern Georgia, and that is the county seat of Sumter.
Okay.
Plains is in Sumter, and Americus is the biggest city in that county of 16,000 people, with a majority of African Americans. And some of the notables that have come from Americus over the years, the Attorney General during the Carter administration, the famous attorney Griffin Bell, was from Americus, who served the Carter administration as the AG. And the former Falcons head coach, Dan Reeves, who also coached the Giants and the Broncos, was from Americus, Georgia, and was a quarterback at South Carolina. So the number of notables that have come out of this little small hamlet is significant. There are other actors and literary people as well.
Yeah, that's right. And the impact coming from Americus, coming from Plains, Georgia. I've had a chance to go down there in that part of Georgia, and they're just, good old folk down there.
That's
you
right.
know what I mean? And they're just...
Americus has that great hotel, the Hotel Windsor, which is a Victorian hotel that you just don't see in that part of Georgia. And for that matter, you really don't see a lot of that around the state, but it's a marvelous hotel there that a lot of people from Atlanta will drive down and stay and sort of explore the area.
Now, I know that you were not a reporter back in the 1970s. However, if you fast forward...
I was causing trouble in my parents' basement. Does that count?
Yeah, I know.
Same thing, right?
I was right there with you, man. But when you look forward now, how do you think President Carter would survive today's news cycle with social media?
Hard to tell.
I mean, with so many different news outlets out there.
How does anybody survive it? I mean, whether you're talking about politics or you're talking about athletes, how about the number of 18 and 19-year-old kids that are athletes, the abuse they take now on social media that must be debilitating. But yeah, it's changed everything that we know in American life, and not necessarily for the better, needless to say.
Yeah.
We're going to bring up 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross. She is joining us from the King Memorial MARTA station, and that is going to be where people are going to catch the shuttle to visit President Jimmy Carter. Look at this line here. Wow. They're getting ready to take the shuttle over that's going to run for 60 hours around the clock. Yeah. This is the process of getting there to the Carter Center, because there will be no cars allowed around there, and there is no parking in the area.
And where is that again, Aisha?
That's the King Memorial MARTA station. That's where Caitlin is, and so everyone will be, over to take the shuttle to go there in order to get in line outside the Carter Center. So it's a little bit of a process. We see everybody sort of dressed accordingly there with their hat, gloves, and scarves on. So definitely keep that in mind if you plan on heading out. But just what a beautiful show of support. We know that doesn't start officially until 7 p.m., but already wanting to be amongst the first to catch that shuttle over to the Carter Center, even though they'll have the opportunity until Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Wow. Do we have Caitlin? All right, so we're going to work on getting Caitlin's microphone up. I'm sure she's probably trying to interview some of these people.
Caitlin Ross has done such a great job today, but she does a great job on all stories that she reports.
Sounds like we may have her right now. Caitlin, can you hear us?
Hey.
Caitlin, this line has formed. We still have an hour and 40 minutes before the doors officially open there at the Carter Center. And look at this line of people trying to be among the first group to catch that shuttle and pay their respects to the former president.
Yeah, Aisha, we actually spoke with someone who got here at noon. She said she was so anxious to make sure she didn't miss the shuttle. She wasn't going to be late. They wanted to be lined up to pay their respects. People I've been talking to out here say it's just that important to them. It means that much to them, and they want to be there as soon as they can to show the Carter family how much they support them, how much Atlanta supports them, how much Georgia supports them. And what's really stuck with me as I've spoken with people out here is that everybody has their own personal Jimmy Carter story, whether it was a time that they met him at a baseball game or out at Manuel's Tavern or somewhere in Midtown, or it was something he did that really resonated with them, that made a difference in their lives. It just seems like he made personal connections with people that were so deep and so meaningful. It was important that people come out here and show that respect back to him. So we have about 40 people waiting in the line right now, and these buses aren't even going to load up until 6 p.m. That's when the first bus leaves. Those shuttles are going to be running continuously from 60 hours. So they'll go from here, King Memorial Station, they'll run to the Carter Center, people can go in, pay their respects, hop back on the shuttle, and then people leave back through the King Memorial Station. So it really is a process, but for everyone lined up out here right now, it's worth it. They want to be here, they want to show their respect, and that's what they're doing. Like you said, Aisha, though, they're bundled up because it is cold out here, but they came prepared to wait until they could get on those shuttles and get over to the Carter Center.
Older people, for the most part? I mean, what sort of age are we looking at here? I think a lot of young people, because Jimmy Carter maybe has been out of the scene for the last few years with health and certainly with age. Is it primarily an older crowd?
You know what? That's such a great question. I'm so glad you asked that, because I just went to the front of the line to let me see if I can get his attention. Can your son come over here? Can he wave? We have a young man who's actually at the front of the line here.
Oh, wow.
Hey, how are you, bud? How old are you?
7.
You're 7? What's your name?
Carter.
Your name is Carter?
Awesome.
What are you doing here today?
I don't know.
Are you here to see President Jimmy Carter's memorial?
Yeah.
Yeah? Who are you here with?
My mom.
Oh, let's talk to your mom. Why did you think it was so important to bring your 7-year-old out here today?
Just part of history.
I was named after him.
You were named after him?
Yeah.
That is true. That is so cool. What do you know about him?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, you're going to learn about him today.
Governor, you know
Mom's
that.
got some work ahead of her. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Caitlin.
Well, you know what? I think President Carter would love that. Come on, we have another young person out here today. That's why I love Jeff's question. Hi, what are you out here?
Me and my mom came to pay our respects to President Carter. He was one of the awesome presidents we've ever met in our lives, and he was just such a sweet angel. We're definitely going to miss him.
You are the first people in line. Why was that so important to you?
Because we love President Carter. He meant so much to all of us.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And now we've got a teenager over here. Come on. All right, what's your name?
My name's Margaret Broder.
Margaret, can you tell me why you're lined up here today?
Well, I love Jimmy Carter, and I think he was a great president, and I just think he has an amazing story about how he was just a normal person, became the president of the United States.
How important is it for you to be able to go pay your respects?
I think it's just a thing you should do as an American citizen, to pay your respects to the president.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. How old are you, Margaret?
I'm 11.
11? Okay. So we have an 11-year-old, a 7-year-old.
We've been to Plains, Georgia.
You went to Plains too? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
What message are you hoping to send by being out here today?
I'm hoping to send that I think all people who respect the president should just come and be there for him, since he's just a great president.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. So Jeff, that was such a great question, because it really is people of all ages who are out here talking about why it's so important to go pay their respects and why it's so deeply meaningful to them. I think Carter, named after President Carter, is going to learn a lot today at this memorial.
You know, Caitlin, I'm more than willing to play your straight man wherever you go and wherever you need someone to sort of toss and set you up for a story. So you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Taking me up on that.
That was a flawless tee up. All right, Caitlin, so let's run through again. What's the process? If people are watching, they're going to come out there, and just to be clear, we see these people waiting because it hasn't even started yet. We're about an hour and a half before the doors open to the public at the Carter Center, but should people anticipate long lines? How long is the ride over? How often are the shuttles going to come? Let's kind of set people up for success if they want to head down.
Right, exactly, Aisha. Those are great questions, because there are a lot of logistics involved in this. This is not just a show up at the Carter Center and you get to go inside. You do have to plan this out a little bit. So you have to take MARTA here to King Memorial Station. You do actually have to get on MARTA to get to King Memorial. You can't park here. There's no public parking. You're not allowed to leave your car here. You have to take MARTA over here. Once you get here, you actually get in the line. And let me show you what the line looks like now. It's not too long just yet. There are maybe 40 to 50 people who are in in this line all waiting. They got here starting about an hour ago. Some folks got here really, really early, but they have since gone to the Carter Center. And so now these are the people who are waiting in line. At 6 o'clock, they're going to open the doors to those buses, and that's when people can start getting on the buses to go over to the Carter Center. You can't go into the Carter Center until 7, but right now they're going to be able to get on the buses at 6. Those shuttles are then going to run continuously. So it's not just one shuttle out, one shuttle back. This is continuously running for 60 hours. And MARTA has prepared meticulously for this. The amount of MARTA staff, security, police on site right now just can't be overstated. They have the entire King Memorial MARTA station with Jimmy Carter banners all over the place. The flag is flying at half staff. They're really taking this seriously to make sure that they execute this plan, because it is difficult. People really have to put in effort to get where they want to go to the King Center, to see President Carter, and the folks who are waiting in line right now are certainly willing to put in that effort. They've rearranged how the lines are moving, and so the line right now isn't that long. The buses are lined up, so they have the system set in place. They're ready to go, and folks can get on those buses starting at 6 o'clock tonight.
So Caitlin, my quick question for you is this. The Carter Center is ringed by these heavily populated neighborhoods in 2025, be it Inman, be it the Old Fourth Ward, Ponce Highland, Virginia Highland, Druid Hills, and you can go on and on. There is the ability to walk to the Carter Center. If you walk to the Carter Center, will they let you in to take a look at the casket?
Yes, you can walk over there, and we did see a lot of people going to walk. They were ready. They were already down there when we were down there earlier, and there is a line at the Carter Center as well. So this is for people who are maybe a little bit further out of town that had to take MARTA into town to then get on the shuttle to go over to the Carter Center. But when we went there earlier getting our news credentials, it was swarmed with people who were walking around, trying to kind of catch a glimpse, seeing where you could go. Once you get to the Carter Center, you do have to wait in line there, but this is going to be continuous. So I actually spoke to one woman earlier who kind of dipped in over here and said, you know what, I'm coming back at 2 o'clock in the morning, because she understood that maybe the lines would be a little bit less then. Right. So right now it's still accessible. You can still get in line and get on that bus.
You know, we're hearing from folks just all across the country as well that they're paying their respects to President Carter, and I mean from even different parts of the planet, you know, paying their respects to President Carter. Do you see anyone there that's not from Georgia, not from Metro Atlanta, who's also there?
Ron, we actually spoke with a woman earlier today who was from North Carolina. She drove 6 hours to come here. She was one of the ones who got here really, really early, but she's been on Habitat for Humanity builds with President Carter across the globe. She went with him on a build in Malaysia. She went with him in a build in LaGrange. And she actually had this hilarious story about how she kind of snuck over to the house he was working on at one point, and he turned around and said, "Don't you have better work to do than just sitting here watching me?" Because that's what he was about. He was about doing the work, and he wanted to be there to put in the work, and she was just so inspired by him. She said he was excellence, and he embodied everything that I want to do with my life. And so she did drive 6 hours to come to the memorial here today. And if you heard earlier when we were talking to Madison, the 11-year-old little girl, she went to Plains and then came here. So there are people who are really traversing the state to make sure that they're paying their respects to President Carter.
All right, wow, Caitlin, I just can't believe just the show of support that we are seeing here. And it really, really touched the family too. And I think that was important. They just talked about all the overpasses being lined with people as the motorcade made its way from Plains or from Sumter County here to the state capitol first, and then over to the Carter Center. And I just think, you know, even with the weather, Jeff talked about former President Carter being the only one to pass away in the winter, like the cold, the dead of winter time, and so, or at least the first in a very long time, and people aren't letting that stop them. And I think that's really, really special to the family, even in D.C., where it's going to be in the teens next week.
I'm trying to think about presidential funerals and when they have transpired. Many of them have transpired during the summer. Ronald Reagan died in June of 2004. George Bush Sr. died in December. Gerald Ford also died, where Jimmy Carter gave the the eulogy during the summer. And Lyndon Johnson in 1973 died in January. So we've had more, at least in recent times, we've had more American presidents who have died during the warmer months.
And it's not slowing folks down, though. I mean, even though we're going to be in the teens in the nation's capital, I guarantee you there's going to be just as many people showing up here in Georgia, and they're going to be doing the same thing in D.C.
Yeah. And we're going to follow that too. We have teams that are headed to D.C. as well to complete our coverage. And then as the former president returns home to Plains, Georgia, that's going to be, a very somber yet special moment for that community as well. And so many locations in Plains have become sort of like these historical markers. And I'm sure there are only going to be more that pop up now, following the passing of Rosalind and former President Carter.
We've talked about this before, but this funeral would have looked, I think, a lot different 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when there was a great sense of what will his funeral look like. When a man or a woman lives to be 100, it's such an extraordinary accomplishment. It is a rarity. Increasingly, it's becoming more commonplace, certainly with the advancement in medicine, but it gives this funeral kind of a different lilt. It is, oftentimes we use a cliche of a celebration of life. Well, this is a celebration of life because he made it to 100 and he accomplished essentially everything he sought out to do in this extraordinary life. So it has a different lilt about it. It doesn't feel like a funeral of a younger man or a younger woman. It has a sort of feeling of mission accomplished. Life is complete.
And the center of the celebration is, of course, at the Carter Center.
That's right.
And that is where we find 11 Alive news anchor Jonathan Martin, who has been set up there for a couple of days. Jonathan, this place was just flooded with people for the first official service, and we know that's only going to continue as those shuttle buses start to pull up soon.
That's right. We expect them to start arriving within the next little bit. But I want to tell you all, we have been able to talk to someone really special here at the Carter Center. We were all watching the service, and we know President Carter handpicked everyone that would be a part of that, including this special woman, Miss Bernstein Hollis. You delivered that powerful prayer. Come on in there. And you go way, way back with the Carters. You grew up in Plains. You work with him in Washington. You babysat the kids. So you really have a deep history. What an honor to be a part of the service today.
It was an honor and a privilege to be able to do that, and I do appreciate the Carter family for inviting me to be a part of the ceremony today. Our family go way back. President Carter and my family, my father sharecropped together when he was farming, and once President Carter went into politics, my father continued to farm, so we've had a long relationship with the family. My mom has babysat some of his children as well. I think she babysat Jack. So it's a family relationship, a family history, a strong relationship.
Yeah, it really goes way back. And you talked about President Carter, you getting the call one day that he wanted you to come up to Washington.
A family member, but everyone else was already out working and I was seeking work. So at that point, I accepted the challenge and moved to Washington in March of 1977. After he lost the election for the second term, I was considering or trying to figure out what to do. Should I stay in Washington? Should I come to Atlanta? Or should I go back to Plains to look for work? But then I was asked to be a part of the transition team from Washington to Atlanta. So I took that challenge to move to Atlanta to be a part of the transition team to work here at the Carter Center.
And you were actually one of the very first employees here at the Carter Center, so way back then.
Yes. So I've worked for the Carters 46 years. Not counting the babysitting time, but actually in real service.
So
you
really got to know President Carter and his family. A lot of us only knew him,
from the outside.
From the outside, but what was the inside like?
The inside was very normal, peaceful person, not lavish about anything, but my husband and I went to visit once and he was sitting on the couch and he said to my husband, "Put your feet up on the coffee table." And he's like, "No, I can't do that, Mr. President." So he was just very relaxed, very down to earth. So we appreciate the fact that he was down to earth, yet he carried a title, CEO of the United States.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is.
What will you remember most about his life and his legacy?
The love that he has for people. The love that he has for people. Regardless of skin race, skin color, I can appreciate the fact that he showed love to all.
And so much love to his hometown, Plains, your hometown as well.
Definitely. So
We will miss him in Plains, but nevertheless, we will rejoice knowing that he was once here and we can still go by and visit the grave.
Yeah, Plains will always be a very special place.
Yes, it will.
Miss Bernstein Hollis, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It was so great to hear from Miss Hollis again. If you were watching the service earlier today, you know she really had a powerful prayer that really set the tone for that service. She's one of many people who've been here today. As we know, the lie and repose ceremony will be happening tonight from 7 p.m. People will be able to come and see the president's casket all the way up until Tuesday at 6 in the morning. But we'll send it back to you all.
All right, Jonathan.
6 in the morning on Tuesday.
Okay. Well, you know, she really gave us a lot of. We've been hearing this all afternoon, but she really gave us perspective on who the president actually was: approachable, relatable, a loving, caring man.
Put your feet up.
Put your feet up on the coffee table. Yeah, and just wanting other people to be relaxed in his presence and not treating him, you know, any sort of different way, because he didn't treat other people like that.
Yeah.
You know, it was the equality that he displayed across the board from Plains to D.C.
Yeah.
And I think that is what a lot of people remember. Just think about her experience, just knowing, you know, for 46 years, you got to work with him, you know, sort of day in and day out. So you see the ups and downs of family. You see the children grow. You see them go through things. You see the marriage go through things. And still, this is a person that comes back around and says, okay, now the Carter Center is open. One of my first employees, you're here. And the family knows that she meant so much to him. You do the prayer.
You do the prayer.
Here at the service. So it's so special here to hear from her. That was a great interview.
Seeing the photos of them in that home in Plains, which has wood paneling, and they have a lot of maps of Georgia framed, and a lot of, you know, just a lot of homey stuff in there, and sitting in a lazy boy kind of recliner watching the Atlanta Braves play on a summer night.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Jimmy Carter. There were so many moving parts to him. It's almost impossible to frame who he was and his life. I mean, that was an element of him as well.
Yeah, that's
right.
You know, that's right. I just want to point this out. We have Mike Posner. I guess he's an advisor to the Carter Center and a human rights activist as well. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Posner. We really appreciate that. And if you can give us a little bit more context and explain what this moment means to you and those of us here in Georgia.
Well, thank you for having me on. I've been working in the human rights field for a very long time with a non-governmental group called Human Rights First, and then I was in the Obama administration running the Human Rights Bureau in the State Department. But really, I think of Jimmy Carter as being the person really on this earth who raised the profile of human rights, both as running for president, as president. He made these issues put them front and center. And then I got to meet him. I had the pleasure, the honor of meeting him right after he stepped down as president and set up the Carter Center. He invited a handful of us to come meet with him to sort of talk about what's the future hold, how does the Carter Center include human rights. And I was really privileged to work with him and people at the Carter Center over really decades, to see how much he as an individual, as a leader, made a difference in people's lives. For him, human rights really was about the human, and it was about identifying leaders in other countries who were under pressure, sometimes jailed, sometimes being persecuted, and using his influence, his authority, and his connections to throw a lifeline to those people and give them some hope.
Before Jimmy Carter, there were no U.S. administrations who ever brought up the subject of human rights, and it certainly wasn't part of any of their diplomacy, or it wasn't part of how the State Department did business. After Jimmy Carter, we began to think about the meaning of human rights. When he would bring up human rights with Brezhnev, or it became an issue with the Chinese, it was something that we knew very little about in the United States, at least in a public way. But he changed that dynamic. He changed a narration, a conversation that included treating people well and without prisoners, without political torture.
Exactly. You know, and it flowed from his concerns about inequality in our own society. It was very natural for him. And in fact, as an inauguration, he talked about making sure that there's freedom in the world. within a few weeks of his becoming president, he wrote a letter to Andrei Sakharov, the famous Soviet scientist, Nobel Prize winner, dissident, expressing his support for the dissident movement in Russia, in the Soviet Union. And the Russians were furious with him for raising this issue. And people in the State Department, I would say as well, were very taken aback that all of a sudden the President of the United States was raising human rights issues. But it became, as you say, part of the architecture, part of the lifeblood of diplomacy. He made that happen. Without him, it wouldn't have happened. And the bureau that I ran, from 2009 to 13 existed because Jimmy Carter began that process and put a civil rights advocate, Pat Darien, in the place and said, this is going to be part of what what U.S. foreign policy is all about.
I noticed a Chicago accent, and I know you were a Chicago attorney. Mm-hmm. Did you have any cultural differences with President Carter as you came to Atlanta? This is a very different place than Chicago. Maybe not as much in 2025, but at the time that you were dealing with Jimmy Carter, Atlanta had a very Southern lilt about it that is sort of hard to find these days.
Yeah, well, I think there's even a cultural difference between Chicago and New York, where I've spent the last 4 decades. I feel like I'm from a little town. The pace was slower. It took me a while to get used to Southern hospitality, the friendliness, the warmth. He was such a decent human being. At the end of the day, everything was about human kindness. That was his brand. That's what he stood for. And he was so generous with his time, so willing to spend time debating, talking about issues. I guess that was part of the Southern way, but I grew to love it and really appreciate both what he stood for and how he lived his life.
President Carter, what he stood for was so different than any other president, especially when you consider the time period that we were in with just, not only human rights issues, but race issues as well. A lot of people, have been asking the question, what will become of the Carter Center now? As someone who has been an advisor to the Carter Center, what's one piece of this that you would like to see live on for sure, now that he and Rosalynn are both gone?
Well, I think it's very important, as I say, from the get-go, he was determined that human rights was going to be an integral part of the Carter Center, both taking up individual cases, which he did all the time, the democracy, the election monitoring and the like, and his determination to sort of weave that in with what the Carter Center was doing on conflict resolution and the like. I think it's really important, maybe more important than ever, that the Carter Center maintain that commitment and that it maintains itself as part of the integration of all these issues. We're in a very tough time now where it's a fragmented world, it's a very polarized world. Our country, many other places around the world, are sort of stepping back on human rights. And for the Carter Center, which represents the president who put this issue on the map, I think it's more important than ever to reinforce the commitment and reinforce the important work that the Carter Center continues to do.
Mike Posner, who is a human rights activist and also advisor to the Carter Center, we really, truly appreciate you stopping by and giving us more context, sir.
All right.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me on.
And thanks for being here with us. We're going to have much more coming up, remembering the life of former President Jimmy Carter. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting.
Little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy.
Welcome back to our special coverage remembering President Jimmy Carter. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Ron Jones, and we're joined by 11 Alive former anchor Jeff Hollinger as well. Services just ended at the Carter Center, but we're told that Caitlin Ross, she's standing by live right now, and actually she's out there by the MARTA station where folks are lining up, not too far from the MARTA station, where folks are lining up, hopefully able to go in to see the president's casket.
Ron, it was so important for so many people to come out here and honor President Carter. I'm joined by Kyoka, who's the first person in line. And Kyoka, why was this so important for you to be here today?
It was so important to be here today because President Carter meant a lot to so many and myself, and he was just a wonderful, blessed president. Like, he is going to be greatly missed. Such a sweet humanitarian and just love Americans and wanted the best for everybody throughout history, throughout everything. And it just was very important for to be here today.
You came hours before the first shuttle was supposed to leave. You're the first person in line. Why did you think that show of respect was so important, to be here so early, to be the first in line, to be ready to go?
Like I said before, I just love President Carter, and it was just an honor and a blessing to be here. And it was highly respected and important for me to be here, to be in line, to pay my respects to such a wonderful president.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure you don't miss your spot because those buses are going to take off at 6. The memorial, the viewing doesn't start until 7, but the buses start running here at 6. Once they start running, they're going to run for 60 hours continuously. So throughout the overnight, into the morning, overnight again, they're going to make sure these buses keep going because they want to make sure everybody who wants a chance to pay their respects to President Carter gets that chance. And the folks who I've been talking to in line say that's what's so important. I talked to one woman who drove 6 hours to get here, to get on MARTA, to get on a bus, to go to the Carter Center. It's a lot of logistics. It's difficult. But for everybody waiting in line here today, it's worth it. They say they want to be there. They want to show the Carters how much they respect them and how much they appreciate what President Carter did for America.
And Caitlin, you said some people even have a little plan here because when we say for the next 60 hours, we really mean the next 60 hours. So some people are saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to beat the crowd and I'm going to slide in around 2 o'clock in the morning. That is an option.
It is, Aisha, and that's exactly what one woman told me she was going to do. She drove here, looked at the line, and said, you know what, I'll be back at 2 a.m. when nobody's going to be here, and that way I don't have to wait. My guess is she's going to be able to get in and out of the Carter Center very quickly, and MARTA has worked really hard to make this a seamless process. So you can't quite tell from where we're standing, but you can see 4 buses from where we are. The buses line the street all the way back down the street. They're going to fill one bus after another bus after another bus, and those buses will run continuously. So through the overnight hours, MARTA has countless employees here. There is so much security. There are so many police officers. They really have game planned this down to the second, so people are able to get in, get to the Carter Center, and then get back out.
You know, we talked to you just like 30 minutes ago. It sounds like there's a lot more people, a lot more folks there. Is that true?
Yes, it is, Ron. Since we first spoke, a lot more people have gotten into the line, and they changed the way the line was configured. They just had kind of a small area over there where people could wait, but then once the line started getting deeper and deeper, they actually wrapped it back along here, and now it's going back this way. Tyson, our photojournalist, is going to go ahead and pan through this line because you can see there are a lot of people lined up right now. The good news is that they're going to be able to get on those buses very quickly. The buses are going to be heated and warm, and once they get on those buses, it's going to be a pretty seamless process getting over to the Carter Center and then getting back here to King Memorial Station. So they have thought this through as much as they can. You can see the bus going right now around the other side, and that's how people are going to get on these buses. It's just this continuous loop where they're going to make sure people are able to get on and off those buses very quickly.
Caitlin, I think there also is an element at work here above and beyond somebody saying, well, Jimmy Carter was a great guy, I loved his wife, that sort of thing. I think there is a sense of history about all of this as well. When a U.S. president dies, the opportunity to walk by the casket in the Carter Center, which is such a focal point of Atlanta anyway, that you want to be a part of history. You want to say that you were there. And I think that's something that is important to a lot of people, at least some of the older people that I see as well in the line.
Absolutely, Jeff. That is absolutely part of it. One of the first people in line actually is a 7-year-old named Carter after President Jimmy Carter. And his mom said it was so important that they be here today because, in your words exactly, this is history. She wants her son to be able to see that, to be able to memorialize the president that he's named after, to show him that weight, that heaviness of the moment in history, and to make sure people are paying their respects for everything he did for the United States, for the entire world. He had such an incredible impact. And I think what's been so heartening out here talking to people is that everyone has their own Jimmy Carter story. They all have a way that they were touched by him, impacted by him, how he made a difference in their lives. And that's what they're going to honor today. It's that moment that they related to him, that they felt like he cared about them. And that's what's so important to so many of these people who have lined up for hours in the cold to make sure that they get that chance.
Yeah, and this funeral is different from the perspective of history in that many of the presidents who have died, you know, I'm thinking of Eisenhower in '69, buried in Abilene, Kansas. He was 25 years off of Normandy and World War II, when many of his contemporaries were in their 40s. This is different. This is a 100-year-old man who died. Herbert Hoover died at 100, but most of the other presidents have died as younger men, and it gives certainly a different perspective, not only about history, but those who follow American politics.
And the work that he did even after his presidency, which we've been hearing about a lot, and I'm sure, Caitlin, you're hearing that too, just Habitat for Humanity, the things that he's doing overseas, that he was in Africa trying to eradicate diseases as well. So it's not just what he did in the office, as we've learned, but it's what he did after he left office.
It has different layers to it. This funeral has a very different sort of lilt about it from other presidential funerals. And obviously, we're from Atlanta, we live in Georgia, so it certainly impacts us differently. But this just looks different. It feels different, and as we take a look at how the choreography of this funeral is over the next few days, it has a different look as well.
Well, to live to be 100 years old, I mean, you had very, very long relationships with people, right? One of the most significant relationships that former President Carter had was with his own personal pastor. We want to take you back to the service from earlier today. It was the first official service, and I think when he got up to read the scripture, he offered such personal perspective for it being a Saturday afternoon, and what he would be doing on a Saturday. He will be making the drive to Plains to have service with former President Carter. Let's listen now from Tony Loudon, Carter's personal pastor.
Today's Saturday, and usually every Saturday I'm making the pilgrimage down to Plains, Georgia, and sitting beside President Carter in the compound. And you walk in the room, he's wrapped in a blanket that has Psalms 23 on it, one of his favorite Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I lack. He lets me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He renews my life. He leads me along the right path for his name's sake. Even when I go through the darkest valleys, I fear no danger. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and faithful love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord as long as I live. If you can just use your spiritual imagination, for almost 2 years, our friend, number 39, President Carter, Pop, Dad, wrapped in a blanket that says Psalms 23.
You know what I find interesting about that is part of that scripture. It says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, he has faced death so many different times on so many different fronts, from cancer to obviously hospice, and that lasted 22, 23 months. But still, he was active. He was not during hospice, obviously, but even after cancer and all the other challenges that he was dealing with, walking through the valley of the shadow of death, he still feared no evil. He was at peace, because you talked about that. When you went down there, when he was battling cancer, he overcame cancer, I think, within weeks after the diagnosis. And but he still was going strong.
I think it's a testament to his Christian faith.
Yeah. He did not fear it at all. Yeah, he really, he said he was prepared for whatever was to come next. And I think that gives his family members a lot of peace in this time as well. We are looking now live at the King Memorial MARTA station, where people are going to get on the shuttle buses. You can only access the shuttle buses here at King Memorial in order for you to take those buses to the Carter Center, where the former president will lie in repose. From 7 p.m., the public is welcome inside until 6 a.m. on Tuesday before departing to our nation's capital for another service there.
So we're talking about 60 hours of folks coming in and out, the buses continuously running. And of course, we're going to be there as well. Folks, stay with us. We have a lot more to talk about here as we honor and remember President Jimmy Carter.
We'll see you next for the news at 6.
For solutions that protect.
Eleven Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Thanks for joining us tonight at 6 on 11 Alive News. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Ron Jones. Tonight we're going to continue our coverage of the state funeral services for former President Jimmy Carter. We have live team coverage tonight throughout Metro Atlanta as the former president lies in repose.
11 Alive anchor Jonathan Martin at the Carter Center for us this afternoon. Jonathan, a grand tribute for the former president's last trip through the Metro. Tell us what's happening at the Carter Center as they get ready to welcome mourners there.
Aisha, it really has been a special day as the president makes his final journey through Georgia. It has all stopped, as you mentioned, right here at the Carter Center, where in just about an hour, the public will be invited to come pay their respects as President Carter lies in repose. We have seen people lined up here at the Carter Center for hours today, people from across Metro Atlanta and people who've traveled from other parts of the state to be a part of this historic moment today. Now, just a couple of hours ago, the arrival ceremony happened here at the Carter Center, and there was a service inside. And it really was a beautiful service. We know some of the more official services will happen up in Washington, D.C. with dignitaries, but today was really personal. We heard from the president's personal pastor, a personal friend, along with his grandson, Jason, and his son, Chip, really sharing personal stories, but also a way for them to say thank you to the people here at the Carter Center and those who have been a part and being by Mr. Carter's side for so long.
But he was an amazing man. And he was held up and propped up and soothed by an amazing woman. And the two of them together changed the world. And it was an amazing thing to watch from so close and to be able to be involved in. And I thank you for your service.
Again, Chip Carter there thanking everyone involved, including those at the Carter Center. We want to get things over right now to 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross. We know a lot of people are already here in this area to come pay their respects. She's live near the King Memorial Station where people will hop on a shuttle and head this way. Caitlin.
Jonathan, it was so important for so many of the people to be out here to go honor President Jimmy Carter. I just spoke with two women who drove from Indiana, a woman earlier who drove from North Carolina, and so many of them who came from all over Georgia. The first people in line right now, this is Kioka. She's been in line for 2 hours now. And Kioka, can you share with us why it was so important for you to be here today?
Today was a very historic and beautiful moment, and I will never forget this day. And President Carter meant so much to us, and a beautiful president. And like I said before, it was critically important, extremely important for us to be here today.
Thank you so much, Kioka. I really appreciate it. And right behind Kioka and her mom is 7-year-old Carter. 7-year-old Carter is actually named after the 39th president, Jimmy Carter. His mom said this is a moment in history. She thought it was so important to bring her son here to honor the legacy of Jimmy Carter. And so many people in this line felt the same way. I can show you how long it is, how many people are lined up here. Dozens of people now waiting to get on these buses. It is going to be a seamless process. This is going to run for 60 hours. These shuttles go back and forth the entire time. People are going to be able to come throughout the evening, through the day. A lot of people deciding to come in the middle of the night even to see if they can get on the shuttles quicker, but they do have shuttles lined up as far as you can see here. There are a lot of them. The buses are waiting. Those shuttle doors will open at 6 p.m. and then they will run for 60 hours continuously. So a lot of opportunities for people to go pay their respects to President Jimmy Carter. Jonathan?
All right, our Caitlin Ross, thank you so much. And as we know, a lot of people will be showing up here to the Carter Center. We do want to take a moment to kind of take you back, take you through the president's journey through Georgia today, which started this morning. But before it got here to the Carter Center, we know his motorcade stopped here. This is video of the former president arriving at the Carter Center, where I am right now. During this time, the casket was carried into a special service that I was talking about by the military bearers that you see there, members of the Carter family, also local leaders looking on during this ceremony. Now, before that, his arrival here at the Carter Center, the motorcade made a brief stop at the Georgia Capitol, where he was honored with a moment of silence, paying tribute to not only his time as president, but also his time as governor and a state lawmaker. And before his journey here to Atlanta, former President Carter's motorcade made its way through his hometown of Plains, a place he loved to call home and was so proud to be a part of. You can see many people lining the route there, saluting, saying goodbye. And today's services started not too far from his hometown, down in Americus. The motorcade you see here leaving the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. The community there showing out in large numbers today to pay their respects before the Carter's trips to Atlanta. Now, former President Carter's journey will continue on Tuesday morning. So after he lies in repose here, he will then be flown up to Washington, D.C. We have more details about what will happen up in D.C. He will leave the Carter Center that morning and will board a special air mission 39 to Joint Base Andrews. He will then arrive up in Washington, D.C. with a motorcade to the U.S. Navy Memorial. And from there will be a funeral procession to the U.S. Capitol. Members of Congress will also be there paying their respects. And then on January 8th at 7 in the morning, he will lie in state there for 24 hours. So January 9th is a national day of mourning, as we've been mentioning. Former President Carter will leave the U.S. Capitol for the Washington National Cathedral. There will be a short arrival ceremony and then a national funeral service, again there at the cathedral. And after that service is ending, the former president will be taken to Joint Base Andrews for his final trip to Georgia. That afternoon, a private funeral will happen at Maranatha Baptist Church. President Carter will then be laid to rest with a private burial at his home, where he will be buried and reunited next to his wife, Rosalind Carter. And we know that tributes will continue to pour in over the next several days, and you can pay your respects again here through Tuesday. But how fitting that all of this final journey starts here in Georgia, and come Tuesday will end here in Georgia, back where it all started in Plains, Georgia, buried right next to his wife, Rosalind. Back to you all.
All right, Jonathan, thanks a lot for that perspective and laying out that timeline as well. By the way, folks, we're going to be monitoring and following the tributes to former President Carter for the next 5 days.
We will also bring you coverage as soon as the public can start paying their respects tonight. You can stream our live coverage on the 11 Alive Plus app starting at 6:30 tonight. You can also download the app to your Apple TV, Amazon Fire, or your Roku for free. All right, let's get it over to meteorologist Danielle Moss for a look at your forecast. Danielle, all those people paying their respects tonight are out and about.
And out and about and in the cold as well.
Yes, in the cold as well. And we're tracking some rain showers for tomorrow, so that could be bringing even more impacts. So here's a look at your current satellite and radar. As of right now, we are mostly dry here in Atlanta, but you can see the cloud cover on the way. You're already seeing that wintry mix in Missouri as well as over in Kansas. A live look outside into downtown tonight at our Georgia Tech camera. It's currently 43 degrees, but when you factor in the winds, it feels more like 39. So it is a little bit chilly out there over throughout the rest of tonight. Our temperatures will be falling into the low 30s. In fact, 3 a.m. it'll be around 31 degrees. It is going to be a very cold night. So if you are going anywhere, you definitely want to bundle up. And unfortunately, this is just the beginning of it. Our temperatures will start to rise just a little bit for Sunday and Monday, but the trade-off will be some rain showers, and then our temperatures will be very cold as we head into the rest of the week. Here's a look at our forecast track. Tomorrow's not going to be a complete washout. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we'll have some increasing cloud cover, a very cloudy start to your Sunday. But as we get into Sunday afternoon around lunchtime here in the metro Atlanta area, we could be seeing a few heavy downpours. Light rain showers are expected on and off throughout the day tomorrow and as we head into your Sunday afternoon. Now, this rain unfortunately will not be done, and as we head into your Monday morning, we will continue to watch for some more showers. There is a 40% chance for some rain on Monday morning. Have more details on that coming up.
All right, Danielle, thanks a lot. Still to come. The UGA community is in mourning as they mourn the father of head football coach Kirby Smart. What we're learning about the passing of Sonny Smart.
Plus, some immigrant communities concerned about what will happen with the new administration, how local organizations are helping to ease those fears.
Weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact.
Welcome back. From peanut farmer to president, people are across the state celebrating the life of Jimmy Carter. Carter passed away at his home in Plains, Georgia last Sunday, surrounded by his family. You are taking a live look at the Carter Center, where the former president is lying in repose. In less than an hour, the public will be allowed to come by to pay their respects all the way through Tuesday morning. The national funeral service for former President Carter will be held in the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. on January 9th. And tonight, in other sad news, the UGA community is mourning after Sonny Smart, the father of head coach Kirby Smart, passed away earlier today.
Yeah, a horrible situation. So Sonny suffered a fall outside of the New Orleans hotel on New Year's Eve, fracturing his hip. Now, he was in the city for the Sugar Bowl. Sonny underwent surgery, but complications arose and he passed away. In a statement that the Smart family says that he fought courageously, but was unable to overcome his injuries. And they also thank the hospital for its care and ask the community to keep them in their prayers. Well, tonight on 11 Alive News at 6, we now know the name of the MARTA bus driver shot and killed on the job. MARTA identified the driver as Leroy Ramos, and according to police, Ramos got into an argument last night in Decatur with 3 people about bus fare. That's when police say one of the suspects pulled out a gun and shot him multiple times. In a social media post, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says that he stands with police as they seek justice for all those responsible. He also adds that the community must work together to address gun violence. MARTA police have now arrested 2 of the suspects, but they're still searching for a third, and they're asking anyone with information out there to please come forward.
Tonight, we are about 16 days away from the start of a second term for President-elect Donald Trump. His promise of mass deportation on day 1 of his administration has some within the immigrant community real concerned about their future. 11 Alive's Erica Murphy shares how some local organizations are helping to ease their fears and a lot of anxiety.
The Latin American Association on Buford Highway has been serving the immigrant community for 50 years. With possible changes to the country's immigration policies, including mass deportations and widespread ICE raids, the organization is hosting sessions to crack down on misinformation.
That you cannot even go to Walmart, you cannot even go to work, you cannot even be outside of your house, and ICE is going to come and deport you.
During a recent session, immigration lawyers were available to answer questions. Organizers say it's important to know your rights.
And a big one is if somebody's knocking on your door saying they're ICE, and this is really intimidating and scary, you can only imagine, we want to ask for paperwork.
The CEO of the Latin American Association says that the meeting that was held in December is the first in a series that this organization plans to hold because there is a great need within the community.
But we want to make sure that we keep pumping out this information to the community so that they start thinking about their own situation.
Dr. Chavez says as a spiritual leader, it's important for churches and nonprofits to educate the people they serve.
Human dignity and respect and a due process will be respected. But at the same time, we need to offer them the tools they need to know in order to defend themselves.
LAA leaders are planning to meet again on January the 10th to strategize and set up more informational sessions. Reporting from Atlanta, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
All right, Erica, thank you. Let's get over to meteorologist Danielle Moss for a look at your 11 Alive weather impact forecast.
And okay, so Danielle, I know it's cold out there. Are you looking at the chances of possible snow?
Yes, we are, because we have a cold front coming through. It's going to have precipitation, and those temperatures are going to be falling. So we're definitely keeping our eye on the sky. Here's a look at today, 48 degrees. If you thought it was cold, it definitely was. That's our actual temperature. That was our actual high, but it felt much colder because of the winds out there. As you take a look at our current temperatures, currently it's 43 degrees here in Atlanta, 38 in Canton, and around 43 down in Peachtree City. It is definitely a cold evening, and that sun is setting, so that means it's just going to get colder from here. Here's a live look into Dahlonega. You can see the mountains up there at the University of North Georgia. Over the next few hours, we're going to finally get back into the 30s, and unfortunately, when you factor in the wind chill, it's just going to feel much colder than that. As you prepare for your Sunday, our highs, unfortunately, are going to be really near what we saw today. 49 degrees in Atlanta and around 43 degrees up in Gainesville. The Falcons play tomorrow. The Carolina Panthers are in town, and unfortunately, they're going to have to battle a little bit of rain, so I'm sure maybe the bins will be closed tomorrow because there's definitely some rain likely during that time. Our big weather story is we are tracking some really cold Arctic air. It's going to be really cold to start your mornings, and our highs are going to be into the 40s, sometimes even the upper 30s, depending on where you are. And we're watching the rain patterns to see exactly what we're looking at as far as the potential for some wintry precipitation. Rain chances over the next 2 days, around 40% chance as we head into the rest of the weekend. Let's time it all out. What can we expect as far as the rainfall is concerned, and even as we look into the North Georgia mountains? Here's a look at our forecast track. The temperatures are also very important to watch with this forecast track because that helps us tell the weather story just a little bit. Sunday morning at 9 a.m. the North Georgia mountains may be seeing a wintry mix. It looks like maybe some rain, maybe some light flurries, but that's about it. As we continue to advance it around lunchtime tomorrow, some of us here in the metro Atlanta area seeing a little bit of rainfall. It's not going to be a complete washout. In fact, the heaviest rain won't be arriving until overnight tomorrow night into your Monday. As you can see, Monday at 2:30, definitely seeing some rain showers coming through. But as we head into around the 7 and 8 o'clock hour, we start to dry out. So definitely a chance for a wet start to your commute to work on Monday. And because there's going to be some Arctic air coming in behind this cold front, that's going to be our chance to see maybe light flurries as we head into your Monday morning, specifically in the North Georgia area. In fact, as you take a look at our model comparison, the models are still not really agreeing on it, but it's really just some light flurries at best. Now, as far as our rainfall totals are compared, we can expect maybe an inch or an inch and a half here in the metro Atlanta area. That's between tomorrow and your Monday. Continuing on with the cold weather story, your lows when you wake up in the mornings for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday could be into the 20s, and that's not factoring in what it's going to feel like. You're going to start to feel a very big cold difference here very, very soon. So make sure you have those coats ready. It is definitely going to be a cold wrap up to the week, and as we start and get prepared for next week. Here's look at that 7-day forecast for you. 49 degrees for your Sunday. Rain chances definitely possible for your Sunday and Monday. Temperatures take a plummet as we head throughout the rest of this week, and then we have another potential for some rain showers coming for Friday and Saturday of next week.
All right, thanks a lot, Danielle. Georgia Tech basketball ended 2024 with a victory, but could that momentum carry over to a brand new year? Sports is next.
Where we're standing right now.
3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
A live look right now of what that looks like, and as you can see, there are a few military folks out there, but we have seen staff members go by his casket as well as other dignitaries.
Yeah, this follows the ceremony there for the family members there at the Carter Center, and the public will have their chance coming up in about 22 minutes. But first, we want to show you the process of getting there. Let's send it now to Caitlin Ross here. Caitlin Ross is joining us from the King Memorial MARTA station. Caitlin, that's really the starting point for people who may live a little bit outside of the city. That's really their only way to get there to the Carter Center for that visitation.
Exactly, Aisha, and people have come from all over. I want to introduce you to Mary Elise, who came here from Mobile, Alabama. Can you show us your drawing you made for the president? That is an American flag. Can you talk to me about why it was so important to bring your daughter here?
We wanted to come here and pay our respects to President Carter for all that he did, both in office and after office. We spoke to Mary Elise about his accomplishments and his works of charity and goodwill all over the world, and she felt it was important to come out here and pay our respects.
Thank you so much. I love your drawing, Mary Elise. Thank you so much, and hopefully you'll have a quick and easy journey. They really have put a lot of logistical work into making this happen. People get here to King Memorial MARTA station, and then they board a shuttle. That shuttle goes directly to the Carter Center, and those shuttles are going to run for 60 hours straight. So they are continuously moving people. Just a half an hour ago, we had a line all the way down the block. Now the new buses are pulling up, and people are getting right on. The buses started running at 6 p.m. So before 6, we saw long lines. People were waiting. Some people had gotten here as early as noon to make sure that they had a space on the bus. But then after they started loading these buses, this started going very, very quickly. The buses are actually lined all the way back on Freedom Parkway, and they're just bringing in one bus after another. People are loading up, and this is the only way you can really access the Carter Center. People have to take MARTA here to King Memorial Station, and then they move from King Memorial Station to the shuttle to the Carter Center, and people are dressed up, recognizing that this is going to take a while. They've got hats, they've got scarves, they are ready for the cold weather. They came prepared, knowing that this was going to take a while, but MARTA's making sure that it moves pretty smoothly. You see that bus coming up right now. They'll load the folks who are waiting, and then there's a new line that'll come right in. So a very smooth process, and people are getting there over to the Carter Center now. Reporting live, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. So we want to give you an image of the times and just how all of this is going to go down here. Carter lies in repose at the Carter Presidential Center starting today at 7 p.m. all the way through Tuesday at 6 a.m. So yes, this is going to be about 60 hours around the clock. There are no breaks here. And that shuttle service will run the entire time from King Memorial Station, busing people over there to the Carter Center all the way through Tuesday at 6 a.m. before the former president makes his way to our nation's capital.
All right, let's bring in former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood right now to give us some more perspective, because you took some time to travel with the former president to Africa, and I know we're going to jump into that in just a moment, but also we're learning that Ambassador Andrew Young, he's on the line with us right now to talk about what that experience is, and we can walk through that.
Yes, Andrew Young, of course, was the UN ambassador under President Carter during his administration, and Ambassador Young, thank you so much for joining us on this very, I guess, bittersweet experience that we're all going through across the country with the loss of such a great man. I know you will be attending his funeral at the National Cathedral in Washington. Tell me, what were your first impressions of President Carter when you first met him? Ambassador Young, can you hear me?
Yes, comment.
Good. Thank you very much.
All right. Looks like Ambassador Young might be taking another call. We're going to come back out here, here in the studio until our producers behind the scenes line up that interview. I'm sure a lot of people are looking to speak with him because he and President Carter had such a special relationship over the years.
Far back. When when Ambassador Young was very entrenched in the civil rights movement at the time, and Jimmy Carter was running for state senate, and then eventually governor, and then eventually the presidency. But they have a long history, and it didn't start off quite well, which is what I want the ambassador to tell us about. But President Carter, I tell you, when we knew that he had been in hospice for a long time. I think we've been anticipating his passing, and yet somehow when it actually happened, we're all still a bit stunned. At least I am too. We knew that we couldn't hold on to this great person forever and ever. We knew that he was ailing and it was declining. But this moment of actually losing this great humanitarian, this great philanthropist, I feel like the world is just a little dimmer without his light. He really led us in terms of what it is one human should do to another and should be to another.
And we see that by just the response and the outpouring of love and support that the family even acknowledged with the overpasses as the motorcade was coming from Plains here to the state capitol and then over to the Carter Center. I think that meant a lot to them because they talked about the sacrifice that they had to give. They kind of gave their father to the nation or just to political service for a few years, very formative years for them. And it was sort of like the public's way of saying thank you for, loaning us your dad for all of those years. Yeah, so that was important too.
Correct.
And the man wouldn't stop. We had falls, we had a cancer diagnosis.
Well, let me talk about that a little bit because he defied all the odds, right? He lived to be 100. Who does that? That doesn't happen very often. So, but I had the opportunity to interview him in the midst of his cancer treatment. So I went to Memphis. He was doing a habitat build, of course, and this is a man who at the time had just been diagnosed with metastatic cancer. So he had melanoma of the liver, and he had a small tumor in his liver, and it had metastasized to 4 different parts of his brain. And this was in 2015. His doctors decided, and he agreed to a very progressive, bold, brand new immunotherapy. We know it now as Keytruda. But he was among the first to be treated with Keytruda for his brain cancer. He also received radiation, and he, was able to agree to elective surgery as well to remove the tumor on his liver. So all of this happened, in the course of about a year. But he was diagnosed, had the surgery in August, and this video you're looking at right now is of him in November of the same year. He's 90 years old, and he is still wielding a hammer and running a buzzsaw and in the middle of cancer treatments. And what I was asking him here in this interview is, how is your strength holding up? And he acknowledged that, he does get tired, but he also said, but when you're guided by faith and you're guided by the principle of doing good for others, it makes you feel good at the end of the day to do this kind of work. So yes, I may go home and soak. He admitted to that. He said, I may go home and soak my tired muscles, but I also will go home feeling good that I've done something good for others. And that's the principle by which he lived all the time. He talked also about, he had lost his appetite some. He wasn't eating quite as much. So he said, I weigh now 148. I used to weigh 157 or something like that. So, he was always a very candid man. And, if you asked him a question, he was going to give you his honest answer.
And, we're going to get some answers right now from Ambassador. Andrew Young. I think we've worked out all the kinks. Ambassador, are you there? I think he can hear us now.
Oh, wonderful.
And we have Brenda Wood here as well.
Yes, it's good to see you again, Ambassador, as always. Thank you so much for agreeing to spend some time with us here talking about this great humanitarian. I know that you have a long history with Jimmy Carter, and as I said earlier, I have to ask you about your first impressions of him. Some time ago, you knew nothing about this person named Jimmy Carter. So, what was your first experience with him?
Well, my first experience was not very good because I bumped into him at Pascal's restaurant, and I'd been hearing about him. He had just started his campaign for governor, and I was running for Congress, and I tried to shake hands with him and introduce myself, and he said, "Just a minute, I need to go to the kitchen first." And so he sort of brushed me off because he was on the way to the kitchen, and I wasn't insulted. I was impressed.
Yes,
because he kind of knew who I was. I guess I was known as a candidate running for Congress, and the first time in 100 years somebody black was running for Congress in Georgia, and but it impressed me that he felt that the votes in the kitchen were just as important as mine.
And it's
I never forgot that.
Very interesting because he lived his life that way.
I always, whenever I went to a restaurant or someplace to campaign for voters, I always went to the kitchen.
Yes, so he was a model for even you. I want you to tell us, though, about the time that you encountered Jimmy Carter shortly after your experience and other civil rights activists' experience with the sheriff of Sumter County, which is the county of Plains, Georgia. Yes, tell us about that.
The first thing he asked me was, he said, I said, "You're from Sumter County." I said, "The only person I know in Sumter County is Sheriff Chappell." And he said, "Oh yeah, he's a good friend of mine." Well, when Martin Luther King was in jail in Albany, they didn't put him in jail in Albany, they put him in Americus, which is Sumter County Prison. And it was a hot day that turned really cold at night. And when we went to the jail to try to bring some blankets, Sheriff Chappell said that you should have thought about that before you broke the law. And instead of letting us give Dr. King and others blankets, he turned the air conditioning on and pulled the cold air in. Wow. And that was the basis for a judgment that Martin said, Sheriff Chappell must be the meanest man in the world. And so that was my first contact. But it was, that too wasn't bad, because he was not ashamed of his racist friends, but he was equally as open to me, and I later met his mother that same day, and his son, Chip, and both of them were really brilliant, charming people. Miss Lillian had been to India in the Peace Corps when she was 66 years old. And she was a kind of a firebrand liberal, in the best sense of that word. She was the nurse for everybody in Sumter County, and she treated everybody, every baby that she delivered, that means black and white, like they were her children. And she kept up with them. She knew them by name, and she encouraged them to drop by to see her. And then my wife had a similar experience with Miss Lillian, and we realized that this was a great family. The same day I heard that his grandfather was an old Southern populist who was a very good friend of the Methodist AME bishop. And that one of the things they did that Jimmy Carter did as a boy, when his grandfather went to see the bishop or vice versa, he would go along and they would sing hymns on the porch and read the Bible together. And so this was anything but the typical family that I was expecting to try to find and understand.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to get over my own prejudices, but it was something that he had been working on all of his life, and it was something that he had decided that God made of one blood all the nations of the earth, and that his black friends were as important as his white friends.
He lived by that creed. I know, as UN ambassador in his administration, Jimmy Carter was your boss. So, what was the dynamic between you and him when you were appointed to that role? What did you set in your heart and your mind to do to continue the Carter regime and to highlight his accomplishments? Like, was he a good boss? Did he ever did he ever scold you about anything? What was he like? What was it like to work for him?
I tell you, he was too good a boss because he encouraged me to follow my conscience, which was not far from his conscience. And I was in an awkward position because I was appointed by him and I was a member of the cabinet, but the State Department essentially controlled most of the foreign policy. And the State Department then was still filled with many people who were from Kissinger's background. And that is, they were concerned about Europe and China, well, not quite China yet, but they had almost no interest in Africa and the Caribbean and the colored peoples of the world. Whereas the first thing that Jimmy Carter said to me was, as he swore me in the White House, he said, he wrote a note on the back of a piece of paper saying, I want you to go to Africa immediately and see as many visitors, get to see as many African leaders as possible, and ask them what they expect of this administration and how we might help them. Now that was a blank check, but when I took it back to the State Department, they said, well, we're not ready to do that yet, and we don't have a plane. And so I deferred to them and called Jimmy Carter back, and he said, oh no, we have plenty of planes here in the White House. You decide when you need to go, when you can go, and we'll have a plane ready for you. And so I was always in the middle, but I didn't mind that, and but it lasted just about 3 years.
When it comes to national politics, Jimmy Carter's political career kind of reflects sort of the evolution of politics in the South in particular. And so, in looking over the history of the upheaval and the advancement of civil rights, the 60s, the 70s, and 80s, the transformation of the South in particular, again, I see Jimmy Carter as sort of being a bridge between the old South and the new South of politics. How do you see him?
Oh, there's no question that he was more than a bridge. He opened the door to the South. And when he was sworn in as governor of Georgia, in his inaugural address, the first sentence he said was that we must all realize that racial discrimination and segregation is dead in Georgia. And that was a shock. But that was something one of his supporters, who had worked with him from the very beginning, had promised him he would say when he was sworn in. And so he was representing much of the New South, but he still had many of the positive things about the Old South. I mean, he was not a card-carrying liberal on anything, but he was way out in front on things like, I remember a young man in our church took a job with the Peace Corps, and he was assigned to Philadelphia, and he was putting up solar panels on the top of slum houses. And the Carter administration had arranged to use those houses to generate electricity. They had windmills and solar panels. And the energy that poor folk drew from the sun and the wind went into their credit, and they received rebates from the electric generators. I mean, the electric company.
Jimmy Carter, in fact, had solar panels put on the White House. He was progressive in many ways. He sort of furthered the energy policies and put in some very progressive ideas in the energy legislation that his administration.
He ran as a public.
Did. Yes.
Public image was that of a peanut farmer, which is true. But he wasn't actually just a peanut farmer. He was a peanut scientist. He developed new forms of peanuts that would grow faster and bring more money. And he sold those seeds. And we tend to forget that while he was a peanut farmer, he was also the deputy to Admiral Rickover in the Naval Academy. And he was one of the top people in helping the United States to develop a nuclear navy. And he carried these seeming contradictions very well. He was, well, as Dr. King said, greatness is defined by antipathies strongly marked. A great man has to have a tough mind and a tender heart. And I can't think of anybody that better signifies that than James Earl Carter, the 39th President of the United States.
So true, so true. You know, he is his presidency is remembered as, putting it mildly, troubled, not necessarily considered.
I don't think it was.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, what's your thought? How would you describe it?
My feeling is that he went out of his way to seek troubles. And he saw the troubles not just as they were happening right now, but he saw that we could not deal with the problems of Latin America, and we couldn't deal with the problems of trade until we worked out an agreement with Panama. And so the first thing he said to me before he was even sworn in, Rosalind had gone to Mexico to the swearing in of, I think it was President Lopez Portillo. And she came back saying that all of the Caribbean presidents that she met, all of them wanted them to spend more time with the Caribbean. And she suggested to President Carter that he send me back to do the same kind of trip that she did. That is, hitting 11, I think it was 11 Caribbean countries. Well, starting with Mexico and going down to Panama and My geography is messed up, but
it's okay.
Costa Rica, and then hitting Venezuela, and you know, and coming on around through Trinidad and Jamaica, and to do the same thing in the Caribbean that he wanted me to do in Africa.
Ambassador, I'm going to rush you along here just a little bit because they're about to open the doors of the Carter Center for citizens to pay their respects to the former president. I want to ask you one.
There, I know.
Yeah, I want to ask you one final question very quickly, and that is, I know you'll be attending the funeral in Washington on Thursday. What will be your lasting thoughts and impressions about James Earl Carter?
Well, I don't have anything but praise, and I think he was an inspiration to me and everybody who took the time to really try to work with him and understand him. And he was as close to a saint as anybody I've ever known.
Well, you were a man, a minister, and you've known many good people, so that's saying a lot. Ambassador Andrew Young, thank you again for taking the time to talk to us and to remember this great man. So appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
It is 7:01. We're coming up on 7:02, so the doors are officially open to the Carter Presidential Center for the community to come out and pay their respects. We've had crews out there over the last 6 days, and this has really been the centerpiece of homage and honor for people. You know, you think of presidential libraries and museums, and they just kind of sit and become a part of the community, right? You just don't even know they're really there.
You don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
What its purpose is. And you know, that's the interesting thing about the Carter Center. There is the museum and the library that houses all of the artifacts and all of the documents from his presidency. But then there's the Carter Center that is closely aligned with Emory University and the research that they do there at the university. And he wanted that piece of the whole Carter, I guess the whole Carter Center and library combined. He wanted that piece to be the piece that makes a difference in the world, that really helps to further peace, to further humanitarian projects, to further democracy, to enhance healthcare, to improve the lives of many people around the world. And that's what the Carter Center does, and it seems to be different from any other presidential library museum that we know of.
Very much so. It is a thriving place.
Absolutely, and it's touching so many people across the country, and especially here in Metro Atlanta, where a lot of folks are lining up now that the doors are opening up here at the Carter Center to go in there to pay their respects. Our very own 11 Alive Caitlin Ross is on the scene right now. And Caitlin, you're not too far from a MARTA station there, where you have been talking about people who are lining up not just from Metro Atlanta and Georgia, but coming from as far away as North Carolina to be able to pay their respects. Caitlin, are you there?
Exactly, Ron. We actually just talked to two women who came from Indiana. They drove 8 hours because they thought it was so important for them to be there. People have come from all over the state and the Southeast to pay their respects to President Jimmy Carter. We just talked to a 7-year-old girl who drew a picture of an American flag, and she wants to hold that as she walks through the Carter Memorial. How people are getting there, it is some logistics. It does take some forethought. You actually have to come here to King Memorial Station on MARTA. You have to take a train here, then you're going to get on these shuttles. This next round of shuttles is just loading up to go. That's why you're not seeing people waiting in line, because they have so many of these shuttles running. They're going non-stop, and as soon as one bus fills up, the next bus takes its place. So when we first got out here around noon, there were a few people already lined up ready to go. By 4 o'clock, there were a couple hundred people lined up ready to go, and none of them could get on the first bus until 6 p.m. But all of them felt so strongly that it was so important that they come out and honor President Carter. They wanted to be here to remember his legacy and to remember the personal stories that impacted them so much. It's been so beautiful hearing Brenda Woods speak about her personal interactions with President Carter. And that's what we're hearing from the people in line here. It's their personal stories of President Carter. They may never have met him in person, but the way he carried himself, the impact he had on the world, his charity, all of those things mattered to the people who are coming to see him today. I interviewed one woman from North Carolina who volunteered with Habitat for Humanity, and she had been on builds with President Carter all over the world. She went to a build with him in Malaysia and then a build with him in LaGrange, Georgia. And she has this terrific story she tells where she had been on all these builds with him, but she really wanted to see him. So she kind of snuck over to the house that he was building, President Carter was, and she and the person she was building with are kind of elbowing each other like, there's the president, there's the president. And he turns around and says, I think you have something better to do than sitting here staring at me. He wanted them to get to work, and that's what he did. He just put his head down and got the work done. And that's the legacy that people who are coming out here today are remembering him by.
Absolutely. Caitlin Ross, I know you're going to be out there for a couple of hours as folks continue to make their way over to the Carter Center. We really appreciate what you're doing out there.
All right. And so we are just so thankful to have longtime 11 Alive News anchor Brenda Wood with us today because, you know, Ron and I aren't from the area, but you have so many personal interactions with him. And we had Jeff Hullinger in earlier. He made a really good point saying that it's really this job that gives us the gift of meeting these people, and
great citizens,
and we don't take it for granted. There aren't. Yes, he was a man about town for sure. To I'm sure the dismay of Secret Service having to follow him to all the big events that he wanted to attend. But at the same time, it made him reachable to a lot of people. But we really got to see, you really got to see him in a more intimate fashion as your years as a journalist.
Well, I did, and I as you say, I don't take it for granted. I count it as being just a very fortunate opportunity over and over again to be able to cover him at the Carter Center whenever he had a news conference, and I was often sent to cover him. He was always kind. He was always kind to me, as he was to all reporters. Always had a smile. I have pictures in my phone of him, greeting the media, and with just an incredible smile on his face always. Now that doesn't mean that he was a softie, because when President Carter, had a thought about a policy issue or something in the Congress that was being considered a piece of legislation or an administration, he didn't bite his tongue. He always said what he thought, because this was an honest man, and so he always functioned and operated from one central place. He had integrity, he had character, he believed in fairness and honesty, and no matter what was in front of him, whether it was the presidency or Habitat for Humanity or any, or controversy, he always came at it from that central core thing. He was kind to reporters, always honest with them, always available. And I brought this with me because one of the news conferences that I went to in 1993 in September was the release of his book, Jimmy Carter, Talking Peace. And I had the fortune of getting him to sign the book for me. It says, "Best wishes to Brenda, Jimmy Carter, 993." And boy, when I pulled this, because I had actually forgotten about it. And when I pulled this book off my shelf and opened it, I actually got goosebumps. I was like, oh my gosh.
Wait, this has been here the whole time.
This has been here the whole time. And I'm going to cherish it forever, of course, because this is one of the greatest, I really believe, one of the greatest human beings to live in our world, this generation. I don't know anybody who has had the kind of global impact that he and Rosalind Carter had.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, it's generational. I mean, the generations that he has touched. But looking forward to the future, how do you sell the same ideas that he has actually lived, with Habitat for Humanity, going global, which I'm sure you'll talk about here as well, going to Africa, dealing with the issues over there. How do you pass that on to the next generation for them to embrace it like this generation has?
And, I have wondered that, because we're hailing him for all of his accomplishments over his 100 years, pretty much. And, we're taking the time all this week to remember him. But then what happens after this is all over with? And as time marches on, will he fade into the history books and then, be forgotten. I pray not. I pray not. I pray that, what he has modeled for the world in terms of giving back, that we will continue that. I think that his son, Chip, his grandson, Jason, and others will, hopefully continue that modeling. But it's something that I hope people have energy enough to do. He modeled this behavior in the 70s and 80s and 90s. How many of us will really be able to have that kind of energy and that kind of health, and even not in great health, to be able to continue that? I pray that we will, as a country and as a world, that we will remember him for all of the goodness. I want to say that his presidency is not really remembered as one of the greatest presidencies, but I will say that he was one of the greatest persons to ever occupy the presidency.
Good point.
And the post-presidency, a lot of people sort of fade to the background after years, but he was, he was out there, still eradicating disease, even with his wife by his side, still fighting mental health, which, think of their age. That is a generation that never even talked about mental health. So putting that on a platform at the Carter Center was so life-changing to so many people via programs that Rosalind spearheaded. And really, too, what I love about it, I think he is one of the greatest presidents that held his wife at such high esteem, that saw her as a teammate, and that really said, she's my greatest advisor. She has a lot to do with the decisions that you see me making. And, she wasn't baking cookies.
No, she was not. No, they were an absolute force as a partnership, as a team. She really was very involved in the creation of the Carter Center. She was very involved in the Camp David Accords, which was one of his greatest accomplishments during his presidency, where he brought two hostile nations together, their leaders, Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, together to forge a peace agreement between Egypt and Israel that still lasts today. And Rosalind Carter was very much involved in that. And as a matter of fact, she's the one who said, why don't we put them together at Camp David? That was her idea. And he did exactly that. And he was able to put together an agreement that both Egypt and Israel agreed upon. They won a Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. As you said, Ron, that agreement is still standing today. Still solid today. They were just a force around the world. And realize, this is a man who spent nearly half a century post his one-term presidency in doing global work like this.
And you witnessed some of that, right? You went to Africa
I
with
did.
them.
I had the opportunity to go to Africa with the Carter Center to Ethiopia, where the Carter Center, it's not talked about very much because he had such great success with eradicating, for the most part, guinea worm disease. But he also has, the Carter Center also has a big investment in trying to eradicate the eye disease trachoma. It is mostly the ground zero of trachoma. It's mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, Ethiopia, and other sub-Saharan African nations, but also in other third world countries around the world. And it's a terrible disease that causes blindness when there is no sanitation, and it's easily preventable. And so I went to Ethiopia, the ground zero, to see their work. They've made great strides in eradicating that disease, or at least decreasing it. And so over a span of perhaps 10 years, the Carter Center was able to make such a big dent, 78% decrease in the number of cases of trachoma around the world. And so they're still working on it. It has not been eradicated yet, but they're on their way.
We're going to take a look back at just some of the video of the journey starting in Americus this morning. It was a long journey today as we got to the point at 7 p.m. of the public being able to go into the Carter Center. But starting in Americus this morning here, where you just see the people lining the streets. And our Rebecca Lindstrom was there. And earlier she talked about the doctor, President Carter's personal doctor, And she's like, well, I have to ask you the question, what's the secret to a long life?
Yeah.
He lived to be 100 years old. And I think sort of the obvious thing that I took away from this was, man, I wonder what it does for your life, the quality of your life and your longevity, as to how you treat and serve people.
There you go.
Right? I really think that plays a role in your longevity too, because look at the response, you know, to have someone to speak so highly. Yes, presidency maybe had some bruises on it, right? But when you talk about the character of the man outside of the title, man, I want people to say things like this about me when my time comes, but you have to live a life as such to get that sort of praise.
Right.
Yeah, it just seems like the more you give, I mean, he's a great example of this, a model of this. It seems like the more you give to other people, the more life comes back to you. It can possibly stretch your longevity as a human being by being grateful for what you have, but giving at the same time.
A lot of people put a lot of lip service towards, you know, doing good for others. And so this is a man who not only saw the good in people, he was the good for people. And he did not take that lightly. He was very committed to that, and he put in the work. So we want, you know, everybody wants somebody to say, people to say nice things about us when we pass, right? But we've got to put in the work towards that goal. And he and Rosalind did it together. I don't know whether or not we have the pictures of this, but at one of the news conferences that I attended back in January of 2017 at the Carter Center. He was holding a news conference. He spent time after the news conference there. We took a picture together. He was so kind. He loved children, so the news conference had just ended, and there was a group of kids touring the Carter Center, and you know, he bent down and spent time talking to them. But you see the smile on his face as he's talking to the reporters. He's standing there, you know, with with Rosalind. But take a good look at that picture with Rosalind. He is holding her hand, and he never let it go while while the media was there. He and Rosalind were, you know, they were inseparable, really. And of all his accomplishments, Jimmy Carter said his biggest and best accomplishment was marrying Rosalind.
A real physical touch couple, if you will.
Yeah, that's right. Look at it. You're right.
I mean, until the end, we're talking in their 80s on the kissing cam. Okay, Jimmy was about Rosalind for sure. There was no question. And I think in, you know, previous administrations, recent administrations, there's really been a spotlight on the wives. I really think, you know, since Michelle Obama was, you know, kind of active, you know, with Let's Move, and she had some little things. She had her own things. And then we know, you know, Dr. Jill Biden, she's a teacher. She sort of had her own things. And then, you know, Melania had her different things, but there was always different sort of stories and portrayals about them. This one just really centered on love.
Right. Centered on love and the teamwork.
The teamwork.
Now, you know, Rosalind did have her own thing when it came to promoting mental health awareness, trying to get rid of the stigma around mental health. And it has taken many decades, but we have made great strides on that front. And we have to pay a lot of credit to Rosalind Carter for bringing that to the fore, because as you had said earlier, people weren't talking about that.
Right.
Certainly not in the 70s.
Especially for maybe people of color and the families. They don't talk about that because of the perceived stigma around it. But by her putting it out on the forefront and putting it out in the public, it makes us a lot more aware that it is a real thing.
It is, and it is part of the work that the Carter Center does. They have symposiums several times a year at the Carter Center around mental health, bringing in experts from around the world and bringing students from Emory to learn from the experts how to treat mental health
and put it in practice.
And put it in practice. You know, how to eliminate the stigma, how to grow this new awareness of, you know, how we can embrace mental illness as another illness, just like heart disease, just, you know.
It's right up there.
Else.
And you know, one part, Ron, my favorite part is although it was very dicey, the Carters leaned into the civil rights movement, where a lot of people were sort of, like turning their backs
Back
to
in the day,
these conversations, like, oh, that's a little bit too much for me, but really sort of leaned into it and embraced it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because I'm from that generation, born and raised back in the late 50s and 60s. Not trying to date myself, but I already did. And but I remember watching all the way from California the civil rights movement that was taking place with Andrew Young, with Martin Luther King Jr., and just the horrific videos that we would see from the newscast, with the water hoses and the dogs and all of that. But to see Jimmy Carter actually move in and embrace the civil rights movement to actually help it to move it forward was something that was different, especially from someone with that complexion.
Right. Well, absolutely. And to move it forward in the South, in the context of politics. And just imagine, this white politician having to learn how to navigate around getting votes from Southern whites, conservative Southern whites, and also getting votes from blacks who are, have been discriminated against and oppressed, and we're living in segregation. So this is a man, and when he first ran for governor in '66, he was not so successful. Right. He tried to figure, he tried to walk the line to keep the conservative white voters and gain the black voters as well, and he lost the race. But he learned a lot of lessons from that. And so he forged a new path, learned how to negotiate that very thin line of bringing people together to vote for him. And he had very progressive ideas, in the tumultuous time of the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. He somehow was able to pull people together, everybody, to support his campaign, and therefore, he won the governorship.
And sometimes you just hear that failure is nothing more than feedback. So it's not like it's the end, right? He said, okay, well, let me see what I need to do to modify my strategy here. And it actually, obviously, it helped him out.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see just the response to that and the great impact that has had as we've been going to Caitlin Ross with people getting on the bus to head to the Carter Center. This is a live look inside with the Honor Guard standing watch around the clock. They have since moved the body of former President Carter here to this location at the Carter Center, where the public will come to say their final goodbyes as the casket lies in repose there at the Carter Presidential Center. These are some of the visitors here walking up to pay their respects and to give honor. And this is just such a huge trek for some people to do this, but it just speaks to the importance of the moment to say, this is what he meant to us. This is what his sacrifice and what he gave as president means to us. The least I could do is take a road trip, take a bus, plane, train, automobile to get there and honor this moment.
I believe President Carter is eternally approachable. He as a person and his legacy. He was eternally approachable, and I say that by that I mean that he lived a life. First of all, he's considered every man's president. He would wear the plaid shirt in the White House. He shook people's hands. He flew on the Delta, just a regular Delta plane like the rest of us. And so that's what I mean by eternally approachable. People could see in him themselves. What he did for mankind, what he did for other people, what he did for his neighbors, what he did for other communities. People could see that was something that they could do. Something I can do. I can care about my neighbor. I can do for my neighbor. I can give back. And that's what I mean by eternally approachable. This man, he was president, yes, but I think first and foremost, he was a caring human being.
He really
and he
was.
lived that out.
And right now, Brenda, we're going to bring in Margaret McKenna. She's an attorney and obviously has a relationship with the former president and the former first lady as well. Are you there, Margaret?
How are you?
Yeah, doing great. What does this moment mean to you? You seeing the love that's being poured out across the country and even around the world, even from the royal family reaching out to the Carter family. What does this moment mean for you and your relationship with the Carters?
Well, I was the deputy counsel to President Carter. I met him through the campaign, through some friends from Georgia. And I ran the campaign in the state of Rhode Island as a state director, worked in the transition, and in fact had hoped to work in the Women's Bureau in the Labor Department. And one day I was in the transition office. President Carter came in, I had my feet up on my desk in jeans, and he said, "I heard you don't want to work for me in the White House." Anyway, obviously, I ended up in the White House and was inspired and excited every day I was there. And, you know, especially in these times, to have worked for a man who was purpose-driven, always did what was right, regardless of the politics, and was courageous. It's such a model that we see so little of today.
And I'm sure you're not surprised at all by not just the dignitaries showing up, not just folks there down in Plains, Georgia showing up, but just the love and the admiration that he is getting from around the globe. And folks are lining up now, trying to make their way to the Carter Center as he lies in repose. Talk about that, about how he touched just the average person out there.
Well, I live in Boston and have now for years, decades, and people who know I work for President Carter have reached out, not only to say, you must be sad because of this, but because he has evoked such admiration from people of all kinds. He touched so many hearts. I mean, I was a university president for over 20 years, and many of my students have reached out and said, while they weren't alive, at all during this period of time, having read about him, that how lucky I was to have worked for him and how much they admire the kind of person he was and the kinds of things he accomplished, particularly for women and people of color. I started my life as a civil rights lawyer, so I was very drawn to President Carter's commitment to racial and gender equity. And I think people see that courage so early at such a difficult time, coming from Georgia during Jim Crow era, and standing up so bravely and constantly, persistently for racial equity is something to be admired by all of us.
And I'm thinking you were in the Oval Office as he was trying to navigate through all of that, and I'm sure he was getting a lot of heat from the South, from conservatives in the South. How was he able to navigate through that and also bring two different political forces together to move forward? Well,
he reached out to people who were not like him and who did not believe in the kinds of things he did. And I'll give you a very concrete example. He wanted to set up commissions of ordinary people, lawyers and non-lawyers, to nominate folks for the Circuit Court of Appeals, circuits. And he went to Senator Eastman, who was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and who clearly did not have the same views that President Carter had. And one of the reasons that they did not agree was that President Carter said, I want to have judges that reflect the American people. I want to have people of color, black people, Latino people, women. And this had always been the purview of the senators. And he wanted to change that, to open it up in each circuit for regular citizens to nominate people. And he went to Senator Eastman and negotiated this with him, saying how good it would be for everyone, the transparency and the inclusiveness of it. And he got Senator Eastman to agree.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, just being in the room, watching all of that unfold and seeing that he's not only being a diplomat, but a negotiator, trying to get both sides to come together to some sort of an agreement. I know he didn't win all of maybe some of the things that he wanted to accomplish, but the things he did accomplish actually, obviously were profound.
Well, he accomplished so much more And I think people are starting to realize it as they go through the various accomplishments. I mean, one of the things I worked on as a lot of my job was finding judges and the selection of judges. And in the history of the country, there have only been 8 women in federal judgeships. 8. And in those 4 years, we appointed over 40.
Wow.
We appointed over 50 people of color. And these were people unlike we had seen before. They were not white men from big firms. They were public defenders, academics, sole practitioners. And this was a whole different world. Excuse me. And as we read just recently what President Biden had done, Jimmy Carter was the person who opened the gates.
Yeah, you know, Ambassador Young talked about that when Brenda was speaking with him. He said that President Carter wasn't just a bridge builder, that he actually kicked open the door to let more people in, to have that opportunity. And even with the pushback, it seems like he still was able to accomplish those things.
And we got pushback. You know, we were there a year, and we looked around, and we still were not doing what we wanted. The ABA, the American Bar Association, was resisting our nominees because they did not look like the nominees of the past. And we told President Carter, and he said, I'll talk to them. And he did. I mean, he risked his own reputation. He went and said to the ABA, you know, this was a promise I made, and you have to either work with me on it or I'll basically ignore you.
Yeah.
And that's what changed. Ruth Bader Ginsburg would not have been appointed to the court under the old rules because she was an academic, not a member of a big law firm. So he really did kick open the doors, and he put his own reputation on the line in doing that.
Yeah, Margaret McKenna, we really appreciate your perspective. That puts us in the Oval Office as he was making these major changes for all of us here in the United States. Thank you for sharing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you know, I want to just piggyback on something. You know, as she was describing, you know, his push towards progressive ideas and progressive policies. President Carter was fearless.
Yeah.
He was fearless. In very tumultuous times, perhaps not a country not as divided as we are today, but a country that, you know, there were definitive, very strong ideas about segregation and integration and not. And he went ahead and pursued what he thought was fair and right. Full of integrity. And so this man had, you know, just incredible accomplishments that I think really speak to his fearlessness. So she spoke to some of it, but do you realize on the second day in office, Carter pardoned all the Vietnam War draft evaders?
That was huge.
That was huge.
That was huge.
That was, you know, fearless. He believed in it, and so he did it. As she said, you know, appointing females to judgeships. He believed in it, and so he did it. He created the national energy policy. Nobody was talking about energy back in those days, but you know, he talked about introducing technology to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. You know, he did the Camp David Accords. He saved Social Security.
Oh Lord, thank you.
I think that at this point going forward, you know, we will reconsider his presidency, perhaps.
So we're seeing the first round of buses here make it from the King Memorial MARTA station here. That is the process for people to come to the Carter Center to pay their respects. This is about 3 or 4 of those charter buses lined up there. So the crowd is definitely about to get more intense. But what I appreciate when we were speaking with Margaret a little while ago and we had that side-by-side image, they're really letting people go up just in the group that they came with. They're filtering it through slowly so that you can have your own individual personal moment.
that's great.
And so they're not, cramming it in, although with it just opening and all these buses coming, it's going to be a high volume situation for sure. But really making certain that people get their time and they get their moment, that they've traveled from near and far to mark this moment in history. We see a lot of little ones getting off of those buses as well. So, this will be a moment in history for them that their parents will tell them about. But we do want to remind you guys that there will be, no cell phones or any sort of footage allowed in there. And I think that sort of takes us back to a time of being in the moment and just sort of taking it in and building those memories that we have in our mind. Not everything is, a memory that's for a photograph, but this is personal to a lot of people who have their own stories, or maybe this is the beginning of their story.
Yes, especially for the children who are being brought there, little ones, teenagers, people who are, just learning of this man and some of his accomplishments, and especially if you're very young, they don't know everything, can't absorb it all. But their parents and grandparents are bringing them down to pay respects, and I cannot imagine that this will not have a lasting impression on those young minds, that they were there, and they endured the bitter cold of Atlanta, Georgia right now, as they get on these buses and make their way to the Carter Center. Nonetheless, they are there. They're in the moment. Not allowed to bring in cell phones. I'm so glad about that.
That is so awesome.
And just to pay their respects. And as you said, Aisha, this is going to be around the clock. So people will be coming at 11 p.m. and midnight and 1 and 2 in the morning. And I imagine that it will be a steady stream.
A steady stream, because Caitlin Ross had talked about that earlier in our broadcast, that one lady showed up early today and she said, I'm going to come back around 2 o'clock tonight when the line is shorter. Hopefully it's shorter for her. But especially when you see some of these young kids who are walking by, maybe they're 5, 7 years old, and they may not be able to really take in the moment and appreciate it, but they will later in life, because they are witnessing history. This is the 39th president of the United States who lived to be 100 years old. And the things that he did here in the United States, and the way he represented Georgia and represent Middle Georgia as well, and the things he accomplished not only in the Oval Office, but especially after he left.
Absolutely. So I'm going to say something here that probably some people will take exception to, but I'm going to say it anyway. He lived to be 100, and I think, maybe God loves some people better than others.
What do the young kids say? I'm one of God's favorites.
Yes, one of God's favorites. Maybe he had some favorites, and I can't imagine Jimmy Carter was not one of them. For all of the good deeds, all of the work, and this is a very humble man. He didn't do it for the self-importance, for the arrogance, for you to put his name across the sky, and he didn't do it for that reason. And you could tell from the way he carried himself. He and Rosen together, the way they carried themselves, the way they spoke to people, the way they dressed, where they lived. They lived in a very regular house in Plains. He taught Sunday school at his church. He was a regular guy.
Just a regular guy.
But actually he wasn't.
Really you're not.
But actually he wasn't. He was something of extraordinary makeup, and not like us, but like us.
And I know we kind of joked about that statement about God having favorites, but Jimmy Carter is quoted as saying, living his life like the red words in the Bible. And we know the red words in the Bible are the voice of Jesus, and that's Jesus directly speaking. And so he's saying that's what I want to model my life after. And so you have to have that mindset on how you live your life. We fall short, and some people try and try again, and you get every day to try that over. But to have 100 years of trying to model your life after that, I think you got some check marks on the right side of the tally.
And you know what? And to come to do all that he did, After his presidency, some would say, not a successful presidency.
Yeah.
He only had one term. And so, a regular person might be discouraged, might just kind of fade into the background, might get on the speaking circuit and, make some extra.
Or just retire and chill out.
Right, retire and chill out. Right. You know what? But he was not discouraged. He didn't go and hide or, write a book and then make a lot of money, he kept going in full speed ahead. Despite his, not so stellar presidency, despite the fact that it was just one term, and he really modeled for folks what is possible for a president after they achieve the highest office in the land. What is still possible for a one-term president post?
But what does it show? The depth and the magnitude of your impact without a title.
Oh boy.
You can still accomplish a lot without a title. You don't need something shiny and fancy to do the work, to be a true foot soldier. And the fact that he took that route just really means that, okay, this was true passion. This was really for the benefit of the people. Because like you said, if you just give all the lip service while you're out in front, that sounds good, right? But indeed,
he did it. He did it, and he modeled for us what it looks like and how effective it can be to give to others, to care about others, to make to improve the lives of others in very basic ways. He helped farmers around the world improve or increase their produce, their production in the fields. That's very basic. He installed the Carter Center, and he installed toilets in the middle of nowhere. That's very basic. And so, he modeled for us what is possible if you truly care for another human being and then you put in the work.
You put in the work because you're not focused so much on me. Look at me. I'm in front of the cameras, or I'm the president, or I'm a CEO, or whatever. Because, he was all of that, right? He was the leader of the free world. But just to say it's not about me, it's about others. Me helping other people, me solving problems for other people and not for me. And I believe, and I know you said that maybe he was on the right side of God saying, hey, I'm going to give you some extra time there on planet Earth. But I just think that the more you give and not be focused on yourself, the more that you're going to get back in the long run. And for him, maybe that translated into more years, more productive years.
Yes, absolutely. I really believe that President Carter, when in office, probably was unwilling to play the political games in Washington that more than likely have to be played in order to get legislation passed, in order to, to persuade others to come, on your side of the fence of whatever the policy or the legislation at hand is. And I feel like because he operated from the same place no matter where he was, just integrity, faith, doing good deeds, wanting to help others, make life better for others, no matter what was in front of him, he operated from that core position. It didn't change in the White House. And so, he perhaps didn't have the stellar presidency that others have because he didn't play the games.
Professor Stein, who joined us earlier from Emory, and he traveled with President Carter on his quest for peace in the Middle East, he said that being from a small town like Plains and having those values and that level of integrity, truly being for the people, that doesn't set the stage for a successful presidency. Because he didn't come through the ranks of D.C., right? He wasn't like a President Biden who served 38 years in D.C. before becoming president. You didn't have, you weren't known amongst the halls there, right? You didn't know how to play the game. This was a totally new arena, right? You come from Plains, Georgia to the nation's capital, totally different environment. But being from Plains prepared him to have one of the best post-presidencies.
Yes, I agree.
One of the most impactful. And so you kind of think about that, you're not welcome into all spaces, and you may not know how to play once you get there. But still, when the title goes away, put those intentions into practice too.
Well, I say rare is the person who can achieve the highest political office in the land, who can be the most powerful person in the world, achieve that, and after that, rise even higher.
Achieve more.
Achieve more.
That was the platform.
That was the platform. And we have, that is what we have not seen before, and this is the man that we are honoring this
What do you
week.
do with your platform?
What do you do
And
with
you know,
it?
we're looking at the video right now on the left side of your screen. You see a lot of folks are still lining up, hoping to get in there to the Carter Center to get a view of the casket of President Carter. On the right side, obviously, you can see folks are lining up there, paying homage, paying their respects. Caitlin Ross is not too far from there, and you have been not too far from where all the buses are lining up and folks are hopping on the bus to go see the former president. What is it like out there right now, Caitlin?
Ron, we wanted to move to the other side of the street so you could see just how many buses they have available. These are the shuttles that are all leaving from King Memorial MARTA station. You see 3 lined up right there, and then if you look past the red light, there are 10 more buses that are lining the streets. So they're ready as soon as people line up. They're filling these shuttles to capacity and then bringing those shuttles straight to the Carter Center. They have so many MARTA staff members here, so many police officers, a lot of security, and they're making sure that this runs really smoothly. You were talking about earlier, you can't bring bags, umbrellas, cameras, anything like that into the viewing. So these workers are checking for all of that. They're making sure everyone has everything they need before they get on these buses, and then they're moving these buses right along. When we first got here around noon, there were a few people who were waiting. By 3 p.m., there were 300 people waiting. The doors to these buses opened at 6, and now we haven't seen a line at all. The process is that you take MARTA, you take a train to King Memorial Center, and then as soon as you get here, you get in this line for the bus. But since the bus doors started opening at 6 p.m., there hasn't been a line at all. People are walking right off the train and straight onto the shuttle because they were so well prepared for how many people were going to show up. And we did see hundreds of people show up, so many of them sharing their own personal stories. I've been really touched by the kids who have come. One brought a drawing of the American flag that she wanted to bring with her. Another, one of the first people in line for the bus, was a 7-year-old little boy named Carter, named after President Jimmy Carter. His mom said it was just imperative that they came here today. He's just 7, but she wants him to feel the weight of that moment, how important it is, how meaningful it is, and how to really show respect to the president and show what it means to live a life of service. And that's what a lot of people who we spoke to today talked about, was his life of service. They talked about his work with Habitat for Humanity, his work to eradicate diseases in far reaches of the globe, just the impact that he had not only here in Georgia, not only in the United States, but across the entire world. And people who brought their children really wanted to instill those values into the children. People speaking about the legacy that he had after he left the presidency. 2 women actually drove from Indiana, and she said something that will stick with me. She said, Jimmy Carter is the only person I would drive overnight for. It was so important that she came here in person. We talked to an 11-year-old little girl who actually went straight from Plains right here. So they went from Plains as his casket was leaving his hometown and then drove right here to get in line for the buses so they could go to the Carter Center. So people are really making this personal. They're talking about these personal stories and how meaningful they are and why they think it's so important to be here. This MARTA station has banners of President Jimmy Carter all over. They have quotes from him throughout his years. The pictures that are printed on those banners are from the time he was in the military to his presidency to back here in Atlanta. People talking in the line about seeing him at a Braves game. Some woman told me about a time she saw him and Rosalind at Manuel's Tavern, and just how accessible he was, how the people who were going to see him today felt like they knew him. They felt like they had a personal connection, a personal story with him, and that's why they wanted to pay their respects. So yes, there are some logistics involved. If you do want to go to the Carter Center, you do have to put in some work to get there, but the people who are waiting here in line at King Memorial MARTA Station say every second is absolutely worth it.
All right. Caitlin, we really appreciate that. And it looks like everything is running smoothly. And hopefully it continues to do so.
And just shout out to MARTA for this effort here. We know they're using the King Memorial Center, but these aren't MARTA buses. These are charter buses. And we just counted 13 in Caitlin's shot alone, and there were already about 6 outside of the Carter Center. So this is a well-oiled machine for sure, just in anticipation of the amount of people that are going to be coming to the Carter Center over the next 60 hours. Wow. You have until Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. That's a long time, but also 100 years serving.
That's a long time too.
That's a long time too.
And so, can you imagine what it's going to be like in Washington, though?
For sure,
when he's lying in repose in the Capitol. I want to go back to something I said earlier about President Carter being so fearless. In his book, Talking Peace, I just opened this page in his book where he talks about how he announced that the time for racial discrimination is over when he won the governorship in '71, and he made that proclamation. And following up on that, he ordered that the portrait of Dr. King be hung in the state capitol in order to honor Dr. King as one of Georgia's heroes. And he did that even though members of the Ku Klux Klan marched around the state capitol in protest.
Wow.
He did it anyway. Because that's what he believed in.
Yeah. And to go against the grain in such a way, as a singular person, right? Like, you were not a part of a group. And so he took so many of these things head on. And even when other people went and tried to do the same thing, and they would come back and say, just like Margaret just spoke to, the civil rights attorney, and they would say, no, like, who told you to do this? We're not doing this. Oh, I'll talk to him. And a lot of people have big ideas, but you'll send other people out in front and sort of hide your hand a little bit because you know it's pretty radical. But he was very proud to go against the grain and to put himself out in front of these ideas. I said it. This is what I believe. This is at the core of my values involving equality. And that was just something that people were not used to seeing at that time.
At that level.
In the South.
Yeah, from the South. Although a white male president, which was the only thing to be in that title for a while, and to say things like that and to have such a stance like that, a fiery individual for sure. But as the stories that we're hearing, even from you, Brenda, with how he treated other people, always respectful, but you have to carry some kind of weight in your boxing gloves in order to say and do some of the things that he did.
Yes, absolutely. And he was not always in lockstep with the Democratic Party, not with the Republican Party. It didn't matter who was in office in the White House. If he didn't agree with what they were pursuing or the policy or the legislation that they were trying to get passed, he would say it. If you asked him, he did not have a problem saying what was on his mind. But this speaks to him coming from Plains, Georgia. And not playing the game. He was tough. He was tough.
He was a tough guy, an average guy, but just happened to have the weight of the world on him at the same time.
Average and not average.
Still
extraordinary. In a very average way.
Definitely lived 2 lives for sure. 2 different lives that were very much parallel. Look at this crowd here. We are just watching both of these images side by side as the buses, unload people coming into the Carter Center from the MARTA station, and then surely the buses have arrived now because it's a little bit more crowded inside, but still giving people the time and space to go up and visit the casket individually or with the groups that they are there with. A lot of them, bringing their children. There are so many generations represented here, and that just speaks to a long life that was impactful from the very beginning of his introduction into the political scene. and really just the power of after and what he chose to do with his time after, and the way that he lived his life until 100 years old, even, you know, from his pastor, talking about what he experienced with him, you know, as he would make the journey to Plains every Saturday. But just saying, for those 22, 23 months in hospice care, he is lying there in a blanket with Psalm 23, his favorite psalm, which also addresses death. And that just really, you know, after the cancer diagnosis, he has sort of these lighthearted interviews. And of course, your wife is scared, your children are scared, the nation is like, this is it, this is the end. Journalists prepared as if that were the end. You're going to do this new radical treatment at Emory, like we don't know what this is going to look like. Brenda, he was how old at that time?
He was 90.
90 years old, wow. You know, facing metastatic cancer. And no, that wasn't it. 10 more years. And of course, the last two, even in hospice care, but the big celebration, so happy that he was still here with us for that celebration of his 100th birthday at the Fox Theater, right? And they did it early. Right. They did it a month or so early there at the Fox, and so many people showed up and just, you know, talked about their personal interactions, even the celebrity side. Like, yeah, we were very, very normal friends. Yeah. That was important.
Everybody's got a story about President Carter, that is for sure. And I'm thinking about right now, the Carter Center has something, I don't know, I want to say 30,000. There are thousands of people who work for or with the Carter Center that are here in Atlanta and in Georgia, who will more than likely, many of those people will personally make their way to pay tribute to him as his casket is there for the next, what did you say, how many hours? Till 6 a.m. Tuesday. Thousands of people have, you know, just extraordinary experiences with him, with Rosalind. You know, counted it as a complete honor to have worked with and for him. They will be taking advantage of those buses and making their way around the clock between now and 6 a.m. Tuesday.
I know we have just a couple of minutes left, and you went over to Africa with them, and you touched on it a little bit. What did you see in that interaction with him and the leaders in Ethiopia?
So he was in another part of Ethiopia. I was in Gondar, which is the northern part of Ethiopia, with his communications team. And so, you know, I saw many people who are still suffering from trachoma, people who had not gone blind yet, who still were eligible for the surgery to eliminate the trachoma, and people who were still eligible for the antibiotic to reverse it. What I saw was, I saw surgeries in mud huts with cell phone lights. Wow. As the only light for the surgery.
What year was that?
Oh gosh, this was goodness, at least 12 years ago.
Wow.
Okay. It was some time ago, and you know, doctors performing surgery in mud huts with the only light from a cell phone, and people lined up, and those surgeries were provided by the Carter Center. The antibiotics, and another line where people are lined up for the lined up, whole villages bringing their relatives, their aunts, their uncles, their older people to stand in line to get the treatment. All of those treatments being provided by the Carter Center around the country. And they had you know, worked out a system with the government of Ethiopia about how we get doctors to these remote places, how we get the word out to people in these remote places to, you know, for them to come for treatment. You know, just the mechanics of putting that together takes a lot of work and a lot of strategy and a lot of know-how, and the Carter Center, that's what they do in country after over 80 countries.
On the ground.
On the ground.
We're witnessing the changing of the guard here. These are servicemen and women who are standing watch over former President Carter for the next 60 hours there, and there will be someone there every single hour watching over the president. So this area has been cleared of all guests and visitors as they're changing of the guard. Ron, a former military member, talked about just how high of an honor it is to really stand watch over a former president.
That's right, because you're representing the armed forces, whether it's the Army, the Marines, the Navy, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, all of them working together in unison. And every movement that they make, from the slow salute, bringing it up to their brow and then bringing it back down by their side, to bringing the weapon up at what they call present arms, which is a salute with the weapon, to putting it back down by their side, and then actually changing of the guard, where the old guard goes out, the new guard goes in, is all part of a rhythm ceremony that not any soldier or sailor or marine or airman can actually perform.
And all of this will be played out again in Washington, at the state capitol, at the Capitol. All of this will be, done again, different group of service men and women, but we will see this all over again, and it still will be a line there of thousands of people coming to pay their final respects.
And just looking at this, it makes me think too about President Carter not only being the longest living president, but of course being the longest post-president to receive watch by the Secret Service. And so his current Secret Service, were a part of the ceremonies earlier today as they began the journey there from Sumter County. And just think of, how special those relationships were to be with the president. And I'm sure some of them, served the president for decades. And so for them,
he treated them well. That they had personal experiences with him, and that he treated them, well from his heart, gave and gave, whatever the interaction was between each one of them. But you're absolutely right. They all have personal experiences with him.
And Brenda, we thank you for coming and sharing your personal experience. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I was just going to say, just having you on set to give us that perspective, because we're not from Atlanta. We weren't here during that time. But just to bring those stories to the heart of the viewers out there, to let them know this is the way it was then, and this is the reason why he's being honored today. So we really appreciate you.
Well, thank you. It's a privilege to be able to cover his funeral. It's a privilege. It has been a privilege to know him, to be at the Carter Center and to interview him and be there for the news conferences, to interview Rosalind Carter. All of those, they count as some of the highlights of my career. And that will go the same for you guys. There are many more heroes yet to cover. You will cover them.
I had my first sit down with Ambassador Young, and I don't know if I closed my mouth the entire time. And just how well he recounts stories, as we've even heard here earlier today. I'm like, dates, times, what everybody was doing. So it just, kind of captures history, and we're just so glad for our giants in our community for sharing their lives with us in their fight to make this world a better place. And we thank you for watching us here on 11 Alive Plus. Be sure to join us back again tonight on 11 Alive for the news at 11.
However, 11 Alive Plus is going to continue. We're going to have not live reports, but at least a live look from the Carter Center as we continue to honor our 39th president. Have a good night, everyone.
you.